This is the complete guide on how women can lose weight in the easiest way possible. Because if it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep that weight off forever. Right now, you're on one of two paths. Path one, you're trying to lose weight the hard way, fighting hormonal issues like high cortisol, perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, and insulin resistance. And all these hormonal issues are wrecking your digestion. They make you gain toxic visceral fat, and they give you a crap load of inflammation and cellular fire, which means you will be gaining weight even in a calorie deficit, because inflammation has no calories. Or you're on path two, the easy way of losing weight. This is where you naturally fix those hormonal issues to get rid of that inflammation at the source. That way you don't have to count calories, worry about supplements, or do any extreme diets just to lose weight. And because it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep that weight off for the rest of your life. If you're on path one, this course will help you get onto path two, so you can make lifestyle changes and never have to worry about another diet or losing body fat ever again, because the weight is gonna stay off this time. So if you've already lost some weight, but now it's stuck, or you've struggled with losing body fat your whole life, this course is what you need to see results naturally. My name's Abram, and after graduating high school early, I got my university degree in applied health sciences. And I've been a professional nutritionist since 2008, specializing in women's weight loss. Over the last 18 years, I have dedicated my life to helping women lose weight, because that's what my wife struggled with. We tried all the traditional advice. Eat more protein, count your calories, work out more, follow an extreme diet, do a cleanse, everything under the sun, and nothing worked. So I invested over $200,000 of my own money after college in order to learn from the best and brightest around permanent behavior change, the gut microbiome, and women's hormonal health. What I learned from these experts helped my wife lose 60 pounds in 60 days. And she's kept that weight off for more than 12 years now. And no, she was not pregnant in that before picture. She just had a big, bloated cortisol belly that was filled with inflammation and toxic visceral fat. And the exact same system that helped her has now helped over 6,419 women permanently melt their body fat. Now, I'm a public speaker on women's hormonal health, a published author, and I've been featured in major news publications. So in this course, I want to teach you how you can see results just like those. This course is broken up into 3 phases. Phase 1, how to start or restart your weight loss. Phase 2 is easy weight loss science explained. And phase 3 is keeping that weight off forever. By the end of this course, you'll learn exactly how you can melt your body fat, no counting calories, no taking supplements, no needing willpower, just taking a natural approach that is so freaking easy, you can maintain those results for the rest of your life. Because what really matters to me is that you actually melt your body fat in a natural, healthy way, so you actually see results this time. So I'm not sponsored by any company. I don't sell any supplements. I just want you to do what works. So I have included a workbook that walks you through step by step this entire course for free. You can download it by scanning this QR code or going to abramskmtp.com/workbook. That will make this so much easier for you to follow and actually put into action. And if it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep the weight off forever. I'm so excited. All right, let's dive in. This is how you start or restart your weight loss. You already know how to lose weight the hard way, by counting your calories, worrying about protein, doing super hard workouts, cutting out all carbs, or just starving yourself. But all of that is just messing up your hormones, and you will never get to your end result and stay there if your hormones are all jacked up. So I want to teach you how to start losing weight the easy way. That way, it's easy to keep the weight off forever. I want to tell you about Sandra. Sandra was 37 years old and was trying to lose weight for the better part of a decade. And she was doing everything right, or at least what everyone said that you should be doing. She counted her calories, she hit her macros, she ate all the protein, and she even did intense cardio 5 days a week. She even went all out and completely cut out carbs from her diet. She paid for an organic, keto meal delivery service for 3 months. Then she tried fasting the way that influencers say to fast, but it was actually hurting her hormones. And after all that, she would only lose 10 pounds, only to gain it all back plus some. By the time she found me, she was both emotionally and physically burnt out. She told me on our very first call, "I don't even know why I'm doing this. I've failed so many times, I don't think my body even has the ability to lose weight anymore." Here's what Sandra didn't know. She was in full-blown perimenopause. Her estrogen and progesterone were fluctuating wildly, and that was spiking her cortisol, which caused her body to have an inflammatory response, which made her gain weight primarily in her midsection. So since this was caused by hormonal stress, the harder she dieted and the harder she worked out, the worse it got. It's not that she was failing. She was actually crushing it in her professional life, so clearly she has discipline. She could follow a plan. The only problem she had is she was following a plan that was too hard. When Sandra stopped trying to lose weight and instead focused on fixing the root cause hormonal issue, the weight just melted off. So she completely stopped counting calories, focused on feeding her body the right anti-inflammatory foods, and got her insulin under control. On top of that, she stopped causing so much hormonal stress. Instead of doing those super intense cardio sessions, she opted for doing longer walks and walking 15 minutes immediately after her meals to improve her digestion and get rid of that inflammation. Within the first 6 weeks, she was down 24 pounds of belly fat and inflammation without tracking a single thing. More importantly, she wasn't hormonally burnt out anymore. She got her energy back. She wasn't craving a bunch of garbage anymore. She didn't need to follow an extreme diet. And she actually told me, "This is the first time in years that losing weight actually feels easy." That is exactly what this phase is going to do for you. You need to get your goals straight. The scale lies to you. It measures water, inflammation, poop, muscle, not just body fat. So if you only set goals based on the number on a scale, you're gonna end up frustrated and quitting before you actually have a chance to burn all your body fat. That means you need to understand the real goal in order to be able to go after that goal. When you say, "I want to lose weight," what you really mean is that you want to feel comfortable and confident in your body. You want to wake up with energy and be excited for the day. You want to walk into a room without feeling like the biggest woman there. You want to be able to eat at social events without worrying about being judged because you're not eating a salad when you're clearly overweight. You want to get rid of chronic inflammation causing aches and pains in your body. You want to be proud of the actions you're taking and not feel out of control when it comes to food. You don't want to be on this emotional roller coaster when you see that you gained weight even though you've eaten healthy all day. You want to look good and feel great so you can be there for your loved ones now and long into the future, all while being exactly who you want to be while being a great example for the ones you care about. So if I could give you all of those benefits and shrink your body down to the exact size that you want, but you had to weigh the exact same amount you do now on the scale, would you care? Of course not. The goal is not weight loss. The goal is losing body fat and getting rid of that inflammation. That means you want the benefits of losing weight. You don't just want to lose weight. Because if you're losing weight, but that's coming from muscle and your bone density, you're just gonna be worse off than when you started. You can get all the benefits of getting smaller and stronger if you start with the right goal. So if at any point you are making your life harder in order to make weight loss easier, you're doing it wrong. It should be easy to lose the weight. That way it's easy to keep the weight off forever. It should feel easy the whole time. Let me tell you about the easy way of losing weight. So if you lose weight the hard way, it is going to be hard to keep the weight off. But if you lose weight the easy way, it will be easy to keep the weight off. That makes sense, right? So if your diet or weight loss program is getting hard, we have to make sure that it actually fits into the real world. The easy way is the only way. The biggest limiting belief that intelligent women have is that it is hard to lose weight. That is not true. If you believe that losing weight is hard, you are going to look for hard ways of losing weight, like counting calories, worrying about protein, taking a crap load of supplements, doing super hard workouts, starving yourself, or taking the weight loss injections that have all these nasty side effects. But even if you do lose weight the hard way, what happens? That hormonal chaos just makes it even harder to reach your end goal and stay there. You can lose 10 pounds a million different ways, and you've done that. You've lost and gained the same 10 pounds probably a million times, right? But your goal is not just to lose 10 pounds, right? Your goal is to lose the next 10 pounds and keep it off forever. So it doesn't matter if you need to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds. There's literally only one way and one way only to guarantee you lose the body fat and keep it off this time. The easy way of losing weight is the only way you should lose weight. And there's lots of things that could pop up and make weight loss hard, like your cravings suddenly hit, your cortisol spikes, inflammation pops up out of nowhere. You start thinking that you need to do math to lose weight for some reason. You try to optimize your diet even though you're trying to get your nutrition through supplements. But this is forgetting the fact that we live in a world where the food has literally been engineered in a lab to be addictive. So it doesn't matter what diet or exercise program you follow, the weight always comes back plus some, because we never fixed the root cause issue for why your hormones are all out of whack. And when all those things pop up and make it hard to lose weight, you end up on a yo-yo, and that really jacks up your hormones. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You'll cut out entire food groups, you work out super hard, you say, all right, I'm just gonna follow the plan. But the plan doesn't work because you don't have the right plan from the beginning. If your hormones aren't balanced, it doesn't matter what you follow. The weight will always come back plus some because of the environment we live in, and the easiest way to lose weight is to take the natural approach. That is how you get smaller and stronger, and that's what I'm going to teach you here. Pro tip: if it's hard for you to lose weight, you're doing something wrong, because even if you manage to white knuckle your way through the weight loss, you're not going to have that death grip your entire life. Nobody has infinite willpower. You've got to remove willpower from the equation. That means from the beginning, every single change you make should be so easy you can maintain it on your worst day. Because what doesn't work is taking a more and more extreme approach to weight loss. You end up doing like these crazy boot camp workouts, slamming protein shakes like a 20-year-old, and that clearly doesn't work for you. You hit a weight loss plateau that lasts forever. You could work with a personal trainer and lose no weight at all. Like, you've got to take a different approach that is easy the whole time. Don't cause more hormonal chaos while you're trying to balance your hormones. Lose the body fat first before you worry about getting bigger. Your brain will try to protect you from being let down again, so it'll start self-sabotaging you in order to gain certainty for why something won't work this time. What I'm saying is that your life is just going to continuously get harder. So the only solution is for you to become strong enough to handle whatever life throws your way. That way it feels easy because you are stronger. And that starts with having the right plan for a bigger and better future. Big goals versus small goals. You should only have big goals, not these small, realistic ones. Small goals can't get you to a big goal because they're a small goal. Small goals help you achieve small things. That's like saying, all right, my big goal is to run a marathon, so I'm gonna go for a walk on the weekend. A walk on the weekend will help you with walking on the weekend. Marathon training will help you run a marathon. This makes sense, right? Big goals are the only way to achieve big goals. The problem with small goals is that they have short timelines. Big goals, by default, have very long timelines, if not forever. So if you want your results to last forever, you need big goals. That means you're not held back by the obstacles you face in your life, but rather a clearer path to a lesser goal. In other words, these small goals are keeping you with small results. Instead, if you were to do a big goal and stay focused on that big goal forever, you will not only get there, you will stay there. For example, I could say my goal is to lose 10 pounds, but that is very different than my goal is to lose 10 pounds by the end of the year. And both of those are very different. then my goal is to lose the next 10 pounds and keep it off the rest of my life. Which one of these is the biggest goal? It's the one with the longest timeline. When you're only thinking about keeping the weight off forever, all of a sudden it becomes incredibly easy to understand what you should be going after. And by setting these big goals, it will naturally remove the constraints that have stopped you before. Because remember, your goal is not to lose weight. It's to lose body fat and inflammation. What I'm saying is that you cannot juice cleanse your way to losing 10 pounds and keeping it off forever. I don't care if you want to lose 10 pounds, 50 pounds, 100 pounds. All that matters is that once you lose the weight, it stays off. Imagine how skinny you would be right now if you never put the weight back on. That will only happen if you have a very big goal and the timeline is forever. So no more making yourself feel bad because you put some arbitrary timeline on when you need to lose this weight by. Like, I'm gonna lose this weight by the end of the year. I'm gonna lose this weight, by the end of the month. That doesn't matter at all. Remember, your goal is forever. Who cares how long it takes? It doesn't matter. It does not matter. You would not have this weight problem if you just kept the weight off. You know I'm right. You are good at losing weight. That is not the problem. The problem is keeping it off. Get all heated here. Whew. So you need to stop saying, how long until I lose this weight, and start saying, how can I make it easier to lose the weight? So no more breaking your big goal into small little steps. Every single step should just be, can I do this forever? Because you want to lose the weight and keep it off. Unfortunately, we live in the real world where even if you make weight loss changes, sometimes things will knock you off track. So we have to learn how to get back on track if you fall off. Getting back on track. Everyone falls off track with their weight loss. I don't care if you're the most disciplined person on the planet, you're gonna have some hormonal stress, there's gonna be some medical issue, you're gonna get constipated, you're gonna be on antibiotics, you're gonna travel, you're gonna have some issue in your life that is completely out of your control and directly affects your ability to lose weight. So instead of just wishing that your life will have no problems forever, it makes a lot more sense just to plan for what's gonna happen anyways, which are those setbacks. So if you have a problem with falling off track, or you've just hit a weight loss plateau, this is where you should start. The obstacle is the way. You should never miss an opportunity to turn a setback into a comeback, because the obstacles you face are not in the way, they are the way to your long-term success. If you can internalize this sentence, you will literally be set up for success for the rest of your life. The obstacles you face aren't in the way, they are the way to your long-term success. Let's use an example. And let's say you have a problem with binge eating at night. Instead of asking, how do I stop binge eating? Instead you ask, how could I use binge eating to lose more weight? Because remember, this obstacle you're facing is not in the way, it is the way to your long-term success, as long as you know how to think about it. So for binge eating, there are actually anti-obesity foods for women specifically, where the more of them you eat, the more body fat you lose. That means if you can identify your anti-obesity food, you can literally eat more and lose more weight. How cool is that? You can literally use that binge eating to your advantage. And we will cover those anti-obesity foods in later chapters. The point is that obstacles you face are not in the way. They are the way to your long-term success. You just have to know, how can I turn this from a setback into a comeback? And that starts with if, then, when planning. So let's use that nighttime binge eating as an example for if, then, when planning. That way, you could use that binge eating to melt your body fat. If you want to eat at night, start with eating 0-calorie foods. Make a huge pot of mixed vegetables cooked in bone broth with a bunch of 0-calorie noodles. You just get a big bag of stir-fry vegetables, you throw them in a pot with bone broth that has no sugar added, and then add some 0-calorie noodles like shiitake mushroom noodles. The noodles will say 0-calorie right on the bag. You can literally eat as much as you want and you will still lose weight. Then, if it's not enough and you want to have a snack still, then eat a high fiber option like seaweed chips. Basically, these help you feel more full, They help you clear out inflammation, they help you have full poops where everything comes out, and they even help to keep your insulin under control. These are essentially prebiotic fiber chips. They're not as good as like fruits or vegetables, but of the snack options, they're like top tier because they have the best carb to fiber ratio. If you look at the label, you just divide the carbohydrates by the dietary fiber, and you want to get as close to 1 as possible. These seaweed chips will completely shut off your hunger response because they help balance your hormones. When both of those are still not enough, you can just go nuts on eating as many whole fruits as you want. There are whole fruits that have anti-obesity effects for women. I'll cover it later in this course, but if you're binge eating on the right grapes or apples, you could lose body fat like crazy because it helps you lose toxic visceral fat. So with this if-then-when planning, we've now used that binge eating to your advantage. The obstacle is not in the way, that obstacle was the way to your long-term success. You actually look forward to binge eating at night because it'll help you see results even faster and easier. All of this is inside of your free workbook. If you've not already downloaded it, you can scan this QR code or go to abramskmtp.com/workbook or click a link. And this if-then-when planning and seeing the obstacle as the way applies to everything. For example, if you have absolutely no time for meal prep, you can use that to your advantage. If I have no time for meal prep, I will drink a carbonated water before my meals so I'm more full on fewer calories. Then, if that's not enough, I will eat an anti-obesity apple as a replacement, a part of my meal to naturally reach a calorie deficit. When both of those are still not enough, I will use my walking pad right before bed so I can improve my insulin sensitivity and keep losing weight. When you start asking these better questions, you get much better answers. The fact is, life is just going to continue to get harder. You have to get stronger. If you're listening to this course, it means you're already dedicated to continuing education. You're smart. Use that smart brain to your advantage. Don't look for all the reasons why it's hard to lose weight. Of course it's easy to lose weight. You just need to use the right solution because there are not unlimited solutions here. The easy way of losing weight is the only way you should lose weight. Keep asking, how can I make this so easy that it would be hard to fail? Become a buffalo. American bison, also known as buffalo, are these massive, ox-like animals that resemble a muscular, furry cow. And they just stand outside in massive open fields. That means they're literally outside in the weather all day. And these buff cows have the best mindset ever. So they're out there standing in a field. If they see a massive thunderstorm coming, they don't freak out. They actually do the opposite of running away. And they actually start running towards the storm. Why do they run towards the storm? Because it is the fastest way to get to the other side. They know a storm will pass. Because if the storm is coming at them and they can run through it, they're not in the storm as long. That means when they face their problems, they get through them fast. Look, it's not your fault that you become overweight. There could be a lot of hormonal issues, you could have family issues, trauma, there could be perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, inflammation, medical diagnoses, everything under the sun. And these are legitimate reasons why it could have been hard for you to lose weight before. But do not let anyone pity you. You are strong. Of course you can handle this. You're way too smart, way too capable to stay this overweight this long. The fact is, if you just keep waiting for things to get better, they don't get better. Life just gets harder. But that's great because you can become stronger. So I want you to look at the problems you are facing right now and decide, how can I face this head on? Do you have an injury you need to recover from? Then focus on not making things worse so you can recover and get back at it as soon as possible. Have you lost the weight only to gain it all back plus some? Now your confidence is wrecked? Focus on eliminating the part of your diet that made it hard to maintain that weight loss, like worrying about protein or counting your macros or doing hard workouts. Do you have so much to do that you're stressed out of your freaking mind and you just want to take a nap because life is overwhelming right now? Then set a timer, get your butt to work, and turn that procrastination into accomplishment. You got this. That will make it easy to lose the weight because you're going to be metabolizing all that cortisol and you'll be using it to your advantage. So if everything you've tried so far hasn't worked for you to lose the weight and keep it off, Good. I'm glad you're here because I'm going to teach you how to actually see results this time. First, we have to understand the science behind why you're not losing weight. Pro tip, your past is not your future. If you believe that it's hard to lose weight, you're going to keep looking for hard ways of losing weight. But if you believe with 100% certainty that it's possible to lose weight the easy way, then you'll actually take a new action to get a new result. I cannot emphasize this enough. It is so freaking easy to lose weight. You've got to stop listening to people that say you got to do a more and more extreme diet. You just need your hormones balanced, get rid of that inflammation, fix the root cause, and it will be easy to take that weight off again. So don't get in your own head about I should lose weight by this date, or of course it's hard because of this legitimate reasons. I don't want to hear any of that. You are already strong. You're super freaking smart. You just have to understand what is going on in order to fix it. Phase 2, easy weight loss science explained. I want to tell you about Karen. Karen was 53 years old and already completely in menopause. She had been to 3 different doctors in the past 2 years to try to find out why she was still gaining weight even though she was barely eating. One doctor told her it's totally normal for women her age to start gaining weight. One got her blood work to get her hormones tested and they all came back as normal, so he said, nothing's wrong with you. One put her on weight loss meds that hurt her stomach so much that the only reason she lost any weight is because she was feeling nauseous all the time. She came to me feeling completely dismissed. Her exact words were, every doctor I've seen has basically told me it's my fault. Like, I'm not trying hard enough. Karen wasn't eating too much food. She was eating too much protein. And because her cortisol levels were spiking and crashing, they were taking the average and was coming out as normal. But she didn't feel normal. And her gut microbiome was filled with inflammation in the form of cellular fire, which meant she was absorbing more calories than someone that had a healthy gut. And her sleep was terrible because of night sweats. So her cortisol was chronically elevated as it got later in the day, and then it would crash in the morning when she needed it most, which meant she woke up every single day tired. It didn't matter how much she slept. Everything was connected and none of it was her fault. When Karen understood the science behind what was going on with her body hormonally, she finally started losing weight. And it wasn't because she started tracking her calories. This had nothing to do with calories in versus calories out. That inflammation she was getting has no calories. She would gain 2 pounds overnight. You can't gain 2 pounds of body fat in one day. That would be 7,000 extra calories. That doesn't make sense. That was clearly water weight in the form of inflammation in the cellular fire in her gut. That inflammation has no calories, so she wasn't losing weight even in a calorie deficit. In just 1 year, Karen lost 65 pounds of body fat and inflammation. Her night sweats reduced significantly, and she was finally able to get high quality sleep to balance her hormones and get her cortisol under control. That's when her energy came back in the morning, and she stopped causing that inflammation in the gut when she cut out all those protein shakes and replaced them with natural whole food sources. And for the first time in years, she finally understood what was happening in her body and why what worked before wasn't working anymore. That's what this phase is going to teach you too. Your body is all connected, so trying to fix 50 different problems with 50 different solutions just makes all that hormonal stress worse. Instead of just trying to fix every little problem, all you need to do is focus on your one lead domino and it'll make everything else easier. Because when you fix that one thing, fat loss becomes a byproduct because it fixes the root cause issue. Most of your weight loss and weight gain is water weight in the form of inflammation. That means you will not be able to lose weight even in a calorie deficit if you have this inflammation, because that inflammation has no calories. But you've been told, just like every other intelligent woman, that it's just calories in versus calories out. But it takes all of 30 seconds to prove that is not true. If you were to drink one 16-ounce bottle of water, that weighs 1 pound. Now you get on the scale, and now you weigh 1 pound more. That water you just drank has 0 calories, but it still makes you weigh more. It is just so insane to me that this lie has been perpetuated for so long, because it makes you feel like crap when you're doing everything right, but you don't see the results on the scale. So even if you've tried other weight loss programs, don't blame yourself, because the truth is, not all calories are created equal. Every single woman has a completely unique gut microbiome, and your reaction to food is different than every other woman that has ever existed. I actually had a client that was vegetarian, and every single time she would eat celery, she would gain 2 pounds. Celery! Like, this food is literally negative in calories and is the most anti-inflammatory food on the planet. But for her specific gut microbiome, it would make her gain weight. Why? Because it requires more than 5 calories to chew your food and swallow it. Do you know how many calories are in celery? 5. That means you literally will have no calories if you eat celery. But for her specific gut microbiome, it caused an inflammatory response. She got cellular fire from it. That means that she gained weight even if she didn't have too many calories. And you already know this is true because you could eat a pound of food and then get on the scale and weigh less. Have you ever just eaten a crap load of food and then the next day you're for sure thinking, all right, I'm gonna have gained a bunch of weight, but then you lose weight? It doesn't seem to make sense, right? Because most of your weight gain and weight loss is water weight in the form of this inflammation. That cellular fire is the vast majority of fluctuations. Your body is not a calculator. If you don't understand what is going on with your food and your gut microbiome, you are always going to be fighting a losing battle. So if you want to lose weight consistently, you have to understand the science behind weight loss and how to lose body fat and inflammation consistently. And pro tip, there are 3,500 calories in 1 pound of fat. If you gain 2 pounds, that is 7,000 calories. Have you ever gained 2 pounds overnight? Did you accidentally eat an extra 7,000 calories? Of course not. That was inflammation. That cellular fire is making you gain weight even in a calorie deficit. The reality is, once you've experienced hormonally stressful times, like perimenopause, menopause, postmenopause, or you just had a bunch of stress happen in your life, you cannot do what worked before because it will not work anymore when you have this inflammation and cellular fire. So it is not your fault. All you gotta do is get your hormones balanced naturally. Inflammation is your body's healing response. You need inflammation because otherwise you'd never heal from anything. It pulls the good stuff in and pushes the bad stuff out. The problem is when you have too much inflammation, you're walking around like a big old water balloon that's about to pop. All that increased pressure on your joints and your head, your neck, your back is causing a crap load of inflammatory and digestive issues. Specifically, it's causing cellular fire. Inflammation helps you heal. Cellular fire is why you can't lose weight. When a woman has too much inflammation in her gut, it turns into cellular fire. That means if you want to fix the cellular fire, you want to eat a lot more anti-inflammatory foods. And the vast majority of these anti-inflammatory foods for women specifically are actually whole fruits. And we cover that in the anti-obesity food section. And if you haven't had fruits in a while, that explains why it hasn't been working. So eat a lot more fruits. The fact is, foods that help you when your hormones were already balanced and stable are not the same foods that you need to eat now in order to lose that body fat. Because now, if your body has been chronically stuck in fight or flight, it never gets into rest and digest. Fight or flight is your body's emergency response. This is how you feel when you're too caffeinated or super stressed out. But if you get into rest and digest, that is when you have the ability to rest, get high quality sleep, and properly digest your food. If you are not properly digesting your food, that is what's causing all that inflammation and cellular fire. So I have to ask you, do you get bloated after eating? Because bloating is inflammation in the gut, and it is not normal. You should not be getting bloated. That means you should have a flat belly after eating. You shouldn't be looking like you're trying to smuggle some watermelons into the movie theater. So if you're getting bloated more than once a month, that is a telltale sign that you have this inflammation in the form of cellular fire. You'll typically see this get worse after the age of 35 because this is when women hit perimenopause, and then it gets worse in menopause and gets really bad in postmenopause. Because once your hormones are all out of whack, your cortisol's too high, you're stuck in fight or flight, and you are never getting into rest and digest. That's why everything you tried before doesn't work anymore. And if you don't take care of the cellular fire before it's too late, this is going to weaken your gut microbiome. And a weak gut microbiome leads to systemic inflammation. So you're not just big and bloated with inflammation in your gut, you get inflammation all over your body. So let me teach you how to fix it and flatten that belly. The tube between your mouth and the other end is 100% separate than the rest of our body. In fact, if you were to poke a hole through your stomach, it would leak out hydrochloric acid into the rest of your body. That acid is only 1 pH away from being battery acid. That means it would literally burn you from the inside out if it leaks out. And on top of that, the rest of your digestive tract is lined with trillions of microbes, like bacteria, viruses, and crap that would literally kill us. When we feed our digestive tract, it will eat it, and then it will release all of the good stuff into our bloodstream and nothing else. When your gut is healthy, it will digest the food that you eat and only release all of the good stuff into our bloodstream. And how it does this is pretty cool. So this is what a healthy gut microbiome looks like. This is your digestive tube. So this is where the food would go. Then there is a layer called epithelial cells that is between you and your bloodstream. This layer is held together by something called tight junctions. That's all these little connectors in between. What those connectors do, these tight junctions, is they hold your epithelial cells together just big enough to only let through macronutrients and micronutrients. So macro meaning big nutrients, and then micronutrients meaning we need a small amount, like vitamins and minerals, things like that. So only the good stuff can seep through if you keep that perfect spacing. But if you have cellular fire, all of those tight junctions just burn up, and you end up getting something called leaky gut. So these open up way too big, all that bacteria, toxins, all those super tiny poop particles actually starts leaking into your bloodstream. And then everywhere they go causes an inflammatory response. So how do you know this is happening to you? Because you're getting bloated. You're getting a big fat bloated belly because you are just trying to heal from what you just ate. That is the cellular fire. And once your gut is leaking, you've got to fix it. You got to put out the cellular fire first, or it doesn't matter what you do. Like, you can literally eat nothing but vegetables and you'll still gain weight. Like, vegans and vegetarians know exactly what I'm talking about. What is going on? How can you eat like a rabbit and still gain weight? You're not breaking the laws of thermodynamics. You just have this cellular fire that you need to put out. Remember, inflammation is a good thing because it's your body's healing response. We want it to heal. What we don't want is all this cellular fire burning up your tight junctions and weakening your gut microbiome. So if you can put out the cellular fire, you fix the root cause and you can start to heal. So you actually do want some inflammation in order to heal. If you go full anti-inflammatory, you are actually going to cause more inflammation. It seems so backwards, but really what's going on is your body wants to reach something called homeostasis. This is true with every single system in our body. Like, if you were to take too many non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, that will actually cause inflammation because your body wants that perfect amount of inflammation. This is true with literally everything. Like, you could have Tums, which are like antacids. If you take too many antacids, your body will become too acidic in order to compensate. Remember, your body wants to be in a perfect range. We want some inflammation to heal, not too much that it causes problems. Not all systems go back to this homeostasis though. Sometimes you need help, like when you have that cellular fire. The key to putting out that fire is to eat the right carbs that have the right type of fiber in them. Because not all fiber is just for digestion and helping you poop. The primary fuel that fuels your gut microbiome and actually heals it is having the right fiber to get rid of this inflammation. It can protect that gut barrier. It helps you have full poops where everything comes out, so you don't have those hard little rabbit turds. It helps to regulate your estrogen. It improves your metabolism. It supports immune health. It influences your mood and brain health, makes you feel more full on fewer calories, and it lowers your average blood sugar levels, which is your A1C, while controlling insulin spikes. It's freaking awesome. Eat more fiber. The key here is that you want to have whole, unprocessed fiber. like the skin on apples or purple cabbage, because your body can digest it right away. And that's exactly what we want if you have a slow metabolism. You want to slow down digestion so your body doesn't have to work so hard to digest it. If it has to work really hard to digest it, you're getting that bloating, that inflammation, that cellular fire comes right back. We want to slow things down, give your body a chance, and let it digest things properly. So for now, we know the basics for what you should add in order to get rid of the inflammation, but it would actually be best if you just didn't cause the inflammation in the first place. When women have inflammation in the cellular fire in your gut, you will not be able to lose weight even in a calorie deficit because that inflammation has no calories. And the number one reason why women get that inflammation and cellular fire in the gut is you're eating way too much protein. So you probably noticed that when you were younger, you could do like a super hard workout and then slam a protein shake and you felt great. Now, when you do a super hard workout, you're just extremely hungry and then you slam the protein shake and now you're walking around uncomfortably large and bloated, like you're like that marshmallow man from Ghostbusters. But what's going on? Why is that happening? Basically, when you are a woman with hormonal stress, specifically having high cortisol, that is keeping you chronically in fight or flight. Fight or flight prevents rest and digest. And remember, if you are not properly digesting your food, your body will have an inflammatory response to heal from what you just ate. That means that if your body has a hard time breaking down your food, it's going to cause inflammation. And the number one food that is hardest for the body to break down is protein. It has the highest thermic effect of food. It actually requires the most calories to break down protein, which sounds great until you realize that that is only good if your metabolism is good. If you got a great metabolism, you should be slamming that protein like crazy, doing the hard workouts. Do what you did in your 20s. It'll work again. But why does it not work anymore? Because you are not hormonally the same. That means that if you are having too much protein, all that's going to happen is you're going to have more inflammation. So really what you have to focus on is just not making that inflammation worse. So how do you do that? The first thing you want to do is start cutting out all of that hyper-processed and hyper-palatable food that has a million different protein options in it. So protein is great if you have a great metabolism. But if your metabolism isn't great, then what's happening is not only are you having that really hard to digest food, you are also packaging it in hyper-processed, hyper-palatable foods that make you gain a lot of body fat and inflammation. So if you keep focusing on eating more protein, you're not going to lose weight because protein is needed for an anabolic state. So to get bigger. If you're a woman that wants to get smaller and stronger, you want to be in a catabolic state. That means your body is eating all that fat for energy. That's what I want you to do. I want you to eat up all that fat. So you're not, like a skinny marshmallow now, looking all sexy or, I don't know, some sexy marshmallow. Whoever the editor put up a sexy marshmallow. That's what you're going to look like. Not like that marshmallow guy from Ghostbusters. So, all right, focus, Abram. So the fact is your current actions have led to your current results. If you want a new result, you've got to do a new action. If high protein worked for you, just do that. But you're in this course. It clearly has not worked. Well, what's the definition of insanity? Like trying the same thing, expecting a different result? That means that if every single diet you've ever followed, they always said, you gotta eat more protein, and then you ate more protein, and now you're still huge, what's going on? It's just because you're making it harder than it needs to be. So I'm not saying that you should eat a zero protein diet. Protein is needed. It's a macronutrient. I don't want you to cut anything out of your diet. You should have carbs, fat, and protein. But the fact is, if you are putting a focus on protein, it makes no sense at all because protein is already in everything we eat. You don't even have to worry about it. It'll naturally be in your diet. But if you are absolutely bent on following a bodybuilding advice while you're trying to get smaller and stronger and you still want to have a lot more protein for whatever reason, what I would say is that just make sure you stick to smaller quantities with each meal and then add it to the end of your meal. So you can have the same total volume of protein, just split it up into more meals and always have it at the end. And make sure the very first thing you eat is an anti-inflammatory food that will bind to that protein and really mitigate the damage basically. So it'll help you slow the absorption of that protein, slows the absorption of everything. So it gives your body a much better chance of digestion. That way you don't get bloating and indigestion and cellular fire, and you'll actually be able to lose weight again. And the number one food for this is actually whole fruits. So whole fruits are the number one food you want to eat for this anti-inflammatory effect. So always start your meal with whole fruits. But when it comes to muscle, it is extremely important. So I do not want you losing muscle. Muscle is so important for women. Like it is like the best thing ever. So I don't want you to lose your muscle. How do you build muscle? How do you actually build strength? There's actually only one way. There's literally only one way. And it is not eating more protein. What you need to do is something called progressive overload. This is where you stimulate the muscles to get stronger. It just means weight training. So basically push yourself in the gym, either do more reps, do the workout longer, do the workout harder, do the workout, just change the intensity somehow. All you have to do is just push yourself a little bit harder each time you go to the gym. But what I'm not saying is that you have to do these crazy hard workouts and slam protein shakes. You should not be drinking your calories anyway if you're trying to lose weight. The fact is that if you have a crappy metabolism, then that protein is likely making things worse. And you already know this is you because you get bloated after having it. That bloating is not normal, which is my pro tip. If you are getting bloated more than once a month, that is a dead sign that you have this inflammation, this cellular fire in your gut. And that inflammation has no calories, and it's why it's been hard for you to lose weight. You should not be getting bloated. That is not normal. That is literally inflammation in your gut. So if you want to get rid of it, then add a lot more whole fruits, specifically to the beginning of your diet. And remember, the goal is to focus on getting smaller and stronger. It's called mechanical tension is the actual term for it, for this progressive overload. That means each time you go to the gym, push yourself a little bit harder, but most importantly, I don't want you to mess up your metabolism. So each time you go work out, make sure you leave the gym with more energy than when you started, and you'll know you're doing it right. And don't worry about stuffing protein into everything. Just make sure you're getting that strength training in at least twice a week as you get smaller and stronger. So how exactly does fiber control hunger? Let me explain to you what short-chain fatty acids are, because these things are so freaking cool. In the colon, you have bifidobacteria and lactobacillus. These are also known as good gut bacteria. These are probiotics. Remember, this is the healthy stuff that you're planting in your garden to strengthen your gut microbiome. Like imagine you have your soil and you want to make it immune to corrosion. Like you don't want it to get washed away in a storm. What do? You plant a bunch of plants in there that have a root system and can hold it solid. Probiotics are that root system. That's like planting the seeds and the plants that help you hold everything together. So if you have gut issues, it's really important to add more probiotic foods because probiotics help prebiotics by fermenting them into what we need to heal the gut. This fermentation process of this dietary fiber produces short-chain fatty acids: butyrate, propionate, and acetate. Propionate is what travels to the liver and regulates glucose production. It improves insulin sensitivity and helps control appetite hormones. That means that propionate stops you from being so freaking hungry on a diet because these stimulate the production of GLP-1 and PYY. GLP-1 slows stomach emptying and improves your insulin sensitivity, and PYY shuts down the hunger signals being sent to your brain. That means you're storing less body fat, you're feeling more full on fewer calories, and it's helping you so you don't crave garbage while you're on the diet. And if you've ever been on a health kick, you already know exactly what I'm talking about. When I was eating organic raspberries for the first time when I was trying to lose weight, I was like, wow, these raspberries are good. But after eating them for a week as like my dessert, quote unquote, they just became so freaking delicious. Like my mouth was watering just thinking about eating these raspberries. Why does that happen? This is true with every single food. When you eat more of it, your body will crave eating more of it. And you already know this is true if you've ever eaten French fries. Like once you start eating French fries, it makes you crave eating more French fries. If you can strategically add in the right foods into your diet, you will start to physically crave eating more of them. But the opposite is also true. So we never want to add more garbage because it'll make you crave garbage. Instead, you want to add more foods that have these carbs because that way it'll physically change your cravings and make losing weight a whole lot easier. And you can get over 1 billion of these bad boys by just adding a little bit to your food. And remember, all of this is in your workbook, which is free. Have you downloaded it yet? Go download it. Like, this is already here. Anyway, these are the foods that you want to eat. Kimchi, miso broth, and tempeh. Carbs will help you balance your hormones and lower your cholesterol naturally. Dietary fiber will actually bind to the things that we don't want more of, including cholesterol. Once it binds to it, it will pull it out the other end and you'll poop it out. This is important not to have too much cholesterol, not only for your heart health, but because cholesterol is not just a lipid floating around in your blood. It is the raw material used to make all steroid hormones: testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, and cortisol. So if you want to keep your hormones in check, it's important to keep your cholesterol under control, not only for your heart health, but because this will prevent estrogen dominance. This will help you reduce PMS and improve symptoms if you are suffering from PCOS. On top of that, by eating more of this dietary fiber and having it bound to your food, it is going to slow the absorption of sugar and fat. That means that your body is going to release less insulin at once. No more yo-yo, no more hungry. Sounds like a caveman. No more yo-yo, no more hungry, unga bunga. All right. And you're not hungry because that sugar is going to be stored in your muscle and that fat is going to be pulled out the other end. That way, you don't have insulin resistance and you're not getting more of that toxic visceral fat. What I'm saying is that prebiotic and probiotic fiber is so freaking cool. And the best place to get the vast majority of this dietary fiber you need are in anti-obesity foods. I'm gonna cover that next. Pro tip, I never want you to go on a no protein diet or to stop working out. What I'm saying is that you should leave every exercise with more energy than when you started, and just don't put a focus on protein. It's already in everything. I want to make sure that you're getting smaller and stronger. And the easiest way to do that is just to eat a lot more of these prebiotic and probiotic carbohydrates. And they're in a ton of natural foods, and we'll cover that next. You don't have to worry about calories at all if you eat anti-obesity foods. These foods help to naturally reset your gut microbiome. They lower your A1C, which is your average blood sugar levels. They physically change your cravings so you don't want all that processed crap anymore. And they even help you melt that toxic visceral fat faster than any other food on the planet, according to our data. You don't need to eliminate foods to lose weight. You just need to stuff your face with anti-obesity foods, because the more you eat, the more body fat you lose. Just make sure these are the very first thing you eat. What are anti-obesity foods and why are they so important? So you probably noticed that you will primarily gain weight in your midsection. Like, your belly is the very first place you gain weight, but it's the last place you lose weight. Oftentimes, this is because your body is holding on to something called toxic visceral fat. This is fat that wraps around your liver and your pancreas. It makes your belly jut out. Not only does it make your belly bigger, your liver is what controls your blood sugar and your pancreas is what controls your insulin. That means you have higher blood sugar and higher insulin, which makes you gain weight really easy. But there's good news, because according to our data, anti-obesity foods are by far the most effective strategy to rip this toxic visceral fat off your organs, flatten that belly, and make losing body fat easy, because it'll reset your gut microbiome. That means no more inflammation. Plus, these foods are physically impossible to overeat. I'm literally saying the more of these you eat as a replacement of part of your diet, the more body fat you lose. You can see how easy this can be. And most of these foods, according to our data, after working with thousands of women since 2008, are actually whole fruits. And you probably already know this is true intuitively, because you have never met someone in your life that became morbidly obese because they ate too many apples. Like, can you imagine like that show, My 600-Pound Life, and that doctor guy sitting in there, you know what? I just really can't lose weight. I've been eating too many apples. That's not true. That's what would happen. Nobody's getting fat eating fruits. You don't get fat. Nobody gets fat. You have to eat the right whole fruits, though. Obviously, you have to eat the ones that have anti-obesity effects. Because the ones with anti-obesity effects are physically impossible to overeat. Like, even if you tried, Like if you really tried your best to become obese from eating apples, you could literally eat nothing but apples. Stuff your face from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. If you did that every single day for a week, you wouldn't be able to keep weight on. It would just be falling off your body. It's just that so many women are so worried about carbs, but natural carbs are not the same as processed carbs. Processed carbs, bad. Natural carbs, good. Eat a lot more natural carbs because these are going to feed your gut microbiome, balance your hormones, lower your cholesterol, make you feel more full on fewer calories, and the more you eat, the more inflammation and belly fat you get rid of. So let's dive in to the different anti-obesity foods you could eat to see those results. As of making this course, there are literally thousands of foods that have been shown in research to have these anti-obesity effects. But which foods will work for you specifically, you don't know until you test it. Your gut microbiome is 100% new every 3 days. Your gut microbiome is different than anyone else. You have got to test and find out what works for you. We'll go over this in the data-driven decision at the end of the course, but just keep in mind, you have got to test and find out what works, and then once you do, stuff your face, lose the weight. So what I'm saying is that if you're looking for this comprehensive list that has every anti-obesity food that's ever existed, that just simply is not the case. I have already identified at least over 100,000 of them. At least, minimum. And I have been running a health and life coaching program for women specifically to help them lose weight the easy way for over a decade. And I have never seen two women with the same solution. So if you have professional help, that'd be the easiest way to do it. Or if you have my digital mind called ABRAM AI, you could just shortcut the process, just scan this QR code to go to that. Or once again, it's in your workbook and you can find more information there. Download the workbook. But if you don't have ABRAM AI or professional help, I still want you to be able to test this out on your own and find out what works for you. So let's dive into the top 4 anti-obesity foods for women that I've seen. Number 4 is potatoes. And this one was super surprising for me. But the more I looked into the research and looked for why this could be the case, the more it made sense why these superfoods are so freaking effective for women specifically. Potatoes have been unfairly labeled as fattening for years. But if you look at the research, you see the exact opposite is true. The real key here is how you prepare them matters. Because there are ways you can prepare them for weight loss or ways that you can eat them to gain weight. If you want to eat them to lose weight, here's why potatoes can be your secret weapon. They shut down hunger. Potatoes are literally one of the most satiating foods on the planet. That means when they make you feel full, they keep you feeling full for hours and hours and hours. Because these are packed with water, dietary fiber, and resistant starch, as long as you prepare them the right way. And I love these because you'll naturally stop snacking. So if you're a big snacker, potatoes can be a game changer. Another reason why potatoes work is if you make them the right way, you can eat a lot of them. When you either bake or boil potatoes, you are going to have an extremely low calorie, high volume food for what you're eating, as long as you're not like cooking it in butter or deep frying it. And it doesn't matter which potato you have. You could have a white potato or a sweet potato. Just make sure you eat the skin on it in order to get these benefits. It's best for women to add a pink Himalayan salt. This salt is the best salt for women. It has the most trace elements. It's even better than Celtic sea salt for women specifically, and that helps it become a superfood. And my clients see even more success when they add a 0-calorie hot sauce that contains apple cider vinegar, like Cellular. Just check the label on a hot sauce. It'll be 0 calories. It'll say apple cider vinegar right in the ingredients. A ton of them have it. I just personally love Cellular. I'm not sponsored by them or anything. I just eat it all the time. What's really cool about having the hot sauce and apple cider vinegar on top of having the salt on the potato, not only is it freaking delicious, it helps to curb that blood sugar response than you would have if you just had like French fries or something. So I'm a big fan of adding salt to your potatoes. Then the last reason potatoes are great is because you can supercharge the resistant starch inside of them. This is a massive pro tip. Anytime you bake or boil your potatoes, simply cook them so they're all the way cooked, put them in the fridge, let them cool off, or let them cool on the counter and then put them in the fridge, let them cool off completely, and then just boil or cook them again. That's all you gotta do. It tastes basically the same, but it has way more of that magic resistant starch. Because this starch will feed your good gut bacteria. It improves your insulin sensitivity so you release less insulin, and it helps to keep that blood sugar a lot more stable. And remember, if you have perfect insulin, that means that you are also gonna be melting that toxic visceral fat off of your liver and your pancreas. So cook them fully, let them cool off, and then cook them again before you eat them to get the maximum amount of benefits. Then the last reason why potatoes are freaking awesome for helping women lose weight is because they are packed with metabolism boosting nutrients. That means potatoes aren't just empty carbs. They have all of these. But you only get all of these nutrients and benefits and create those anti-obesity effects if you cook them the right way. You cannot cook them and then put some olive oil on it or something. You're gonna ruin the benefits. You get the benefits of losing body fat if you're not caking it in liquid calories. Like, I don't care if it's extra virgin olive oil or if it's ketchup. Like, that's not gonna help you lose weight. Stick to the 0-calorie hot sauces or 0-calorie seasoning if you're gonna be going that route. My personal favorite way of cooking this is just to make potato wedges. It's super easy. You literally just chop it up and then you bake it, you let it cool off, and then you cool it again. You eat some potato wedges with each one of your meals. It's delicious, it's as good as it sounds, and it helps you lose weight. Nutrient-dense foods often have anti-obesity effects for women because by definition, nutrient-dense foods are relatively high in nutrients, but low in calories, which is like the best food you can eat if you're trying to lose weight. Not only that, this also helps you prevent losing your hair when you're losing weight. And this is extremely important for women. You know, as you get older, natural hormonal changes. Most women, you'll have your hair thinning as you get older. And if you start losing weight and you start stressing out about your diet or whatever it might be, that can make your hair fall out faster because you're stressing out about it. If that's the case, I highly recommend adding more nutrient-dense foods to your diet in order to prevent that hair loss. So you're not gonna regrow the hair, but you don't wanna keep losing hair. You know, like some women just have that hair coming out in clumps. I don't want you clumps of hair coming out. So add some nutrient-dense foods. Not only do they help you lose weight, they can help you keep your hair too. So here's the foods that are nutrient-dense that I've seen work best for women, not only to lose weight, but to keep those nutrients in your body you need to have a healthy scalp and melt body fat. Pasture-raised eggs are one of the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. They are packed with high-quality complete protein, choline, B vitamins, vitamin D, selenium, and 2 to 3 times more omega-3 fatty acids that you need to get rid of inflammation. That means that these chickens that live a healthier life produce much healthier eggs by a lot. Eggs that say conventional, caged, cage-free, brown eggs, and free range are all basically the same, and it's just marketing. All of these mean nothing. Your eggs literally need to say pasture raised right on the box in order to get these benefits. And because these eggs contain more complete proteins with the amino acids you need, they actually do a better job of preserving muscle than incomplete proteins. So if you want to keep your mobility and you're doing strength training, these eggs are great. You typically know that you're losing the muscle when everyday activities start feeling abnormally hard. Like if you keep going up and down the stairs, but every single time you go up and down the stairs, you can feel your legs getting tired, that's not normal. That could be a sign that you're either overtraining or you're actually losing muscle. And if you are currently going through perimenopause or menopause, these eggs can be especially important because these eggs have been shown to help with appetite regulation during these hormonally stressful times. And they are so freaking easy to put in your diet too. All you gotta do is hard boil these bad boys and then put some pink Himalayan salt on it. That's it. It's the easiest, most delicious, nutrient-dense food when you need a snack on a diet. Wild-caught salmon is one of the most anti-inflammatory foods for women on the planet. It actually has 50 to 100 times more usable omega-3 fatty acids that fight inflammation than pasture-raised eggs. And pasture-raised eggs are already freaking awesome. They just don't have the same levels of choline, vitamin A, and vitamin E that pasture-raised eggs have. So they have different benefits. It's basically like you're supercharging the anti-inflammatory effects with wild-caught salmon. Not only that, these also help to improve your insulin sensitivity and even support your overall hormonal health. What I'm saying is that when you have this wild-caught salmon, you can directly fight that cellular fire that's going on in your body. This can really help supercharge the anti-inflammatory effects that you're going for. The healthiest ones are farm-raised and wild-caught. Remember how I was saying that the chickens that are raised healthier on a healthier diet will produce a healthier product for us? The same is true with salmon. Like the salmon that is farm-raised, they give it the good stuff in the farm typically. So the gold standard is wild-caught, because wild-caught eat the best diet naturally. Like, yes, you would try to supercharge the diet. It's like feeding your dog dog food versus like feeding your dog like what a dog would normally eat. The dog is going to get a much more diverse diet not eating dog food, but the dog food has like a multivitamin in it. That's like farm raised. The farm raised has like the multivitamin in it, but it's not as good. Just like the chickens. The chickens are good, but they're even better if they're outside eating bugs and whatever chickens eat. Like, they will naturally have a more diverse gut microbiome, and they'll produce healthier eggs, just like these salmon that are healthier are better for us as well. So look for wild-caught Pacific salmon. You could do sockeye, coho, or king. And from Alaska specifically is the gold standard. And if you can't get this in the frozen section, opt for the canned versions. These things are also freaking delicious. They're really good for you. The only downside is sometimes they'll put oil in it, so they will increase the calories artificially. So you'd have to eat less of it compared to just getting the frozen ones. But in a pinch, this is a really good snack, like if you're traveling. Shrimp is one of the best anti-obesity foods for women that basically nobody talks about. They are extremely low in calories, but they still have omega-3 fatty acids, which help get rid of inflammation. They have the complete proteins that help you preserve muscle, and they're actually lower in calories than skinless chicken or turkey. Not to mention, shrimp give you all of these that help support your thyroid. Your thyroid controls your metabolism. That means that shrimp helps get rid of inflammation, they're low in calories, they're good for your metabolism, and they are freaking delicious. So if you're someone that needs to fix your metabolism, eat more shrimp. My favorite way of doing this is just to get that shrimp that comes in like that circular container with a cocktail sauce in the middle. All you have to do is just not eat that cocktail sauce. If you have that shrimp, just thaw it out and then eat a shrimp, take a bite of your food, eat a shrimp, take a bite of your food. It's the easiest way to lose weight. You can eat a whole freaking thing of that and you're gonna be stuffed to the gills. Pun intended. Most carbs will spike your blood sugar, which leads to a spike in insulin and your blood sugar crashing. But there's actually a nutrient-dense, high-fiber carb that is also a complete protein, and it's called quinoa. Quinoa is very different than other carbs in the fact that it has both soluble and insoluble fiber, which helps slow the absorption of sugar, and it also has complete protein that makes you feel more full on fewer calories because it's actually slow digesting. Then it has magnesium, iron, and antioxidants all in one, making it an absolute superfood. This is one of the best carbs you could have to keep your blood sugar nice and steady. I really like this one for if you're gonna have it right before fasting for this reason, because this is nothing like white bread or pasta or any of those other carbs that will make you get fat. Quinoa is totally different. It's really hard to overeat because a lot of women will get super full super fast. And to get those anti-obesity benefits, all you need to do is cook some quinoa, and then you're gonna sprinkle a little bit on top of your meal. Just make sure you drink plenty of water because this dietary fiber is going to link to your food. So imagine you're like sprinkling a little bit of quinoa on your food in order to help pull that food out the other end before it can be absorbed as body fat. More importantly, it's just gonna make you feel a lot more full, a lot longer, so it's easier to stay in a calorie deficit, but more importantly, you don't feel hungry while you're on a diet. Everybody knows that vegetables are freaking awesome for helping women lose weight. All of the obesity research is crystal clear on this. If you eat more vegetables, it's much easier to lose more weight because they're super high in the prebiotic fiber. Remember, that is what is the soil inside of your gut microbiome. Basically, this helps to support every other system in your body. And they naturally contain water, antioxidants, and all the nutrients you need to feel really freaking good while you're losing weight. But really the best part is they essentially have no calories. Nobody could eat an entire plate of vegetables and become obese. The key here is to pick the right vegetables. I really like picking the ones that have a higher water content. So you don't want to eat processed vegetables or like corn or something. You want to eat ones that look the way they do in nature and are absolutely loaded with water. And the best way to make sure these veggies are packed with water is either to get canned, fresh, steamed, or frozen. All of these will naturally get more water into the vegetable and supercharge its effectiveness. Just make sure you aren't putting a bunch of sauces on it. That completely ruins the point. You want to use this to add more volume to what you're already eating. And do not eat vegetables thinking like, all right, I'm gonna get super healthy by eating more vegetables. You wanna eat vegetables that are loaded with water because those will help you lose the body fat. You lose the body fat, you lose the inflammation, you lose the insulin resistance, you balance your hormones, and everything gets a lot better. So use vegetables to lose weight, not just to get your nutrients in, although they are nutrient dense. A really good example of using this just to get a lot more volume in is one of my clients actually would eat a whole head of lettuce with her dinner. And her dinner was literally her kids' dino chicken nuggets. Like, imagine eating a whole head of lettuce, but your real meal is just dino nuggets. She'd take a dino nugget, wrap it with a whole bunch of lettuce, and then eat it. You know, it was just like, it was basically like tripling the volume of her meal by simply lettuce wrapping every bite. It's as easy as it sounds. You eat something that is already freaking delicious and you lettuce wrap it. But the key is to lettuce wrap it like crazy. I really like iceberg lettuce for this. Or if you don't want to lettuce wrap everything, just get a bag of stir-fry vegetables that don't have corn. Literally every single option you could pick that is a stir-fry option will naturally be the ones that are loaded with water. Because if they weren't, they would burn in a pan. So get any of the vegetables that say stir-fry on it and don't have corn. And then add a whole bag of that to your meal and you're gonna make losing weight a whole lot easier. Probiotic foods are a great way to lose weight and fix any gut issues you have at the same time. These are fermented vegetables. Specifically, what you want to get is probiotic kimchi or probiotic sauerkraut, because the fermentation process of the probiotic kimchi and sauerkraut create billions of probiotics. And these go directly into your gut and start healing your gut microbiome at the source. So the vegetables that you eat will be prebiotics. The probiotics happen with the fermentation process. Kimchi and sauerkraut, the probiotic versions, have both prebiotic and probiotic combined. And when you create this healthier gut microbiome, you get a crap load of benefits. Your hunger goes away. Your cravings for processed crap disappear. How much energy you absorb from your meal changes. I'm literally saying you will absorb fewer calories with a healthy gut microbiome than an unhealthy one. On top of that, your blood sugar, as in your average A1C, starts to become more normal. Your inflammation goes way down, and it actually gets physically harder for your body to store fat calories as body fat. All because these are packed with all of that good gut bacteria we want. So if you can eat these foods and fix your gut, it makes losing weight a whole lot easier. Probiotic kimchi is a fermented dish, and it's thousands of years old. It has cabbage, radish, ginger, garlic, and spices. There's a metric crap load of research on this too. It is by far my personal favorite food because it helps to shrink your belly specifically and get rid of insulin resistance. I'm getting so freaking excited. All right, so the key is to get the right version of it. Not all kimchi is created equal. And you want to make sure that you're adding it to every single meal in order to get the benefits. Why? Because your gut microbiome will reset faster the higher the frequency of your food. That means if you have kimchi with one meal, it will start to reset. But if you have it with 2 meals, it'll reset twice as fast. If you have it with 3 meals, it's 3 times faster. Just make sure you get one where it says right on the label, either probiotic, unpasteurized, raw, or containing live cultures, because these all mean the same things. It means they have the probiotics that we need, all those microbes, the good gut bacteria that gives you all the benefits. And you will find this in the refrigerated section because all of that stuff is still alive. in order to keep it alive, they want to keep it in the refrigerated section. So think about like yogurt. Like you keep the yogurt in the refrigerated section because it has live cultures. If you leave it out, it's not going to be good anymore. Same thing with kimchi, sauerkraut. You want to get one that is not in one of those glass jars. Glass jars will be vacuum sealed. It won't say probiotic on it. You're not going to get the same benefits. Because it's fermenting, it's basically bubbling up. So you will get it in one of either a bag or a plastic jar or something like that. Because this fermentation process creates a lot of live cultures and good bacteria and lactic acid bacteria. Now, it's not lactic acid like, when you work out, you get really sore, you get built up a bunch of lactic acid. That's lactic acid. What this has is lactic acid bacteria, as in this is what's going to break that down so you're not as sore. It's like if you have lactose intolerance, you'll take a lactase enzyme. So lactase is not the same as lactose. Lactase helps you break down lactose. Having lactic acid bacteria will help you break down the lactic acid even faster. On top of that, this bacteria helps to improve your insulin sensitivity. It starts to pull inflammation and cellular fire out of your gut and start to shift the rest of the bacteria inside of your gut from the ones that have been linked to obesity to the ones that help you get skinny. How freaking cool is that? That's because it makes those short chain fatty acids we talked about, or it has them already containing it, the acetate and butyrate. These help fix a broken metabolism, they control your appetite, they help control your blood sugar, and after clearing out the inflammation, they actually strengthen your gut microbiome so the inflammation doesn't come back. And if that wasn't cool enough, it also helps you have full poops. How cool! Oh, I freaking love kimchi. All right, so basically what's going on is either if you have diarrhea or constipation, I've even seen this with SIBO, which is small intestinal bacterial overgrowth. So what happens is if you have diarrhea, you just take an extremely small amount of it, just a little bit, tiny bit. Not so much that it can even cause a reaction, basically like a sliver, like you can't even taste it. But it will still reproduce and repopulate in your gut, and that like maybe thousands will turn into millions by the end of the day. So even a small amount when you have diarrhea can make a big difference. But if you have constipation, you just go nuts with it. Like you just take a jar of kimchi and you just eat like an entire one with your meal. This stuff is freaking delicious. And the first time that I had kimchi, I want to just first warn you that if it smells really strong, it is probably going to be more effective for you. So the very first time I learned about kimchi, I was like, oh my gosh, the research on this is insane. It improves mood, helps you lose weight, helps you poop. This sounds like freaking awesome. So I bought kimchi and I opened the jar and I was like, oh my gosh, whoo, like it's fermenting, and it smelled like it was fermenting. I was like, how does anyone even do this? Like it burned in my eyes. I'm like, I don't even know if I can do this. But this is coming from someone that doesn't even like the smell of beer. So it's like, I don't like the fermentation process in general. So it already smells very, very strong to me. So I'm like, I don't think I could do it. So what I did is I took the kimchi and I like broke off a tiny little piece and I would hide it in my food. Like a kid where you're just hiding your food so you can't taste it. You still get the benefits. Even if you can't taste it, you start getting benefits with your meal. Now, like literally, I went from that. The first day of having it, by the end of the week, I was eating an entire jar of kimchi with my meals, and it was freaking delicious. Why? Because it helped to rapidly reset my gut microbiome, get rid of inflammation, and heal it from the inside out. Or if you don't like kimchi, you can opt for a probiotic sauerkraut, because this is also a fermented cabbage and it works in the same way. It's packed with that lactic acid bacteria to support the diversity inside of your gut microbiome. Just to make sure you go to the refrigerated section and it says probiotic or raw or active live cultures right on the bottle, just like kimchi. I specifically like sauerkraut over kimchi if you deal with bloating a lot. I've seen this work really well, and I don't know why. I'm just speaking from working with over 6,000 clients since 2008. Like, this is just like not in the book or the whatever. I'm just telling you right now, if you suffer from bloating a lot, I've seen the sauerkraut specifically to seem to be a lot more effective, especially if you're someone that eats meat. If you're vegan, vegetarian, the kimchi is my personal favorite. I'm not vegan or vegetarian, I eat meat. But the ones that are just eating a regular diet suffer from bloating a lot. The sauerkraut seems to be more effective for whatever reason. So add either kimchi or sauerkraut with every single meal and you can get these benefits. And which one should you get? It's in the workbook. Have you not gotten the workbook? Just please get the workbook. It's free. Use this QR code or go to this website. It's in a link somewhere. Go get the workbook. And the number one best anti-obesity food for women is without question whole fruits. There is not a food on the planet that is more effective at helping women rip off that toxic visceral fat, reverse insulin resistance, and melt body fat in a way that is so freaking easy you can keep the weight off for the rest of your life than whole fruits. You have got to be eating these whole fruits every single day. So what really trips a lot of women up is they just don't understand what the definition of a whole fruit is. When you think whole fruits, you just think grapes, which are whole fruits, and grapes might work for you. But there's also things like tomatoes, cucumber, zucchini, literally any pepper, even eggplant are all technically whole fruits. They're not vegetables. Those are fruits. And I know they don't feel like fruits, but they give the exact same benefits that you get if you were to eat the grapes or the apples or the pears or the plums or berries, anything where you're eating the whole thing and it looks the way it does in nature. That's really what matters. So the definition of a whole fruit that can have anti-obesity benefits is it looks the way it does in nature, the seeds grow on the inside, and you eat the skin, the peel, or the rind, whatever's on the outside. You don't have to eat the seeds. What matters is that the seeds grow on the inside. So there are like 300,000 of them. So that means things like watermelon or pineapple wouldn't work here. Or like, please don't try. Don't try to eat a whole watermelon with a rind. Don't try to eat a pineapple and eat that spiky skin. Like, you might be able to technically eat a pineapple with the skin, but you might win that battle with the meal, but you are going to lose that war in the bathroom later. So please don't add the pineapple. It's not going to help you lose weight. And the reason why you want to eat whole fruits specifically is because they have all three that we're looking for. They have soluble fiber, insoluble fiber, and water, but in the perfect ratio. And just for context, because I really want to hammer this home. So I have been a professional nutritionist since 2008, and I've had thousands of clients, many of which have lost over 100 pounds of body fat. But I have them follow an individualized approach called my data-driven decision approach. This is where they look at their data for their solution. That means every single client I have ever had has had a unique solution. But when I'm looking at the data for all of my clients that have lost over 100 pounds of body fat, every single client since 2008 has incorporated whole fruits with every single meal. And that was not because I started out as like the fruit guy and I was saying we should do whole fruits. I didn't figure this out. I just found this out in hindsight. I just want you to do what works. And what works is eating more whole fruits. The thing is that I don't care that you have one specific diet or that you're going to sit on your high horse and say, I'm not going to eat any processed stuff, or I'm going to be medication free, or I don't care about any of that. I just care that you lose the weight in a way that is so easy, you can keep the weight off for the rest of your life. And that means that I have to find that solution for my clients. If every single client that I've had that's lost over 100 pounds of body fat independently came to the conclusion that whole fruits help them lose weight, there's a difference between correlation and causation. I cannot say there's a 100% correlation for over a decade that every single client loses more weight with whole fruits. So hopefully I've hammered this home. Eat more whole fruits. And you might be wondering, but Abram, what about the sugar? And that's a great question. So if you are pre-diabetic or you want to worry about your blood sugar levels, obviously there is different whole fruits that have different sugar levels. But do you know the number one way for a woman to reverse pre-diabetes and diabetes? It is not to eat a low-carb diet. The number one way for a woman to reverse insulin resistance is to lose the body fat. You lose the body fat, you permanently lower your insulin. If you can permanently lower your insulin, the toxic visceral fat just melts off. Once that visceral fat is gone, your insulin problem is gone. Not only do you lose the weight, you're able to keep it off forever. That means even though you're eating more fruits, you will lose more body fat. When you lose the body fat, you permanently improve your blood sugar and insulin levels. And remember, your gut microbiome is unique to you. I actually had one of the meetups with my clients, and we had a fruit tray. And two of my clients are diabetic. I mean, a bunch of my clients are diabetic. That's why they're seeing me, so they can reverse pre-diabetes and lose their diabetes and lose the body fat. But they had their blood sugar testers. So I had them test their blood sugar before eating the same fruit and then test again 2 hours later. These two women were both diabetic. They ate the exact same fruit. One had her blood sugar drop to 50. Her blood sugar actually dropped after eating it. Then I had another woman whose blood sugar went above 300. How does that happen? It's because women have different reactions to different fruits. The only way to know how the fruit will affect your blood sugar is for you to test it. You have to find the one that works for you. Like if you're diabetic, maybe it's berries, maybe it's cucumbers. Who knows? You gotta test and you gotta find out. And if you wanna make that testing easier, you can just use my digital mind called ABRAM AI, and it will just do that work for you. You can scan this QR code or learn more here, or once again, you can learn about it in my workbook. But if you don't have access to my digital mind yet, then I still want to set you up for success, even if you don't pick it up. So I'm going to go over some of the most effective whole fruits I've seen since I've been coaching women. Number 5 is tomatoes. So either cherry tomatoes or those big beefsteak tomatoes. This works really well because they're very high in lycopene, vitamin C, potassium, and antioxidants. Antioxidants are what's going to help pull that inflammation out of your body. Remember, if you can pull that inflammation out, you flatten your belly. Plus, tomatoes are super high in water. Remember, we don't just want your garden inside your gut microbiome to have soil, we want water too. Tomato already has the perfect combination. So if you're doing salsa, you're just adding some tomato or whatever it might be. What you want to do is you just want to add this as a volume play. Personally, I like to take the big beefsteak tomato and just chop it up into like big old chunky slices. Then put some flaky sea salt and freshly cracked black pepper on it and just munch on it. Tomatoes basically taste like water. So it's like you're basically eating a snack that is hydrating you at the same time and tastes good. Number 4 is cucumbers. This one is super freaking common. So if you're doing cucumbers, either the English cucumbers, the French cucumbers seem to be the most effective, but really try any of the cucumbers, you'll have to test it. And we were talking about tomatoes being mostly water. Cucumbers are like basically all water. This is like a 0-calorie food. And this is so effective. In fact, I would recommend just eating an entire cucumber with every one of your meals, because why not? They taste like nothing, but it's gonna fill your stomach up like crazy. Like imagine you eat an entire cucumber, like with your meal. Like, you take a bite of your food, you take a couple cucumber slices, bite of your food, a couple cucumber slices. I could eat 1, 2, or 3 cucumbers in a sitting if I feel super hungry, but I'm gonna be beyond full after that. But more importantly, I will feel full while still eating the food I wanna eat. You just add the cucumber on top of what you're eating. Number 3 is eggplant. These are high in fiber, they have polyphenols, and most importantly, they absorb flavor incredibly well. So if you were to add this, I like to chop it up very finely and then add it to like soups because it'll kind of sponge up. It kind of just tastes like whatever you're eating. It adds volume to whatever you're eating. Or you could just slice it up and then dip it in some like gluten-free soy sauce. I've seen that work really well. Or just literally dice it into cubes and add it to whatever you're eating. It tastes like nothing, but helps you melt body fat. 2 is peppers, zucchini, and squash. These all work the same way because they're super high in water, they have dietary fiber, they're nutrient dense, and they're really good for your metabolism. So if you want to get that metabolic kick, highly recommend adding more peppers. And it doesn't just have to be the super spicy peppers either. Although I like the spicier the pepper, it seems to be there's more benefit, but even if you go for a more mild one like a banana pepper, or you even go for some like bell peppers, those are great fruits to add to your diet. You can just chop them up and then eat those bell pepper slices as a snack. It's impossible to gain weight and they taste really good by themselves. Or if you're really brave, what I personally like doing is to get some jalapenos and then I'll eat the jalapeno and I will drink like a carbonated soda water with it. That way I'm physically filling the volume of my stomach, I'm hydrating myself, and I feel like I want to eat more and more because it's so spicy, but it tastes so good. And number 1 is berries. So this could be organic raspberries, wild pick blueberries, blackberries, any berry. As long as it's fresh, that seems to matter most. These are still the gold standard for what I've seen to be the most effective out of all the fruits that exist. Especially if you're a woman with Hashimoto's, hypothyroidism, PCOS, or you have intense sugar cravings, because berries specifically are the best food on the planet for changing your cravings from processed sugars to natural sugars. But these natural sugars melt body fat. Not to mention, they're also anti-inflammatory because they're packed with antioxidants. Just make sure you go fresh and not frozen. So fresh Korean strawberries could be a great snack, but if you did some frozen strawberries, you might end up more hungry than before you ate. And one more note about all of these anti-obesity foods in general is that you've got to chew them for them to be effective. I know this sounds silly, but if you are taking like blueberries and you're swallowing them like a duck, it doesn't work as well. You've got to be the one to actually process your food. So don't swallow them whole. I know that sounds funny, but you don't get the same benefits. That also means that if you have an apple, it's very different than applesauce. You can't blend your fruit and put it in a smoothie and expect to lose weight. You will definitely get fatter if you are drinking your calories. You should eat your calories. Eat the whole fruit the way it looks in nature. You eat the skin and the seeds grow on the inside. You don't have to eat the seeds, but the key is that you have to eat whole fruit, because these have that perfect ratio of the prebiotic fiber and water that give you the anti-obesity benefits, get rid of inflammation, get rid of that cellular fire, and help you lose weight, because the more you eat, the more body fat you lose. Pro tip, there are literally thousands of anti-obesity foods that work. The easiest way to find this is just to use my digital mind. You can go learn more about ABRAM AI and sign up if you feel like it's a good fit. If not, you're gonna test it on your own. So you can scan this QR code or just click the link to learn more. Or if you don't wanna go there, you'll never guess where else you can find it. Inside of your workbook. I put all of the stuff in the workbook step by step. Download the workbook. Use it, please. All right. Toxic visceral fat will wrap around your vital organs like your liver and your pancreas. This leads you to releasing way too much insulin. Insulin is your fat storage hormone, so that means that you're going to be gaining a lot of fat really easy if you have this toxic visceral fat. And this visceral fat is what's leading to that insulin resistance. And if you have insulin resistance, you are going to release even more insulin. And the number one way to get rid of that toxic visceral fat and reverse that insulin resistance is actually to eat a lot more of the anti-obesity foods that we talked about earlier. But if you already have this visceral fat and insulin, you can actually use this to your advantage if you are fasting in the right way. Because most of the time, women with insulin resistance have really weird hunger signals. Like you can go all day without eating, but once you start eating, you feel like you cannot stop. You can actually use that to your advantage and make losing weight a whole lot easier. Because if you are fasting the right way, your body has no choice but to eat that fat that is on your body. Did you know that you can have completely normal blood sugar but still have a serious insulin problem? So insulin is your body's fat storage hormone, and its job is to unlock your cells so that sugar can be used for energy. But when you have a metric crap load of insulin, basically your cells are just locking the door. And they don't want to let it in because there's too many trying to get in at once. The way I want you to think about it is like, imagine you have 100 people and they all want to get through the same door. So what does it do? It closes the door and it panics. It's like, I don't want to let anyone in. I don't want this much. So it blocks everyone out. When in reality, it's just supposed to let one person in. But what happens when your body releases more and more and more insulin? Eventually, those 100 people overpower that door and it all rushes in. You gain a lot of fat really easy. And that's what insulin resistance is. It's basically resisting the cell from allowing it to come in, when in reality, it just makes things worse because too much rushes in at once. But that's not it. It actually gets much worse. Your muscles will actually stop absorbing that sugar properly. And this is a problem because your muscles need sugar. That's how they have energy. It's called muscle glycogen. They literally have energy in the muscle and you burn it for energy, like if you want to exercise. But if you have insulin resistance, all that happens is that glucose is just hanging around, because you're insulin resistant. It's not getting into the cells properly. You're not insulin sensitive enough, as in the body isn't doing a good job of letting that sugar in. So what ends up happening is your muscles start getting like abnormally sore. Like you will like go up the stairs and you feel winded. Like what the heck? You go up the stairs all the time. Why are like everyday activities starting to feel harder? It's like your body's not getting the energy that you're eating. You eat more and more, you get bigger and fatter, but still your body does not have energy. It seems so backwards, right? It seems like we would have a ton of energy. We should have a ton of energy. Instead, we store so much energy and it's harder for our body to actually use that energy. That's why those everyday activities can feel so hard now. And your liver is supposed to release some sugar in order to help give you energy. But now when you have insulin resistance, it won't stop. It's like your liver is just yelling at your body. We don't need any more blood sugar. I don't want to release any more. Now that message just doesn't get through. It is just like my dating life. I'm shooting my shot. I'm sending all the messages, but it's just tons of rejection. Like nothing's getting through. I know the girls can see my message. I'm just being left on red though. Like, I can send 100 messages, maybe eventually they'll respond, but they still don't like me. Like, that's what's going on with your with your insulin resistance. Like, you keep shooting your shot, you keep trying to do it, you're trying to get it stored, but it doesn't matter how much you release, it's still not going to work because they're not sensitive to it. And since it has blocked that communication channel, your body doesn't know when to stop releasing blood sugar. So it just keeps releasing more and more and more. Because remember, it's trying to get that energy to where it should be. And your body's saying, hey, I still don't have energy. I need more and more blood sugar. But that's making things worse. That's why you can go to sleep with completely normal blood sugar, but then you wake up with high blood sugar, like you were eating candy in your sleep. What's going on? So your visceral fat on your liver is making you release more and more sugar as the day goes on. But you're not using your muscles anymore. So normally during the day, you would use your muscles. Some of that would be stored in your muscle, a little bit. But now you don't even have a little bit. You know, you're unconscious. You're just laying there. So what happens is the blood sugar just continues to increase and increase and increase and increase, which is making your insulin higher and higher, and you're gaining a lot more weight. Then all that belly fat starts acting like an inflammatory organ. So this is the part that nobody talks about. Visceral fat is actually hormonally active. How crazy is that? With insulin resistance, you're packing on fat on top of your vital organs, so they get inflamed. And they start releasing chemicals that make that insulin resistance even worse. That means if you have a big fat belly, it is making it easier to gain more fat, because all that visceral fat is right in your midsection. This is why you can eat less and exercise more and still not lose weight. It's because you are fighting your hormones, and your hormones always win. And this problem gets worse once you hit perimenopause and menopause, because estrogen is what helps keep your cells sensitive to insulin. And remember, during perimenopause, menopause, your estrogen drops. So the way I want you to think about it is normally your estrogen would go up and down and would bring your blood sugar high and low and kind of keep it regular. And so it's kind of like a roller coaster that's going up and down. Once you hit perimenopause, menopause, that estrogen drops, and it's like a roller coaster that is completely off the rails and it's just flatlined now. Since your estrogen is flatlined, now your blood sugar is just baseline higher the whole day. And it can still be in normal ranges, but that's because your body's releasing so much insulin that it's able to bring it back down. That's why you can have normal blood sugar, but a serious insulin problem. If you have that toxic visceral fat and all this inflammatory belly fat that's going on, so if all this sounds like you, and you've said the words, I tried what worked before, but it doesn't work anymore, this is why. And the good news is that insulin resistance is not permanent, and I'm going to go over how you can reverse it naturally next. The research is clear on the top 5 ways to melt this toxic visceral fat and reverse this insulin resistance. So number 1 is eating a lot more anti-obesity foods. These will actually melt the body fat and rip off that toxic visceral fat that is responsible for the root cause issue. Number 2 is lowering cortisol, because this prevents your body from thinking it needs more sugar to function. Number 3 is high quality sleep, because if you get high quality sleep, then your body will achieve better hormonal balance and then keep your insulin under control. Number 4 is exercise and walking. You just have to do it the right way, because that way your muscles will actually eat up the sugar, so it's not stored as body fat. And this benefit can actually last up to 48 hours after activity if you do it right. And 5 is just to do anything that helps you lose body fat in general, because losing even just a small amount of this toxic visceral fat will help to lower that insulin levels and get your blood sugar under control. And you don't have to be perfect for all of this. You just need to stop your body from sending the wrong signals. The next step is to fix that root cause issue for that insulin resistance, which is all that toxic visceral fat. Toxic visceral fat is that fat that wraps around your vital organs like your liver and pancreas and leads to the insulin resistance. So taking this off is absolutely vital if you want to make it easy to lose weight and easy to keep that weight off forever. So the 3 best strategies that I've seen after working with thousands of women, number 1 is eating anti-obesity foods. We've covered that already. Number 2 is a professional chef. And 3 is intermittent fasting the right way. So for anti-obesity foods, that's the most common solution. We already covered that in a previous chapter, so just go to that and eat a bunch of those. Next is a professional chef. And although effective, this means that you're going to have to be eating your chef's food for the rest of your life. And the fact is, not all employees will stay with you forever. So you basically have to retrain your new chef each time. But if you're going to go this route, you need to communicate with your chef to make data-driven decisions, and we'll cover that at the end of the course. But more specifically, you want to ask them to make it as anti-inflammatory as possible. How do you do that? Look for the variation within food groups. Tell them you want at least 7 different colors and shades of fruits and vegetables in your diet every single day for the healthiest possible gut microbiome. That's how you balance your hormones and get rid of inflammation. Your chef will know how to incorporate these super easy for you. You don't even have to think about it because chefs know all of the combinations of fruits and vegetables and spices and stuff to make it super healthy and really good for your gut. And I highly recommend getting a professional chef and just going this route if you have the means for it, because the whole point of money is just to save time. Use that time to spend it with your loved ones and live a healthier life. But even if you don't have like a live-in chef, or whatever it might be, you could also just go for like one of those meal delivery services. They have chefs that will make foods for like a whole bunch of people. And these are way more common than you think. So like, I used to think that personal chefs always had to come to your home. That's what I've done. Or like you'll have it for like events or catering or whatever it might be. But most of the time, they have their own kitchen and they will just make food for a bunch of different people in the community. There's so many local kitchens that exist, and chefs have like all of these meals that you can pick from. And what's really cool is they just drop it off at your doorstep. So all you gotta do is heat it up. It's like super freaking easy. Just Google it. I'm not gonna recommend any because there's like a million of them and you wanna go local. The only downside that I've seen to this option, although it is freaking awesome if you can pay for it, is that I've not seen it be the most effective for women that live a conventional lifestyle or ones that like to travel a lot. So that really leaves intermittent fasting for women. Intermittent fasting just means that you are not eating for some predetermined amount of time. The longer you can stretch out that time that you're not eating, the more benefits you'll get. Just don't go more than 48 hours because I don't want you to risk losing muscle. Muscle is extremely important. If you go longer than 48 hours, your chance of losing muscle goes up exponentially. And remember, we do not want to lose muscle. So we want to lose that fat. How do we do that? We start by just skipping 1 meal a day, and then you can work your way to only eating 1 meal a day. So basically skip 2 meals and have 1 meal. It's essentially a 24-hour fast every single day. It's actually, it's what I've been following forever personally. But it's just because I don't like eating. Like I don't want to sit down and prepare meals. I just want to work. And I feel like when I'm sitting down and eating, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I just want to go back to work. Like I freaking love this stuff. Like this is not an act. Like I literally just want to talk about this all day. I'm excited just talking about it right now. The point is that I don't want to spend a lot of time like sitting down to eat. So I'll just eat one big meal one time. But if you are doing fasting, then what you want to make sure that you do is you just start out really easy. You just have to make sure you do it the right way. So please don't do anything stupid though. Like if you are taking your doctor's advice, like they said to take a medication with food, don't skip the food with your medication. Like, don't be a dingus here. Like, all it's gonna happen is you're gonna get super nauseous. This doesn't go against your doctor's advice. I feel like I shouldn't have to say that, but you know, my editors are making me put this in disclaimer. Just like, take your meds as prescribed. Eat it with food if you have. It's not that big of a deal. But if you're gonna be doing fasting, you really wanna make sure you're doing it the right way. Because it's not that big of a deal if you're not perfect. What matters more than anything is that you are consistent with whatever strategy you pick. Because it's not that you have to fast the same way as everyone else. You have to fast in a way that works for you specifically. So never do something that isn't healthy while you are trying to get healthy. Like, it's super obvious, but I gotta say that fasting does not work for everyone. I know I'm covering a section in it, but this is not for everyone. Just like every other diet. Like, I don't say like, hey, everyone should do keto, or everyone should go like, eat nothing but raw vegetables or whatever it might be. There's no diet that works for everyone. You have to make data-driven decisions using your data if you want to find your solution. We'll cover that at the end of the course, because that's the only way to guarantee that you actually see success in a way that is so freaking easy, it lasts the rest of your life. So fasting the right way will actually stop you from losing muscle. It stops you from feeling lightheaded. It stops you from overeating, and it actually makes it feel easy to lose weight because you're not hungry. So here are the basics you want to lock down if you're going to be attempting fasting. So number one, if you are not hungry, do not eat. One of the benefits of having insulin resistance is you're typically not hungry. Like, you have a weird hunger signals. Sometimes mealtime comes around and you're not hungry. Like, it's just weird. Use it to your advantage, though. It's totally fine. Because the whole time that you're not eating, your liver is regulating your blood sugar and making it perfect and making your insulin perfect. So if you are not hungry, do not eat. So skip meals whenever possible. If you skip lunch and then you get hungry 2 hours later, then just go eat. It's not that big of a deal. You want to listen to your body with this one. You want to keep the fasting window similar, But if you're not hungry, then listen to your body and then just keep skipping more meals. You're not going to eat more when you actually break the fast. So don't worry about that. Just skip meals whenever possible. Number 2 is to stay as consistent as possible. So if you're changing your fasting window based on your monthly cycle, that is a guaranteed way to mess up your hormonal balance. Do not change your fasting according to your monthly cycle. Please, I want your hormones to be balanced. Remember, your hormones work on prediction. If they can't predict what you're going to do next, then they can't anticipate what hormones to release in the right amount at the right times. If you're changing your fasting window randomly, then what happens is your body will randomly send out hunger signals. We don't want that. We want to make fasting really easy. That means if you normally fast one day, but you suddenly get hungry, just try to curb the hunger first. Like don't try to have that full meal. Just try to have something that has like no calories in it, like my cabbage soup or like any of the anti-obesity fruits. Eat something like that instead. Just not a full meal if at all possible. Like try to have a snack instead of a meal. That way you're as close to that fast as possible. But if you're dying, just eat something. It's not that big of a deal. But if it gets really, really bad and you feel like, oh my gosh, I gotta eat something, but fasting is working really well for me, just eat my cabbage soup recipe. It's 1 full cabbage, you cut it into fourths, you put 1 jar or more of bone broth. I like Zoop. You get Pacific Foods. You get any bone broth where there's no sugar added. Or you can get bone broth or veggie broth if you're vegan or vegetarian. Then you go crazy with vegetables. So you're going to have 1 cup or more of purple onion, celery, and carrots. Then you're going to take 1 or more jalapeno pepper. You keep it whole. You put it in there and then you cook it in it. You don't have to eat the jalapeno, the habanero pepper. Just let it sit in there. It'll still work. It'll kind of spice it up a tiny bit. You'll get a metabolic kick. And then you put 1 package of House Food Brands shirataki noodles. These are the best tasting ones. You can get any of the 0-calorie noodles. They work. I just like these because they don't taste like rubber. And they're 0 calories. So this is essentially a 0-calorie slow cooker meal. You put it in the slow cooker on high for 2 hours, and you can eat this the entire time you're fasting, and you will not break the fast for the benefits you're going for. How cool is that? And number 3 is that it should feel easy. If you're getting shaky and you're getting all sweaty and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm so freaking hungry, either you're not doing it right or fasting is just not for you. That's totally fine. There's so many options. Remember, the anti-obesity foods is the main focus anyway. Yes, fasting is freaking awesome for some women, but if it's not for you, don't force it. Remember, the easy way of losing weight is the only way you should lose weight. So if fasting is easy, then keep doing it. So before you start your fast, you want to make sure that you eat the right food. Fasting carbs are what you eat right before you start your fast. It's the very last meal before your fast. This meal should always have some type of complex carbs in it. These are also called high fiber carbs. What they are is they're slow digesting carbohydrates like carrots, lentils, quinoa, brown rice, beans, split peas, sweet potatoes. There's a million other ones. You can just Google it or use ABRAM AI. There's a freaking million of them. Just 2 tablespoons is all you need. So a couple spoonfuls and you'll feel fine. The goal of this is that we don't want to have your blood sugar going on a yo-yo right before you start fasting. We want your blood sugar to ease into that normal range. So maybe it starts out high, we want it to ease into normal. Or it starts out low, we want it to ease into normal. What we don't want is a sudden jump in blood sugar. That jump in blood sugar is going to make you feel like you're starving when you have a blood sugar crash. We don't want to crash, and fasting carbs help you do that. The opposite of this would be like putting in white rice, pasta, bread, or pizza as the very last thing before you fast. You are going to feel like you are freaking starving. Do not do that. You don't want to make the last thing you eat some unhealthy garbage. Like that stuff that sends your blood sugar on that yo-yo makes you feel so freaking hungry. You feel like you can eat your arm off. So the carbs with the last meal are these fasting-friendly carbs. That brings me. Next are the fasting-friendly foods. These are all the foods in general that will aid in your fast. So we want to make sure that you're not craving a bunch of processed garbage. And to do this, you want to make sure that the very last thing you eat with your meal has a nutrient-dense food in it. Really good examples include salmon, pasture-raised eggs, chicken, turkey, tofu, riced cauliflower, chia seeds, flax seeds, or even berries can do great. The very last thing you eat right before your fast is what your body will crave more of. And you already know this is true because have you ever finished one of your meals with French fries? Like you're eating the French fries is the very last thing you eat? Why are we never full when we finish the meal with French fries? It's because it makes you crave eating more French fries. All of a sudden you become this bottomless pit of like a French fry eating machine, because those things are the exact foods we want to avoid. If instead you ended your meal with some pasture-raised eggs, you're going to crave pasture-raised eggs. But guess what? Those make you full and they don't affect your blood sugar at all. This is how you tell your body to not crave that processed garbage while you're on your fast. That means you can get rid of cravings. Fasting electrolytes are what you add to make sure you don't get lightheaded. So a lot of women will confuse this dizzy feeling you get when you're fasting with low blood sugar, because they're very similar side effects. You're getting dizzy, you're kind of lightheaded, kind of ooh. But what's really going on? So you know what keeps your blood pressure up? Salt. Do you know what you're not having if you're fasting? Salt. So sodium and chloride are some of the strongest electrolytes that exist, and they do wonders for keeping that water in your body and your blood volume exactly where it should be. So that's literally just table salt, if you didn't know. So if you get dizzy, you could always just add a pinch of pink Himalayan salt. That is the best salt for women, has the most trace elements. It's even better than Celtic sea salt. Women specifically, pink Himalayan salt is the best. So if you have a history of getting dizzy, either try to sip on some, or either put a pinch of the salt, or just sip on some warm bone broth or veggie broth during your fast. And don't worry about the calories. You can get any bone broth or veggie broth. It doesn't matter if it has calories or not. That will not break the benefits that we're looking for. You're still going to melt that toxic visceral fat, and you're still going to be losing weight like crazy. You could drink bone broth the whole time you're fasting. It will not affect anything. But as long as there's some salt, that's what matters, and that there's no added sugar. So there might be some calories, but you don't want to see any added sugar of it, because remember, that's going to affect your blood sugar. Or if you just want to get the electrolytes in the easy way, just have that cabbage soup I talked about, because that will naturally have salt in it. And that soup is absolutely delicious. You can literally eat it the whole time you're fasting. You have more energy, and you start melting body fat like crazy. And the salt is a really good idea to have if you're going to be doing any form of activity, because I don't want you getting all dizzy while you're exercising. If you're going to be exercising while you fast, you have to make sure that you don't make things worse. Don't do any super hard workouts that can actually drop your blood sugar levels or your electrolyte levels. Like if you're sweating like crazy and losing electrolytes, you're gonna get all lightheaded, or you might actually end up with like headaches or low blood sugar. So exercise already does almost nothing to help a woman lose weight. So don't worry about exercising a ton in order to lose weight. In fact, if you go too hard with workouts, then your muscles will burn up the muscles for energy. We don't want to do that. We just want to activate the muscles. We don't want to cause like a medical emergency. If you go too hard with your workouts, then your muscles are going to eat up the sugar in the muscle. This is actually going to drop your blood sugar. I don't want a medical emergency here. So you want to avoid the super hard workouts. But if you are noticing that you are getting these hunger spikes, even though you're having the soup or even though you're having the broth, then what you want to do is you want to strategically use stimulants. Because you cannot have hunger and a mental stimulant at the same time. You're either in fight or flight or rest and digest. So you're either feeling excited for movement, or you can feel like you're lazy and want to eat. You can't have both. That's why if you work out really hard, and you'll all of a sudden start getting physically sick to your stomach, because if you worked out so hard that your body has no resources for digesting your food. So it's like, I can't digest this anymore, get it out of me. The easier workouts are going to help stimulate your mind, and the mental stimulants is what takes away hunger. Now, this doesn't mean that I want you popping a bunch of Adderall, because you want to get rid of hunger and you're trying to mentally stimulate yourself. What I do mean is that you want to have some extra blood flow going to your brain, because you shouldn't fast if you plan on doing a hard workout. Like, just fast another time or change your workout around in order to do it. But like the walk specifically is the best thing you could do, because that will get you over the hump. You can go for a walk and feel fine. Like, you already know this is true. Like, how many times have you gone out for a walk in your neighborhood and you're like, oh, I gotta stop, I'm so freaking hungry. Like, never happens. Instead, you go for a walk and you're like, oh, I'm getting kind of hungry. Then you're fine and you get home. It never actually stops you from walking. One, if you were to do a hard workout, all of a sudden you do a hard workout and you're like, oh my gosh, I need to sit down. Like, I can't even make it. Like, it's just too much of a stimulant. And these mental stimulants are why you can forget to eat. So mental stimulants, I'm not saying that stimulants, you don't have to take there's like a hard line, a bunch of caffeine. I don't even want you using like a crap load of caffeine. What I'm saying is that If you've ever been so busy you forgot to eat, it's because your mind was already stimulated. So get busy working on something, or do a light activity, or just a small amount of something caffeinated. Small amount. I don't want a lot. The carbonated soda waters, coffee, green tea with some stevia leaf extract in it, all work great. Just make sure you have less than 100 milligrams of caffeine, because I don't want you to risk adrenal fatigue and stressing out your hormones even more. And next, we will go over how to keep the stress hormones like cortisol balanced naturally. And a pro tip, remember, if you choose to test out fasting, it does not work for everyone. There's no such thing as one diet that works for everyone. The only way to guarantee your results is data-driven decisions. We cover that at the end of the course here. I've seen this intermittent fasting be the most effective specifically for women that have insulin resistance, because you're already not hungry, but still never fast more than 48 hours. I would never recommend that, because your chance of losing a muscle goes up exponentially. I want you to get smaller and stronger. Let's not risk that muscle. Every woman should understand the science behind cortisol, and more importantly, how to keep it under control, because high cortisol has been shown to be both anabolic to fat and catabolic to muscle. That means you're literally getting fatter and weaker at the same time if your cortisol is out of control. And there are a lot of reasons why your cortisol can be out of whack, but you also need it. So remember, cortisol is just like every other hormone in the fact that we need some of it, just not too much. We need that perfect balance. Why do you need cortisol? Cortisol is your energy deploying hormone. That means it's what's released in the morning to get you up and going and your brain functioning properly. Its main job is to pull glucose from your liver and your muscles so it can be used for energy, primarily by your brain. And here's the crazy thing that a lot of women don't know about. Your brain only takes up about 2% of your total body weight, but your brain burns 20% of your calories. How crazy is that? Your brain is like this metabolic furnace when your cortisol is under control. That's why with higher cortisol, you're typically a lot more focused and energized and ready to go. This is also why it will naturally increase within the first 2 hours of being awake. You notice that sometimes you can wake up and you're ready to start the day. Other times it takes a little bit to get going. That's just how much time it takes your cortisol to start to rise. Your cortisol is that thing giving you energy. Or it can be released later in the day if you really need to focus on something. Any of my fellow late night crammers know exactly what I'm talking about. Like when you have a test tomorrow and you just stay up in order to just cram everything for the test, or you're studying right before your exam, then you're able to use it. Like your brain is actually functioning at a very high degree. That's cortisol. And what's really cool about that is your body will have a cortisol melatonin balance. By raising your cortisol higher in the morning, this will naturally lower your melatonin. So I want you to think about it like a seesaw, where you have cortisol on one side and you have melatonin on the other. When cortisol is high, then your melatonin is low. If your melatonin is high, then your cortisol is low. That means that you're either going to have energy or you're going to be tired, which is all great if your cortisol is under control. But if your cortisol is spiking randomly, you're going to feel like you're going through your day and all of a sudden you just get like hit with a wall of tired. You're totally fine. All of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, I am so tired. Like even if you slept 7 to 9 hours the night before, you still get so freaking tired during the day, and it seems to come out of nowhere. What you're feeling is that sharp spike in cortisol is also leading to a sharp spike in melatonin right after. But if you're spiking your cortisol randomly, then your tired hormones are also going to feel super random too. Like your energy is not going to be consistent. And you already know about this cortisol melatonin balance, because have you ever had so much to do that you felt like taking a nap? Does that sound familiar? What's happening is your cortisol is just going higher and higher and higher. And then as soon as that cortisol is too high, melatonin kicks in order to balance it out. But then you have this sharp spike of melatonin. You're literally like, oh my gosh, my brain is this metabolic furnace. I am so worried about this thing. It's so overwhelming. It's like, oh my gosh, I just need to take a nap. What is going on? Why doesn't your body give you energy to focus? Why does it make you want to take a nap? It's because your cortisol isn't under control. So really, you just want cortisol to spike in the morning, because then it'll start clearing out all of those sleepy hormones. That way you have energy for the rest of the day. Because when you spike cortisol in the morning, then it sets an internal clock that makes you release a lot more melatonin later in the evening so you can get high quality sleep. So why is there so much hate on cortisol if it helps you out so much? So the list of negatives about high cortisol for women is way longer than the benefits. We are about to go so in depth with this. And first off, I want to start out by saying when I first learned about cortisol for women, because I was trying to help my wife lose weight, I feel so bad for women because, oh my gosh, cortisol freaking wrecks your life when you don't have it under control. First off, if you wake up and your cortisol is not high enough, then you wake up exhausted. Like you're completely unmotivated for the day. You feel like the Tin Man getting out of bed. You're like, oh my gosh, like you're just like dragging out of bed. You literally feel like you cannot function without coffee. Like you just feel like you have to have something to pick you up. It is impossible to wake up because your cortisol is too low when you wake up. But even if you have very high cortisol, it's not any better. Because with high cortisol, remember, that leads to higher blood sugar. The problem though is that you have too much sugar all the time, which is leading to insulin resistance in the brain, which means your body will keep releasing more and more sugar, but it's like your brain just cannot get it. Like it wants to eat up that sugar, but it's just completely stopped. And you already know this is true if you've been a woman that has chronically had fight or flight responses, which are the stress hormones like cortisol, for a long time. You notice it gets so freaking hard to focus. Like you know what you should be doing, but it's like you just can't seem to put your finger on it. Why can't I do this? I know I should be doing this. I'm smart enough to know that I should be doing this thing, but it's like, where's the block here? Why can't I just seem to figure this out? Why is it so hard for me to lose weight when I'm intelligent? And this is 100% hormonal because as you release more and more sugar and your brain can't eat up all that sugar, eventually you get insulin resistance in your brain, which leads to food noise. So these stress hormones are not only trying to give you energy, you can't get that energy where it needs to go. So all that happens is you feel completely out of control. Like, it's not just like, oh, maybe what am I gonna eat today? Oh, that would be good. Oh, whatever it might be. No, you're like obsessing about it. You are constantly researching more and more about this diet, about this supplement, about everything. You know way more about health and nutrition than the average dietitian that's graduated from college. And I'm speaking from experience because I've worked with thousands of intelligent women just like you. Like you're in this course. This is not short. Who is spending this much time researching something? Is someone that is intelligent and actually wants to figure it out. But it seems like there's just a block. Like, why can't I just eat healthy and keep eating healthy for the rest of my life? It is not your fault. It's 100% hormonal. That food noise is just insulin resistance in your brain. And you know this is you if you're constantly second guessing if you are making the right choice with your diet or your health program. Like I have worked with women, so many women throughout the years. Tell me if this sounds familiar. So I will have a client that will join my program and then in the very first month, they will lose 4 kilograms, which is about 8 pounds. So about 2 pounds a week they're losing. And they're like, am I really losing weight fast enough? Like, is that good enough? They will actually be asking me. You can tell that they still have this insulin resistance in their brain. Why? Because of course losing 8 pounds a month is super freaking fast. But that is the wrong question to ask. Like, you should never be asking, am I losing weight fast enough? You should be asking, is it easy for me to lose weight? Why? Because if it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep it off. I don't care if you're losing 1 pound a week or 1 pound a month. All that matters is you never put that weight back on. That should be your only focus. Just imagine how skinny you would be right now if you never gained weight back after you lost it. That just has to be your focus. Who cares how long it takes? This is an arbitrary construct in your mind that is leading to all this food noise and obsession about what you should be eating. Should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? None of that matters. What matters is you make it easy. But if you do feel this way, don't blame yourself. It's 100% hormonal and you can fix it when you get your cortisol under control. Some other signs to know if you're getting these high cortisol spikes include hard time going to sleep, being a very light sleeper, so if you wake up, it's hard to go back to bed. Your brain won't stop thinking about bad things that might happen. Going all day without being hungry, but once you start eating, you feel like you cannot stop, and it leads to binge eating. You crave highly processed carbs like crazy. Like you feel like you need them just to function. Gaining weight primarily in your face and neck. This is a condition known as cortisol face. Gaining weight mostly in your midsection. This is a condition known as cortisol belly. It seems like you are always having like a low level sickness, like you always have some type of cold or cough or runny nose, and you're just like never at 100% of your energy levels. You could have darker eyes, armpits, or hyperpigmentation. Your hair could be falling out in clumps. You can have constipation. You get bloated after eating anything, like you just cannot get into rest and digest, which is leading to that leaky gut. You have an addiction to caffeine, or caffeine just does nothing. Like you can have a cup of coffee and go right to bed. That is not normal. Or your energy is just garbage. Like you're just so burnt out mentally and physically. Do you have any of these? That means that you likely are getting these high cortisol spikes. But what really trips up women is they learn about cortisol, so they're like, all right, let me get my blood tested and see if my cortisol is out of control. Because cortisol absolutely wrecks women, clearly. But with high cortisol spikes, not just high cortisol, spikes in high cortisol, you could have your blood tested and you'll get your cortisol levels back, and they will come back and say they're normal. But you have all of the signs and symptoms of high cortisol. So what is going on? It's not chronic high cortisol you have. You have cortisol spikes. They give you the same symptoms, but you're getting high and low. So imagine they are doing the test for your cortisol. At night, your cortisol is too high, which is ruining your sleep quality. And you know what brings your cortisol back into balance? Is high quality sleep. So you don't sleep well through the night. So your high cortisol eventually gets lower and lower and lower, and it goes from super freaking high to just being a normal amount of cortisol by the time you wake up. What time do you get your cortisol tested? Is in the morning. You get your cortisol tested, it says they're in the quote-unquote normal ranges, but then later in the day, it spikes through the freaking roof. So basically what's happening is you're having low cortisol in the morning, and you're having high cortisol at night, but on the test, it is averaging those out. It's taking your high cortisol numbers, your low cortisol numbers, adding them together and dividing by 2. Looks like normal, even though you have high and low. And I learned this because I paid one of the top hormonal health testing agencies in the US to teach me about women's hormones. That way I can show my clients, hey, my natural hormone balancing protocol works. So after paying $30,000, this is what they taught me. And it completely shifted my viewpoint on hormonal tests forever. So they said, Abram, what we're gonna have you do is you're gonna have all of your clients pay to get their hormones tested. Then they're gonna get their results back. A bunch of them are gonna be out of normal ranges. Then you're gonna have them follow your natural hormone balancing protocol. Then after following it, they're gonna get their hormones tested again. And they're gonna see that their hormones are more balanced. I said, great, that sounds good. Like that sounds, sign me up. Like it sounds awesome. Like I want to prove that my system actually works. They said, whoa, wait, it's better. So you're going to get all of your clients to test. You're going to have them all pay to get their hormones tested. A lot of your clients are going to come back and their levels are going to say they're normal, quote unquote, but they're not going to feel normal. So what you're going to have them do is have them follow the exact same hormone balancing protocol you do for everyone else. It's 100% natural. They're not taking anything anyway, so just have them follow the same system. Then what you're going to do is you're going to have them, once again, pay to get their hormones tested again. They'll get their results back, and they will see that their test results are still normal, but they feel better. I was like, wait, so I'm going to have all my clients pay to get their hormones tested. Then, regardless of the results, I'm going to have them follow the exact same natural hormone balancing protocol. And they're like, yeah. I was like, why would I do that? They're like, well, because you'll make more money. I was like, oh my gosh, like I don't want to do that. It's a complete waste of money. The thing is that because I'm following a natural approach to balancing your hormones, there's no downside. Like your hormones aren't going to become too balanced. But if you're getting these spikes, you're getting these highs, these lows, you can still fix your hormones naturally, even if the test results came back and said they were normal, quote unquote. You're not going to become too normal. So what I'm saying is I would just save your money if you are going to be thinking about getting hormones tested, because if you're following a natural hormone balancing protocol, the test results don't matter, because either way, you want to feel better, right? And your hormones are going to become too balanced. So if any of these signs or symptoms resonate with you and you want to balance your hormones naturally, that's what I'm going to teach you next. You're getting close to hitting that new lowest weight, and then bam! All of a sudden you can't lose weight. What the heck is going on? Your cortisol is tripling as you get close to getting that new lowest weight, and it's making you hold on to it. Let me teach you about the relationship between anxiety and cortisol, because otherwise you get close to your goal and you start gaining fat and losing muscle. I'm sure you noticed that you can literally be doing the exact same thing, but as soon as you get close to hitting that number that you want, all of a sudden your weight is just stuck. When your cortisol is spiking like that, it's because of anxiety. Anxiety is thinking that something bad will happen, like, oh, I'm getting close to hitting this new weight. Oh crap, I don't want to mess it up. And all of a sudden you start worrying about it. So anxiety really is a thinking problem, but you can't outthink a thinking problem. That's like trying to outdrink a drinking problem. The more you do it, the worse it gets. This will show up as self-sabotaging behavior, just being worried about your progress. All of a sudden your sleep goes out the window, your cravings start to spike. You start doing mental gymnastics like, I've been really good on my diet. I should just go eat some garbage now, which doesn't make any sense at all. Or it could be because of some past trauma where you're trying to protect yourself. Like, your body's like, oh crap, I'm getting too close to becoming attractive again. And I really don't want to feel attractive because I've had some unwanted advancements towards me in the past. You probably know what I'm talking about. This is super common with women, and it leads to this like deep-seated anxiety about actually getting to your goal that you aren't consciously thinking about. But for whatever reason, that self-sabotaging behavior, that anxiety, that cortisol is spiking as soon as you start getting closer to where you actually want to be. All because you start trying to outthink the thinking problem. But you can never actually know what will happen in the future. And that's what's causing your cortisol to be 3 times higher. You're basically thinking about the future and trying to connect the dots looking forward. But that's impossible. Like, nobody actually knows exactly what the future is going to hold. But as you continue to think and think and think, all right, what about this scenario? What about that diet? What about this change? What about that? You start thinking and thinking and thinking. The thinking isn't helping though. The thinking isn't actually going to gain any certainty. You still won't know. It's impossible to know the future. So you have to think, all right, will a good thing happen because of this, or will a bad thing happen? And if you're like most women that have anxious thoughts, your brain is not defaulting to like, wow, I bet this is going to be a really good thing that I hit this weight loss plateau. This is going to be great. No, your mind starts thinking about all of the bad things that could happen. You know, why you can't lose weight, why it's hard, like why you're not going to be able to do it this time, why you should just go treat yourself to eating some crap or whatever it might be. Like, your brain will start doing these mental gymnastics, but they never look for like the best case scenario of the future. They just start thinking about all the bad stuff. And that's why you're in this mess in the first place, is because your mind won't stop going into this research mode. And it's not researching why you will be successful, it's looking for all the reasons why you're not losing weight. Because not once in your life has your weight loss stopped and you hit a plateau and you immediately thought, man, I am so glad I stopped losing weight. Now I can finally focus on other things in my life. No, of course not. You look at that number on the scale and it like sends you on an emotional roller coaster. Your cortisol is too freaking high because you are too intelligent. This sounds super backwards, but the whole reason why you've gotten so far in life is because you are really good at looking for problems. If you're good at looking for problems, you can be good at solving problems. That's great for your professional life. It is horrible for your personal life because your mind will get trapped into thinking, why is it so hard for me? But hold on. It gets worse. If it wasn't bad enough, oh, cortisol. You remember how your brain is burning 20% of your calories? Well, when your anxiety is too high, then you end up with something called decision fatigue. And this is going to wreck your metabolism. Did you notice how tired you get when you constantly need to focus on something over and over and over? It's like you get so mentally tired. That's not just your brain slowing down. Your metabolism is slowing down too. And being well educated makes this so much worse because not only do you know where to look for information, you also know how to check the sources of that information, you know who to trust, you know what to look for, you know to look for double-blind placebo-controlled trials, and you're even fact-checking your own sources. And now you're obsessively trying to learn way too much. And this was not a problem back in the day. Like, I remember a time before the internet. Hopefully I look young for my age because I am a professional nutritionist that helps people get healthier. But before you could not just have all this widely available research at your fingertips. Now you can find reputable influencers that have direct access to systematic reviews, meta-analysis, randomized double-blind placebo-controlled trials for human studies. So they have access to the best of the best research, and they're giving it to you for free. And it's everywhere. I mean, look at this. I'm literally educating you right now. They put out everything and you consume everything. But this will go on for days and weeks and months and years. Like, you keep trying to solve this problem. You're looking and looking and looking and looking and looking over and over and over and over. You keep trying to outthink this thinking problem. So not only have you researched this stuff, you have tried basically every diet that exists. And now you're questioning everything. Should I be eating this? Am I losing weight fast enough? Why is my hair falling out in clumps? Maybe I should take this random supplement. Oh, everyone is eating this fattening food, but are they gonna judge me if I don't eat a salad? I don't wanna feel like the biggest girl in the room. And you're just constantly questioning every little aspect of your life. Like, people are just thinking way too much about this. All of this questioning everything can be great if it led to a productive solution. The problem is you're asking the wrong question from the beginning. So all that happens is you jump from one extreme diet to the other. You're either all in or all out. There's no in between. Either you're like meal prepping everything and you're following everything like to a T, or you're completely off the rails. Like, what is going on? Why does this happen specifically to intelligent, educated women? It's because these high cortisol spikes make you hormonally and physically crave foods high in salt, sugar, and fat. Because while you are tasting these foods that are high in salt, sugar, and fat, you cannot physically feel the symptoms of that high cortisol. But what happens as soon as you swallow that food? That feeling comes back instantly. So either you have to keep eating and eating and eating and eating until the point where you're so physically stuffed you can't eat anymore, or you have to fix this cortisol issue and stop having anxiety spike your cortisol. And you do that by asking much better questions like, how can I make it so easy to lose this weight that it would be hard to fail? And if you don't take care of this, your mental health can really start to suffer. Because these cortisol spikes are putting you into fight or flight, that is preventing rest and digest. And remember, if you are not properly digesting your food, you're going to get an inflammatory response in the gut called cellular fire. This inflammation in the gut actually robs you of energy. And do you know what else robs you of energy? Depression. You have the exact same feeling if you have inflammation or you have this depression. That's why when you get big and bloated, your mood also changes. You don't get big and bloated and also get a ton of energy and feel excited about life. You get bloated and you're like, oh my gosh, what did I just do to myself? Like, nobody feels better after binge eating because it's robbing you of energy. And that's exactly what depression does. It will take away your energy. I want you to imagine that you have a person who is sitting in a car. They want to start the car so they can drive off of a cliff. How can you guarantee that that car will never let them drive off a cliff? It's really easy. All you have to do is make sure you never give that car any fuel. If the car has no energy, it can never drive off of a cliff. This is exactly what your body is doing to stop you from doing something stupid. That's what depression and inflammation feels like. It's basically taking this nuclear option when trying to protect you. If you have no energy, you won't do anything. And this can last for years. And if it does, you end up with a complete indifference to life. Like, you're not really that excited, you're also not that sad either, you're kind of in between. You feel like you're floundering in life. So most of the time you don't have strong feelings, but your energy is also garbage. Like, you know that you should have more energy than you currently do. And how much energy you have will determine your outlook on the future. I mean, have you ever had like a good cup of coffee or something with caffeine that is like, gets you so excited, you feel like you have hope again? Those momentary highs that you get are just a glimpse of what you're supposed to feel like if you don't have cortisol ruining your life and causing this inflammation. When you have this depression and inflammation, your motivation just disappears. Like, you're like, all right, I know I should be getting healthy, but I'm not doing it. I know I should be doing this for my kids, but I'm not doing it. I know I want to be more mobile, but I'm not doing it. I know I need to get my blood sugar levels under control. I'm just not doing it. It's like it doesn't matter what diet or exercise program you follow, you feel like there's no point because you always end up overweight anyway. And if you don't believe with 100% certainty that it's possible to lose weight the easy way and keep it off, you're not even going to try. That's why we started this course with belief. It is absolutely vital that you believe with 100% certainty it's possible. And of course it's possible. I built a whole career on this. And I'm giving you the solution right here. So don't let this become a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't believe it's going to work, then what will happen is you're not going to take the actions necessary to make it a reality. Like the quality and quantity of your actions matter a lot. Because you could be consistent for a week, that might help, but you really need to be consistent for the rest of your life. That means we can't have these sprints out of the gate. We need to start at a walking pace so we can keep walking that whole marathon. Because clearly, you're not a lazy person. Look at how much you've accomplished in your life. This is not a motivation problem. It's not a discipline problem. It's not a calories in versus calories out problem. The only problem is consistency. And you can have that consistency if you make it really easy and get your cortisol levels under control. So let me teach you how to lower your cortisol so you can get control of your life back. To lower your cortisol, you want to strategically stimulate your brain's activity. This will tell your hormonal system it's time to burn up that cortisol and those calories for energy. That means it turns on your cortisol metabolism. But if you have too many chemical stimulants like caffeine, it can lead to adrenal fatigue, which is not what we want. So I would rather you take natural approaches to lower this cortisol. And adrenal fatigue has just become this catch-all term. It's like saying that you need a tissue paper, but instead you say Kleenex. You know, it doesn't really mean that your adrenals are low functioning. Adrenal fatigue just means your energy is garbage. And there's a lot of different reasons for this, whether it's inflammation, cortisol, whatever it might be, or your actual adrenals are not functioning properly. It doesn't matter because the solution is the same, and it's 100% natural. Do not waste any of your money on supplements for adrenal fatigue. As of making this course, 100% of them are a scam, and I would not recommend any of them. Unless, of course, you believe what you're taking is actually going to help, in which case it can help with the placebo effect, but I have already ruined it for you. So supplements aren't going to help with this. Instead, just take a natural approach, and that's what I'm going to teach you here. CO2 reset technique for lowering cortisol. This breathing technique can immediately increase your energy and your cortisol levels. Remember, we want to strategically stimulate cortisol. We don't want cortisol to be high all the time. We want it to go in spikes, but when we want it. If we can spike your brain activity, that means we're also going to spike the metabolism of it. So we're not just increasing cortisol, we're increasing the cortisol metabolism by doing this. And before I teach you it, I just want to note that do not do this if you're driving or you're someone that's prone to getting lightheaded, because you can pass out if you do this the wrong way. And just in fact, don't do this. I'm going to show you something, but don't do it. Don't be a dingus. I don't want to be liable if you're over here holding your breath until you pass out and being like, Abram told me to do it to lower cortisol. No. But that being said, this is what I've learned. I actually learned this because I work with a lot of ICU nurses that needed to keep their energy high and lower cortisol levels in order to focus on very demanding activities. And it is super simple to do. So there's 4 steps to it. 1, you breathe really fast. 2, you hold your breath all the way out. 3, you wait until you gasp for air. 4, you breathe in. So this is what it looks like in practice. So you just go, breathe out all the way. Woo! All right. That's it. That's literally it. You feel your energy increase immediately. This technique is actually what personally got me to be able to cut my caffeine intake in half. You literally feel your energy increasing. So once again, don't do this one. I'm just showing you. This is just for entertainment. Don't do that one, because it's probably the most dangerous out of you do it. I just imagine someone just being I'm going to hold my breath while I'm in the car or whatever. No. If you're prone to passing out, don't do that, but it has worked really well for me personally. If you strategically increase your salt intake, you can boost your cortisol metabolism. Salt essentially dehydrates you, which makes your blood pump faster. This increased activity also makes your brain work faster. The key here is timing it the right way. So you want to have more salt 20 to 30 minutes before what you're actually going to be doing. So say that you are going to be doing a meeting and you notice your cortisol is going to be really high during that meeting. You just drink some bone broth 30 minutes before. Or if you want energy for your workout, then what you could do is just pour more salt on your eggs in the morning, and then 20, 30 minutes later, you do your workout and you'll notice that energy boost. Another note, if your doctor said don't increase your salt intake, don't do it. I hate that I have to put all these disclaimers in here, but don't be a dingus. If your doctor said don't have more salt, then don't have more salt. Like, I'm just giving you options for what I've seen work historically for my clients. This is not good if you already have high blood pressure, kidney problems, or you have a risk of cardiovascular disease. You can lower cortisol by activating the muscle pump. This is one of the best ones. Jumping up and down on a small trampoline called a rebounder is a phenomenal way to lower cortisol. As you jump up and down, it's going to use your calf muscles. Inside your calf muscles is something called the muscle pump. This is going to pump that inflammation that's in your body in and out. It's going to mentally stimulate your mind, but more importantly, not only is this going to increase your cortisol metabolism, it is going to instantly put you in a better mood. Just try to imagine being really mad at someone and trying to yell at them, but you're bouncing up and down on a rebounder like a kid. Nobody bounces up and down and is like, I'm so mad at you. No, it's funny just thinking about it. So it's gonna actually relieve that stress at the source, and it's gonna metabolize those stress hormones faster. And on top of that, this is the best exercise if you wanna get rid of lymphatic buildup. It is about 10 times more effective than a vibration plate because it's really gonna jiggle all of that lymphatic buildup out of your system. Your lymphatic system is essentially like the sponges in your system that take all the garbage out. That means you can basically shake out all that garbage out of your body, get rid of inflammation, and lower cortisol. But if you don't have a rebounder, you could also go for a walk. It's not as effective, but it still works the same way. There's a reason why when people are super stressed out, they say, just walk it off. It will literally improve your cortisol metabolism the more you walk. So just going for a walk outside might be all you need. You can lower cortisol by getting cold on purpose. Remember, the goal here is to teach your body when you should start metabolizing that cortisol. So if you're going to choose this option, you really want to make sure that it's at the same time 7 days a week. And you already know the energy boost you get when you get that shiver down your spine. Like, if you've ever gotten up and it was cold, you can feel your energy increasing. You know, like, you instantly feel that energy. That's your cortisol increasing. Your metabolism is increasing. So you don't have to do this constantly. It's not like you have to be cold for 20, 30 minutes or whatever. Like, these are the 3 easiest ways to get cold strategically to lower cortisol. Just make sure that you get cold enough to shiver. Number 1 is walking outside on a cold day, but dress in layers. So maybe it is cold outside and you are gonna start with a jacket, and then you have a sweater underneath. Under the sweater, you have a tank top, and then what you do is you just take off the layers. So eventually you can have that perfect temperature where you can finally get cold enough to shiver, but as soon as you start shivering, you can just put the layers back on. That's the key. Number 2 is just to start out your shower really freaking cold. So if you get into the shower when it's cold, that will hit that shiver right away. It's so much harder to shiver if you make it cold at the end. I just recommend doing it at the beginning because you don't have to have it cold the whole time. You just have to shiver. So get into the shower, starting out as cold as possible, mentally hype yourself up, get in that shower and go, whoo! And then all of a sudden you're just like, I feel so cold. Then turn it to warm and have a nice, warm, relaxing shower for the rest of it. Like, that is a great way to do it. And number 3 is a cold foot bath. My personal favorite way of doing this is actually to get one of those heated foot massagers, the ones that have a built-in heater inside of them. So all you do is you take some ice, you put it inside here, you fill it in with water, and then you put your feet in. It's gonna be freezing at first because it's supposed to be. Then you turn the heater on. Then while that thing is heating up, it's already freezing at first. So right away you're like, oh my gosh, it's so cold. But then that foot bath gets nice and warm and you feel that cortisol melt away. So remember, you just have to be cold at start, enough to shiver, and that's all you need. You don't have to stay cold. You can lower your cortisol by taking power naps. This is one of the most effective because your body is forced to switch to melatonin and lower those cortisol levels. A power nap is different than a normal nap. In order to get a proper power nap in, you've got to prop your feet up. This is actually very common with people that have been in the military or suffer from PTSD because as you prop your legs up, you'll notice your heart rate instantly calms down. Now, you don't want to have your bed angled with your feet super high and your head super low. You want to just prop up your legs about 90 degrees. So your legs go up 90 degrees and then they bend over something. So they're still flat, and then it bends 90 degrees, and then the rest of your body is flat. So normally, if you have anxious thoughts or you have a hard time sleeping, you'll notice that your body will pump more and more blood and your heart starts to race. If your heart starts to race in this position, it has to work harder to get that blood up to your feet and then back to your heart. But it's not so hard that it feels like a workout. So think of it this way. Normally when you're standing completely up, it will be really hard for your heart to pump blood all the way down to your feet and then have it go all the way back up. Instead, if you were laying flat, it would be really easy for your body to pump that blood from your heart all the way to your feet and then back. We want a middle ground here. That's why you want to prop up your feet and make it look like this, where your legs are essentially bent about 90 degrees, but your calf muscles there are flat. So this is right in between. It's just enough to make it half as hard for your heart to work. That means you will prevent your heart from racing while lowering the inflammation in your lower body. This is phenomenal. Highly recommend. If you can't get one of these wedges, you could also take a power nap on the floor and just prop your feet up on a bed. I freaking love power naps. They can be anywhere as short as 7 minutes all the way up to over an hour. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you do it at all. Having your feet propped up makes you feel so much better when you wake up. If you haven't tried it, highly recommend. So we just covered some quick ways to get your cortisol under control, but you can actually bring down your overall baseline cortisol levels, as in your average cortisol, by using some powerful psychological techniques. You do this by reframing your life. So next, I'm gonna cover a much more permanent solution to getting your cortisol under control, and transparently, I was very hesitant to add this to the course because it talks so much about emotional well-being. But after I came out and I shared about my own personal experience dealing with clinical depression for over 18 years and what I've done to help get through it, I just had this outpouring of support from other women online that said, thank you so much for sharing your journey and doing what actually helps. Because a lot of times we suffer these very traumatic events inside of our lives. We go through this darkness and we feel like people are just not there, they're not listening, or we don't want to be a burden to others. And the truth is, past trauma is extremely common for women. It's just that nobody talks about it. So whether you are crushing it in life or you're going through a hard time, this next section can really help you reframe your life to either gain more control or finally gain control of your cortisol levels. That way you feel good about the process of losing weight. If you feel good while you're losing weight, you're gonna feel good while you keep the weight off. And we both know you've been through a lot of crap in your life, but we don't have to have that stop you from being successful. We can actually use that into something called post-traumatic growth, where it turns into a superpower. Post-traumatic growth is the most effective way for a woman to permanently lower cortisol levels. The most powerful frame you can hold in life is that obstacles you face aren't in the way. The obstacles you face are the way to your long-term success. We already covered that in the obstacle is the way in the previous section. Now we are going to take that to a whole new level to permanently lower those cortisol levels. And yes, traumatic things happen. But we don't have to have that stop you from seeing the success you want to see. Let's use that to your advantage. When you can reframe your past into something that serves you, it is called post-traumatic growth. And you can do this too. I'll use a personal example from my life. I suffered from clinical depression for the first 18 years of my life, with my first thoughts of ending it all before finishing kindergarten. And those are not normal thoughts for a small child to have. And it is terrifying because I vividly remember wanting to end it. And I was younger than what my youngest daughter is right now. I just can't even imagine a child under 7 ever feeling that way. Anxiety and depression run in my family like Olympic marathon runners. I've lost multiple family members to depression, including one of my own brothers on Christmas Day. It wasn't until I started college that I learned that it's not normal for people to have panic attacks on a regular basis. And it was so surprising for me to learn that people actually want to be alive. I know exactly what it's like to get up and start your day with a deep breath in and a long sigh out. You just get up and you go, and you just gotta keep going. And I just felt like I had to fight just to make it through the day. It was such a horrible time. And the crazy thing is, I thought everybody felt this way, because that's what my social media would show me. Those are the type of friends I had. And how bad this actually was really just depends on how you look at it, because our minds will determine the meaning of our past. So how can all this past trauma possibly help me as a person today? It's because if I didn't go through such traumatic experiences time and time again, I wouldn't be so freaking committed to helping other people get out of the darkness and into the life that they want. Because of my journey, I not only went to college for this and studied applied health sciences and psychology. After college, I paid even more to learn from more experts, and I found out that the vast majority of people are happy and want to be alive. Like, if you were hearing me say that right now, all right, wait, listen to what I'm saying. The vast majority of people on this planet are happy and want to be alive. What are you thinking right now? Are you thinking, no, that's not true. Most people are not happy. That is confabulation. You are just making up a reality that is not real. Most people in this world are happy and want to be alive. It is the fact of life. And if you don't see that reality, that is why I'm putting it in this course, to make sure you don't let your mind stop you. So now it's easy to see why I've gone through so much in my life. But back then, I had no idea that it was just me holding myself back. It turns out it was just something called the psychological immune system kicking in and saving me. But now I know how to stop it, and I've actually grown from the trauma in order to have a better future. Let me teach you about the psychological immune system, because once you understand this, you can permanently get rid of self-sabotaging behavior. I live in the Philippines with my wife and 3 kids because I would rather be in the vacation destination than live a life that I want to vacation from. Where I live, my neighbors literally have Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Cybertrucks, and luxury vehicles. My family is eating the freshest produce, everything is locally made, everything is locally grown, we have immediate medical care, my kids go to an international school, so it's entirely taught in English, and they even learn jujitsu as part of their curriculum. And in my kids' school, they are taught to give back to other kids in other communities that are in need. So we'll give to kids in less fortunate positions and in schools where they're not doing as well off in order to help them survive. So in the Philippines, I see abject poverty. I see people and children living on the street. There's people that are dying from preventable diseases because they can't afford treatment. They'll be living in homes that are flooded regularly. On top of that, they're packed in there with their family and their extended family. So mom, dad, brother, sister, aunt, uncle, grandma, grandpa, all under the same roof that's leaking. And yet, these Filipinos are some of the happiest people on the planet. How good your life is objectively has no say in how you actually feel about yourself. I love the Filipino outlook on life. Like, they always feel like they've got their life under control, like they can do this. And why is that? Why is it that they could be in an objectively bad situation, but still manage to thrive and not be depressed? Instead, they actually feel like they're in a really good place mentally and emotionally. It's because when life is beating you down time and time again, the psychological immune system kicks in to protect you. The problem is when it goes too far and it starts justifying why you should have this subpar existence. And then your mind starts saying things like, you know what, I probably don't really need to change. Like, it's not that bad. And a perfect example of this, where it's gone too far, is the Healthy at Any Size movement. It's called HAES. This started out really good. It has a really good message, and I'm actually really supportive of it, but it became toxic, where women started celebrating morbid obesity. This is also called class 3 obesity now. That means that instead of trying to help them get healthier at any size, they started encouraging that you just get bigger and unhealthier and then just say, don't change. When in reality, you shouldn't be lowering your standards. You should be raising your standards and your expectations in order to live the life you actually want to live. But when you lose your belief in a bigger and better future, then you just start to justify why that will never happen for you. And unfortunately, this movement has led to the demise of many of the influencers inside of this movement. It's called morbid obesity because it shortens your life. There's actually a saying in health coaching that you see a lot of really fat people, you see a lot of really old people, but you never see really old, really fat people because they don't make it. I'm not saying that you need to be a size 0 to be healthy or that being skinny is the best thing of all time. What I am saying is that eventually your mind starts to justify why you are the way you are, and it gives up. And the thing is, this is not a conscious thought. Like, you will truly believe, like, it is not possible for me to lose weight. Or, you know what, I really don't look that bad. Or like you start doing mental gymnastics. And this is even worse if you have above average intelligence, because you start looking for legitimate reasons why you should feel fine about yourself. This just leads to enablement, and you have like friends that'll say like, you know, you gotta live a little, and you know, like one bite won't hurt, or like everything in moderation, all that garbage. And nobody is safe from this. Take it from me. I am literally a college-educated professional nutritionist, and I was still 40 pounds overweight with a big fat belly filled with inflammation and belly fat. But I did not think that I needed to lose weight. I literally looked like this, and I thought, you know what? That's pretty good. It's really not that bad. I actually thought it was normal to get bloated, and I thought, everyone has those late night cravings. Keep in mind, my belly is so big that I would literally try to hide my gut in pictures. Like, why would I be trying to contort my belly or strategically cover up my midsection if I was proud of the body I was living in? I was trying to hide because I wasn't proud of it. I knew deep down that I wasn't happy with what I was doing to myself. I was not being a good example for me, not being a good example for my kids. I was not being who I wanted to be. I did not want to live in that body. I was not comfortable in my skin. I remember eating my kids' chicken nuggets, and like before I would eat it, I would be like, no, I really know I shouldn't be eating this. And then while I would be eating this, like, man, I really shouldn't be eating this. Then I start eating more and more, and as soon as I finish it, I'd say, why did I eat that? At no point of eating did I actually feel the stress relief. Zero stress relief from stress eating. I always felt worse about myself before, during, and after. Yet, I kept doing it, and I would always justify it. Like, I'm really not that big. It's crazy to see the difference now. So this is what I looked like before. This is what I look like now. I am 40 pounds less in this after picture. 40 pounds. And I was only able to do that once I learned how to beat the psychological immune system. If you believe bad things that have happened to you, like traumatic events, medical diagnoses, or legit issues, are the reason why you can't lose weight, you're 100% right. But if you believe all of that crap you've been through and all of those obstacles you faced are the reason why you will be successful, you're also right. Your beliefs will determine the quality and quantity of your actions. Remember that your current actions have led to your current results. So if you want a new result, all you need to do is a new action. If you think about it, you've been through so many bad things, or you've had so much bad news in your life. But if you think back on it, a lot of the good things in your life started out as bad things. Like maybe you got fired from a job, or you got out of a bad relationship, or maybe you found out that you're lactose intolerant after eating a gallon of ice cream. I mean, ask me how I know. Those bad things and all of these bad diagnoses we had, medical scares, whatever they might be, traumatic events in our life, those aren't the reason why it's hard for you to lose weight. The meaning you create is 100% up to you. You are in control of your life. It's just like looking back on when you were learning how to ride a bike. Like before, you were learning and you might have fallen down, you scraped your knee, and it kind of hurt, and like, oh my gosh. But at the time, you're a kid learning to ride a bike, you're like, oh my gosh, this is so scary. And it seems very traumatic. It seems like a very bad situation to be in. But looking back on it, you're like, it really wasn't that bad. It was totally fine. I'm actually glad I went through that because now I have a better future because of it. That means you look back at your past and look at it fondly as you're like, man, that was a good thing. And your crappy past now can be used to your advantage. Like, I'm not going to eat a tub of ice cream anymore. But with all bad things, you don't actually know yet how that can be something that will serve you in the future. And that is where belief comes in. You need to believe with 100% certainty that everything that you've been through in your life is not going to stop you from being successful. Those obstacles you faced aren't in the way, they are the way to your long-term success. Like, if I know that lactose isn't good for my weight loss, then I know to avoid having lactose. That actually makes it easier for me to lose weight in the future. Or like maybe you have a gluten intolerance, or you find out that popcorn makes you gain weight, or you didn't know before that protein shakes are the reason why you have that cellular fire. Now you know. And those things that stopped you before aren't what's gonna stop you in the future. Or maybe it was like legitimately bad things that happened to you. But don't let all of that bad stuff burn you twice. Once when it happened, and then twice when it stops you from living a life you want and using it to help others live the life they want as well. The fact is, life is only gonna get harder. You're living some fantasy life if you think eventually life's gonna get easier, or things are gonna slow down, or, I'm gonna be able to retire and then it's gonna be easy. Life is never easy. Life just gets harder. Like, there's constantly problems, and then there's more problems. The solution is not to make your life easier. The only solution is to become strong enough to handle whatever life throws your way. That way it feels easy because you are stronger. And it's not hard to do. Remember, if all you do is improve, compared to your previous self in the exact same situation, it is quite literally impossible to fail. You never compare yourself to yesterday. Never compare yourself to yesterday. Don't compare yourself to anyone else either. You compare yourself to your previous self in the exact same situation. So last time you went through this traumatic event, what did you do? How can you improve this time? Because if all you do is improve compared to your previous self in the exact same situation, it is quite literally impossible to fail. Like, have you ever seen any of those movie montages, where someone gets knocked down and then they have to train a bunch in order to beat the bad guy? So you see this big long montage that lasts weeks, months, and years, and they're running up the stairs, or they're doing a bunch of training, they're studying really hard, and that's the montage you're in right now. All of those setbacks that you had before aren't in the way, those obstacles aren't in the way, they are the way to your long-term success. You just have to believe that it's possible to use that to your advantage to make it easier to lose weight this time. So don't let anyone pity you because oh yeah, I can understand why it's so hard for you to lose weight. You have these hormonal issues, you have these medical diagnoses, you had your thyroid removed, whatever it might be. There's so many reasons why you could use your smart brain to look for why it's hard to lose weight. Looking for the reasons why it's hard is not helpful. What is helpful is saying, how can I make it so easy to lose this weight that it would be hard to fail? How does the past serve me to create a bigger and better future for myself and others? I don't wish for anyone to go through all the traumatic crap I've been through. I don't want anyone to have the problems you've been through. But the fact is, we went through it. And now I can honestly say I am grateful that I have been through so much, because without it, I wouldn't have become strong enough to handle whatever life throws my way. And now I'm using it to truly help people, and it has come back to me tenfold. You cannot make your life easier, but you can become strong enough to handle whatever life throws your way. And that starts with belief that it's possible to lose weight and use your past to define your future. That starts with believing with 100% certainty that it's possible to lose weight easy this time, and that all that crap that you went through is actually going to be used for a better future. But you have to make that decision right now. Are you going to waste all of those setbacks, or are you going to use it as your comeback story where you can actually use it to your advantage? Plus, it's way more inspirational, and besides, you've been through way harder crap than this. You're way too smart to stay way too overweight this long. This is a very solvable problem, and it's very easy to solve. That's what this course is for. But start with belief. Of course it's possible. Thousands of women have done it. You can do it too. Pro tip: if you have seasonal affective disorder, then lowering cortisol is a must. And one of the easiest ways to do this is to get your steps in, specifically outside. Even on cloudy, overcast days, it can do a phenomenal job for lowering that cortisol. Also, I get the question on what should I use? Either a rebounder or a vibration plate all the time. A rebounder, if I were to add up all of the benefits and compare it to all of the benefits of a vibration plate, a rebounder is about 1,000 times better. Like, it's not even close. They're not even in the same universe of benefits. The rebounder is so much better than a vibration plate. In order to get any benefits from a vibration plate at all, you need to do calf raises. But if you were to hop up and down on a rebounder, you improve your insulin sensitivity, you get rid of more lymphatic buildup, you get rid of inflammation faster, you lose weight faster, you keep the weight off easier, and on top of that, it instantly puts you in a better mood. And it's even better for your joints. So if you're gonna pick between a vibration plate and a rebounder, opt for the rebounder or go for a walk. If you're gonna use a vibration plate though, make sure that you do calf raises in order to get any benefits at all. And remember, the most important thing you could do to permanently lower cortisol levels is to believe with 100% certainty that you got this. Of course you can lose weight the easy way. You just have to make sure that every single change you make is so easy you can be consistent on your worst day. If it's not easy to lose the weight, don't do it. If it's easy to lose the weight, it's gonna be easy to keep the weight off. You got this. We covered how your diet gives you the raw materials needed to have hormonal balance. Next, we're gonna get your body to release the right hormones in the right amounts at the right times so those hormones are balanced. And the number one most effective way for a woman to balance her hormones naturally is to get high quality sleep. So if you need help falling asleep, staying asleep, or you just wanna get that hormone balancing sleep, this section will teach you how. And this is really important because your hormones dictate everything in your body. So if you want to feel better about literally everything, from losing weight to your outlook on life, you've got to balance your hormones naturally. Let's dive in. There is nothing that is more important for a woman's hormonal balance than high quality sleep. And there's not even a close second, because high quality sleep is when your body will naturally bring everything back into balance, both physically and mentally. Now, if you miss one day of sleep, it's really not that big of a deal, because instead of operating at 100%, maybe you're operating at 70%. But if you're consistently not getting that high quality sleep, that number goes lower and lower and lower, and eventually you just feel like you're running on empty all the time. And to cope with all this hormonal stress, your body will start giving you intense cravings for processed carbs. Caffeine eventually does nothing for you. Like, you feel like you need to have your morning coffee, but it really doesn't give you that same boost of energy like it used to. Or if it gets really bad, you're just waiting for the day to end because you're just exhausted all day. Like, you wake up tired, you go through your day tired, and then you're exhausted at night, and you still have a hard time sleeping. But that's not only if you miss an entire days of sleep. I'm talking about if you're not getting high quality sleep all the time, that means it's always a little bit off. And it's not just your sleep that's a little bit off, your hormones are always a little bit off all the time. Like, it seems like it's so freaking hard to hit the weight that you want to hit. Like, it seems like there's just something blocking you. Most of the time, it's just high quality sleep because your hormones are balanced. Yes, you want to get that recommended 7 to 9 hours of sleep, but that can be largely out of your control, and that's kind of pointless for me to put inside of here. I want you to get control by maximizing how much high quality sleep you get, because being unconscious is not the same as getting high quality sleep. I would rather you sleep a shorter duration of time, but get high quality hormone balancing sleep than just be unconscious for 9 hours and wake up exhausted. Think of it this way. If you were actually getting high quality sleep, you would wake up with energy. If you're feeling exhausted when you get out of bed, like you have to drag yourself out of bed, if you don't feel ready to start your day as soon as you get up, that is not normal. So in this chapter, we're going to understand how sleep works and how to get more of that deep restorative sleep. And before we dive into that, I need to teach you the most important aspect when it comes to women's hormonal balance. And that is, your hormones are released in anticipation of an upcoming event. So your body is not just reacting to what's happening right now. It also releases hormones because it thinks something is about to happen. That's the vast majority of your hormonal response. And you have already experienced this. If you've ever driven past a fast food place and you could smell like the French fries, even if you weren't hungry at all, as soon as you smell it, all of a sudden you're like, you know what, I think I could eat. What's going on? Your body's saying, all right, I think there's food nearby. I think I should eat this soon. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna release some more insulin. What happens when you release more insulin? Your blood sugar starts to drop. And all of a sudden you're like, man, I've really gotta eat that food. Like, I just feel so freaking hungry right now. All because your body's hormonal system is predicting that you're going to eat soon. And if it gets really bad, every single meal you eat is both charged emotionally, mentally, and hormonally. As in, you don't feel like you're really in control of what you're eating. You can know what to do. Like, I know I shouldn't be eating this garbage food. But for some reason, it feels like a compulsion, like this out-of-body experience. Like, why am I doing this to myself? It's 100% hormonal, and it is not your fault. So to balance your hormones, beyond just getting that 7 to 9 hours of sleep that you should have, give yourself a sleep opportunity. But there are 3 main things you could do to get high-quality sleep. Number 1 is sleep addition. This is what you add to your life in order to get better sleep. Number 2 is sleep subtraction, what you should remove so you can get better sleep. And number 3 is your sleep backup plan. This is what you do if everything goes to crap and you gotta fix it. And by mastering all 3, you can finally get that hormone balancing, high quality sleep, even if everything you've tried hasn't worked yet. And when your hormones are balanced, that food noise is gone, the insulin sensitivity increases, which means you don't have that insulin response to garbage food anymore, as in you stop craving that crap. But most importantly, you feel way better all the time. If you feel good all the time, you're gonna treat yourself like you care about yourself. Like, how many times have you had it happen when you know what to do? Like, you know, your brain knows what to do, but you have that out-of-body experience and you say, I should not be buying this junk food in the store. Why am I getting this? Or like, I should not be getting that Uber Eats. I should not be doing this. I know I shouldn't be eating this pizza. And you're just like, it feels like a compulsion. It feels like it's completely out of your control. Balancing your hormones puts you back into control. So I'm gonna cover how to do that in this next section. And hopefully it is so exciting that it puts you to sleep. Remember that positive psychology is what we want to follow in this program. This is where you focus on adding to your life, because that will naturally take away from the stuff that we don't want. And what's really cool about sleep addition is that even if you only add 30 more minutes of high quality sleep, that can be the difference between you having balanced hormones or hormones being all jacked up. So this is really freaking exciting. Let's dive in. Specifically, what you want to add is a very high degree of consistency around your sunlight, your stimulants, your food, and your routine. You get those 4 under control and your hormones are a whole lot more balanced. One of the most important things you could add to get high quality sleep is also free. It is sunlight. And the science behind this is pretty cool. Adenosine is your body's tired hormone, and it just builds up during the day, waiting to put you to sleep at night. And then when bedtime hits, that adenosine will cross the blood-brain barrier and signal that it's time to get to sleep. You don't want these tired hormones to pass through that barrier and make you tired during the day though. So a really easy way to set this properly is to get sunlight within the first 2 hours of waking up, because that will start an internal clock inside your body that will say, all right, we're gonna create a wall that is going to let adenosine build up, but we're gonna start building that wall within the first 2 hours. That way, you can stay awake for the next 12 hours before you start to get tired. At least 20 minutes is all you need. And I'm not saying that you should just stare at the sun and burn your eyeballs. No, I'm saying that you just need it to hit your face. Like, it will naturally get into your eyes. Like right now, I have sunlight, I have light hitting my eyes right now. I'm not staring at the sun. And this is also true on those cloudy, overcast days. Even if it is cloudy and you just see the sun through the clouds, that still gives you a benefit. The key is that you don't want any barrier between you and the sun. So you want, if you have windows, you want to have the windows open. If you're in the car, you want to have the car window down. You want to make sure that you actually get that sunlight to hit you directly if at all possible. A really easy way to do this is just to go for a morning walk or just stand on your patio while you're having your morning coffee. But if you're in a situation where it is like pitch black outside when you wake up, you can get a similar benefit for starting that internal clock if you were to get a light box therapy. These are also called happy lamps. Just look them up online. Get one that says at least 10,000 lux. So 10,000 lux is what you type in, and then buy any of them. They're like $15. And ideally, you get one that can also switch to warm colors because we can use this later in the evening as well. So I actually have those set up right now while I'm recording this. I got a freaking gigantic one. I got one over there that is blasting me in the eyes, waking me up. But when you don't want to be awake anymore, you can take these exact same lights and you just change the color to the warm color. So like orange or red or whatever color it goes to that's not white. So white, bright light, that's at least 10,000 lux is what you want. So just turn it on while you're getting ready in the morning. And then in the evening, turn off all the overhead lights, but more importantly, you're gonna turn all of these to orange or warm colors. That is an artificial sunset. This will supercharge the sunlight benefits. So ideally, you're waking up with the sun and then you're also outside when the sun goes down. That's not realistic for everyone. So if you can't go for a walk in the morning and go for a walk just before the sun goes down, then what you want to do is pick up some lights and then just have them on, then change the color in the evening. In the real world, what this looks like is just 4 hours before bed, you're going to turn off all of the overhead lights. Remember, we're creating an artificial sunset. We're going to change all of the lights in your house to lamps. So just anything that's not overhead. All lamps in general are not white lights anyway. They're typically orange or like yellow. Those all work. As long as it's not white light, that's all that matters. Then you're gonna change all of your electronics to night mode or dim mode or nighttime or whatever it's called on your phone. Just go to your phone settings, you'll see what it is. It's on every electronics. What it's gonna do, it's gonna dim the screen, it's gonna change the colors, and that's gonna help teach your body that you should be releasing that adenosine soon. And then finally, you wanna make it as dark as possible 2 hours before bed. So, I mean, literally you want it to be like pitch black, if at all possible. Have as little light as you can. I'm talking about just getting like those lights that plug into the wall outlets, just a night light so you can see the floor and stuff a couple hours before bed. Or if you're playing on your phone, that's totally fine. Just change it to night light and you can stare at your phone all the way up until you go to sleep, if that's what you do. The point is that our bodies are naturally programmed to get tired when we notice it's getting darker. So you just have to make your body predict that it's going to be bedtime soon. You do that through sunlight. So bright in the morning, within the first 2 hours, darker in the evening, the last 4 hours, pitch black, the last 2 hours before you go to bed. You can add stimulants and it will improve your sleep quality. I know this sounds super funny, but remember that your hormones work on prediction. If you can make it predict when to burn up all of those stress hormones, then it knows not to release them in the evening. So you want a mental stimulant. So this could be from caffeine, it could be from exercise, it could be from working on something time-bound. And I'm not saying that if you normally don't drink caffeine to start adding a bunch of caffeine to your diet. Don't drink a cup of coffee at night and say, Abram said it would help me sleep. Just having an espresso. No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that creating a high degree of consistency with your stimulant routine is the key, because that's what will teach your body when to metabolize all those stress hormones. So for instance, let's say you do drink coffee. What you do is you would put it at a certain time of the day. This could be an actual time or after something that is already a recurring event. So for the coffee, maybe you say, I have my coffee at 8 a.m. 7 days a week. Or you could say, I drink my coffee right after I wake up. It's the first thing I drink. Either one of those would work because your body will predict what's going to happen next. It either predicts it because it's the first thing you drink, or it predicts it because it's that time of the day. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you are very consistent with whatever you pick. By staying really consistent, this will keep your cortisol nice and leveled. This will increase your cortisol metabolism. That means we want your energy to be spiked at the same time every single day. But it's not just caffeine, so you don't just have to do caffeine. You could also just go for a walk, or do your stretching routine, or jump up and down on a rebounder, or whatever it might be. What matters is just that at the same time every single day. That's the key. The more you can be consistent, the better off you'll be. So maybe you do walking 5 days a week, you do strength training 3 days a week. Just make sure it's at the same time. That's the key. Or if you have coffee, make sure it's at the same time, 7 days a week. The point is that you just don't change the timing. Make everything as consistent as possible. The only thing that would mess up your hormones, like your cortisol, if you're inconsistent with having your coffee, or you're inconsistent with your activity, or you're inconsistent with what time you do it. But if you want to go all out and you really want to amp up the stimulants to get a much higher quality sleep, you just combine all three. This would be like going for your walk in the morning, having your cup of coffee as soon as you get back, and then after you have your cup of coffee, you start working on something that is time bound. So like, all right, I'm going to work on my most important work project, or I'm going to work on ABRAM'S course, or I'm going to work on journaling for the week, or whatever it might be. You're going to work on the same thing, but you're going to set a timer for it. So you do the three things. All three of those are a stimulant. That's all burning up that cortisol and increasing it like crazy in the morning, which is exactly what we want. You're gonna get a much higher quality sleep if you can stack these. And you already know that your energy is way different if it's time bound versus not. Like, imagine you have 10 minutes to get something done. Now imagine you have 24 hours to get that same thing done. Which one naturally gives you more energy? Is the one with a time constraint. It's things that you make up that time constraint. And it is most effective if you do something that you don't really love doing, but you know it's an action that you'd be proud of. Like, for example, if you manage employees, this could be like checking their end of day reports, or this could be meditation, or this could be doing laundry, or if you're like me and you like to have a very clean, organized space, you just set a 7-minute timer and you start cleaning something. Or it could be as simple as planning tomorrow today, or it's like, all right, I'm gonna make a plan for today, or I'm gonna make a plan for tomorrow. It doesn't have to be super exciting. The point is that you just work on it and there's a set time that you get it done. And this is even more effective if you can rope someone else into it. Like, if you're gonna say you're gonna do the 7-minute cleaning. I freaking love doing this. Set a 7-minute timer, tell the kids, all right, we're gonna clean this one part of the couch. We have 7 minutes to clean this. We're gonna deep clean it as much as possible. I want you to reach your arms in there, get the change out. We're gonna dust it, we're gonna vacuum, we're gonna use the steamer all at the same time. It's just absolute chaos for 7 minutes. But what happens is you have a very clean one part of the couch. And you have really spiked that cortisol for that time because you're basically panicking. I'm gonna run out of time. I gotta get this as clean as possible. It actually makes it more enjoyable, but more importantly, it's not something that I'm like, I would naturally be excited to do. You know what I mean? By the end of a week of doing this, you can really start to feel the difference. Like, if you have your morning coffee at the same time, you're going for your walk at the same time, you're using a rebounder at the same time, you're working on something time bound at the same time, you start stacking these up. By the end of the week, you can actually feel that cortisol melting away. You just feel so much more in control of your life. And as a byproduct, you start losing more weight. Then for exercise, you can make this super enjoyable. So what I really like to do, once again, I really like to rope in my family because, quite frankly, I work a lot. And that's basically all I want to do. I freaking love this stuff. This is all I want to do. The point is that if I want to do something else outside of this, I will just involve them so I can also have time with them while I do it. So some examples include like walking, doing partner yoga with the kids, which is hilarious if you're not flexible. You could do some Billy Blank's Taibo workouts. I don't know if you're old, but I remember that back in the day. I did that all the time. Punch, 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 kick. You know, there's so many YouTube ones that are available right now. Like, all of the workout DVDs that existed back in the day, they're all free on YouTube now. Like, you could just go watch all of them, add it to your morning routine. Like, I listen to like that Fit and Nifty Over 50, or like doing the mobility training, and I've done all of the different things. The point is that I don't have to think about it. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna watch one of these videos that will be part of my morning routine. It doesn't really matter which one you pick, just that you're not freaking exhausted after doing it. So like, you don't wanna pick a workout where it's like an hour long and you're just completely dead for the rest of the day. You wanna pick one that is fun and enjoyable and lowers cortisol. Not one that makes you more stressed out and you're like, oh my gosh, I dread doing that. Just make it as fun as possible. Like, personally, I don't really like exercise. I know I probably should. You know, hopefully I look like I'm in shape. But I don't really enjoy it. Like, I just want to go back to work all the time. Like, when I'm at the gym, I'm just like, oh, I just want to get back to work. Like, when I'm doing other things, I just want to go back to work. So when I am thinking about my activity, I will just do things where I know I'm proud of that action, and it makes me a good role model, and it helps me, and it helps my family. My all-time favorite, I never miss a day with this. Every single day, me and my wife go for a walk with our kids during the golden hours, which is when the sun is just about to set. We've been doing that every single day ever since our kids were born. We never miss a day. We all look forward to it. It's just part of the routine, increases our insulin sensitivity, lowers cortisol, and makes us feel a whole lot better about what we're doing in our lives, and helps balance our hormones naturally. There are actually foods and drinks you could have that will help you get to sleep faster, stay asleep longer, and more rapidly help you get that high quality sleep. 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar with 1 tablespoon of honey, according to our data, has shown to help women get more deep restorative sleep and elicit more vivid dreams. So basically, you're sleeping harder and getting more restorative sleep. Just make sure you get one that says 5% acidity right on the label. There's a million brands for this. I don't care which one you pick. But if that apple cider vinegar tastes too strong, then you could try to dilute it. You're gonna put 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar with 8 ounces of water, no honey. Try that, and it should be a lot more tolerable because it's not so strong. Or if that is still disgusting, because apple cider vinegar tastes awful, I don't know who likes it. Some people like it, I don't know, I think it's freaking gross. But there's a lot of benefits to it. The only way I found to actually help you choke it down without it being gross is, if you're like me and you think it's gross, is 2 tablespoons of apple cider vinegar. You're gonna put it in a shot glass, and then you're also gonna take 2 tablespoons of apple cider. So you drink the apple cider vinegar, and then right after you just have the apple cider, no vinegar. Normal apple cider will completely get rid of that disgusting vinegar taste of apple cider vinegar. Apple cider by itself is freaking delicious. It's basically sugar water, but it is a perfect chaser. It completely eliminates the taste, and it gives you all the same hormone balancing sleep benefits without it being gross. Drinking just half a cup of tart cherry juice has been shown to increase a woman's melatonin production, and it already has melatonin in it. So it's like twice as good. That means not only will it help you get to sleep faster, it helps you stay asleep longer. It also has a type of sugar that will immediately send you into rest and digest. As in, if you ever been in like a food coma before, you know, like you have something, you get really tired, this has that same type of sugar already in it. And it is loaded with melatonin. So it is like the best of all the world, because what it does is it helps shuttle tryptophan to the brain. How cool is that? But it takes a little bit of time to work. So you want to drink this half a cup of tart cherry juice 30 to 60 minutes before bed in order to get the full effect, because it basically has to ramp up, because it does not work instantly. Remember, it's both increasing your melatonin and you're also drinking the melatonin. So you just have to give your body time to do what it does best. So it takes a little bit of time. So make sure you add this early in the routine. Having just 1 little kiwi has been shown to drastically increase sleep quality. Kiwi works through its high serotonin content and its antioxidant profile. So antioxidant means that it's very anti-inflammatory, as in you don't have that inflammation building up that makes you have to pee at night. Serotonin is the precursor to melatonin. Melatonin makes you tired, but this takes a longer time. You have to have 1 kiwi 2 hours before bed if you want to get the maximum benefits. So you're going to get the antioxidant benefit because remember, you want to pee before bed. Then you also want to get the melatonin benefits. And the only way to do that is to let your body have a chance to turn that serotonin to melatonin. The key here is that you need to eat the skin on the kiwi. So if you are going to get the furry guy, the one that's green, then just rinse it off. You don't taste the hair on it at all. It's totally in her head. Just rip off the hard part and then eat it like an apple. It's delicious. But if you really don't like the hairy guy, like you just weirds you out, then just get a golden kiwi and you'll get similar benefits. Just make sure you rip off the hard part, rinse it off, eat it like an apple. And both are freaking delicious. I love kiwi. Pistachios have a crazy amount of melatonin in them. Most foods that say they contain melatonin have such a tiny amount that it's basically nothing. That is not pistachios at all. They have one of the highest natural sources of melatonin on the planet. We are talking levels that will rival getting over-the-counter melatonin supplements. On top of that, they are packed with magnesium, which helps to trigger rest and digest for more deep restorative sleep. They also have vitamin B6, which helps to turn that tryptophan into serotonin and then into melatonin. So it's like they're the precursor of the precursor as well. That means that they're hitting your sleep in multiple different directions. Like they're helping you with the melatonin, they're helping you give the raw materials to make more melatonin, and they are freaking delicious. All you need to do is have a handful about an hour before bed, and that can do the trick. Fermented foods are awesome for helping you get high quality sleep, especially kimchi. Remember from previous chapters that your gut microbiome produces most of the serotonin and GABA in your body. Serotonin becomes melatonin, which makes you tired, and GABA is what calms your mind so you can get to sleep. But if your gut is not healthy, you're not producing either one, as in you're gonna have a hard time getting to sleep and staying to sleep if your gut microbiome is not healthy. That's why fermented foods are phenomenal for this, like kimchi, sauerkraut, kefir, miso, even some probiotic yogurts can help because they help to feed and rebuild that garden in your gut microbiome that you need for the raw materials in order to get the high quality sleep, because the neurotransmitters they make will help calm your mind. But if you're gonna pick a fermented food, kimchi is just so high above everything else, I wouldn't even consider any other fermented food for sleep. And all you need to do is have it during the day. And just a few tablespoons with each one of your meals is all you need. Just remember that when you're having this, we want to have a very healthy garden. That requires giving it more water. So if you are going to have more kimchi, make sure you intentionally drink more water with that meal. Carbs can be really good for sleep if you eat the right ones. Did you know one of the most common reasons for waking up in the middle of the night is your blood sugar is crashing? And I don't mean you're falling into low blood sugar ranges. I just mean that you go from like slightly higher, maybe you go from 120 down to 100. Like you will actually stay in normal ranges, but that crash wakes you up and you're like, I don't even know why I'm waking up. I'm like all sweaty, what's going on? What's happening is that when your body feels that blood sugar drop, it will give you a stress response, cortisol. Cortisol is the opposite of what you need in order to get sleep. If your cortisol increases, you're awake. So if you are feeling that blood sugar crash, like you notice you have a very hard time staying asleep, that's probably because you are having this blood sugar crash. So the solution is to have a carbohydrate that keeps your blood sugar nice and easy. So by simply eating some slow digesting, high fiber carbs before bed, you can really help to shunt that blood sugar crash. Because imagine that your blood sugar is this line that's gradually going down, and then you feel it crash at night. Your blood sugar at night might be normal, and then you feel a crash. Feeling that crash is what's spiking the cortisol and waking you up. If instead you were to eat a high fiber carbohydrate, that high fiber carb is essentially giving you little blips of blood sugar as you go up. So even if you have a crash, what's gonna happen is your body is already digesting more carbs, the high fiber carbs that are slow digesting, and that's going to bring it back up. So you don't feel a sudden crash, it's gonna be a lot more steady as it goes down, which is exactly what you want. No crash means no cortisol, which means you can sleep through the night. Foods like steel-cut oatmeal, lentils, beans, twice-cooked potatoes, and quinoa are phenomenal for this because they keep your blood sugar stable all the way through the night. Your routine for high-quality sleep is the most important thing you can do. There is nothing more important for a woman to get high-quality sleep than a highly consistent bedtime routine done in the right way. There's a reason why you will never meet an 80-year-old woman that does not have a routine. They've got to have a routine in order to feel like a person. Literally all of them have it. Like, it's not because they just happen to have it. They just realize that they need their hormones to predict what's gonna happen next. Getting high quality sleep though is the most important thing you can have in your routine. So these are the aspects of your routine that you really wanna dial in if you want to get that high quality sleep to balance your hormones. A closing doors bedtime routine has been the most impactful thing I've seen for my clients to help balance their hormones naturally. So listen up because this is really freaking important. So I want you to imagine a hallway filled with open doors with super bright lights coming out of them. At the end of that hallway is a bed. That's the bed you're gonna sleep in. But it's too freaking bright. You can't go to sleep. You need to start at the end of the hallway and close each door in order as you get closer to your bed. Each door you close makes it progressively darker and darker and darker, which makes your body predict that you're gonna be getting high quality sleep until you close that last door and it's lights out and you go to bed. This is the best way to go about your bedtime routine. You want it to be 5 steps or more. You do it in the exact same order every single night, because each step is going to supercharge your sleep results. So if you have 5 steps, that means you're gonna give your body 5 opportunities to release more of those tired hormones. The longer you do this, the more effective it is. And these 5 steps do not need to be complicated. For example, it could be number 1, you check that all your windows are closed. Number 2, you shut off all all the overhead lights in the house. Number 3, you post a win to your journal or your accountability group. Number 4, you check to make sure you've set your alarms. And then number 5, you shut off the remaining lights and you go to bed. It doesn't matter exactly what you do, just that you do it in the exact same order every single night. Your hormonal system works on prediction. The more consistent you can be with this, the better sleep you'll get. So what I'm saying is, don't be ambitious here. Make it something that you could do whether or not you're traveling, whether or not you're at home, whether or not you're stressed. You want it to work in every single situation, because the more consistent you could be, the better the result. A wake up and bedtime routine is especially important for women that have cortisol issues, because we want to both train your hormonal system when to metabolize that cortisol and when to start releasing more melatonin so you don't have it at night. By telling your body when to kickstart that cortisol, that's what gives you the first bump. But if you can also set a bedtime alarm, you are gonna double up on your results. Because a lot of times we'll wake up and it's not out of our control, or you have to get up for work, or whatever it might be. But what time you start your bedtime routine can matter a lot. So if at all possible, you can set an alarm and say, this is when I start my closing doors bedtime routine, you'll see even better results. Having your biggest meal before bed is a great way for many women to get much better sleep. And I know this sounds so backwards, but for a lot of women, having a physically bigger meal will naturally trigger rest and digest. And I don't mean that you should be binge eating and then laying down and go to bed. What I am saying is that make your dinner the biggest meal of the day. Or you can make it even better is if you skip lunch and just put your lunch inside of your dinner, so you double up. As long as you don't have acid reflux or heartburn or GERD or anything like that, this could be a phenomenal tool, because basically it's gonna help put you in a food coma. Even if you're not someone that normally burps up your food after eating a lot, I would still avoid having fish, having red sauces, stimulants like anything that's caffeinated, or just a lot of liquids before doing this option, because what you don't want to do is have a very full gut and then lay down, and then it's hard for you to digest and you just burp it up. So that can also ruin your sleep. What I specifically want you to do is eat a lot more of the anti-obesity foods with dinner. And the only way to know if this will work for you is for you to test it. So in my experience, it seems to be about 50-50. Like half the women see a lot of success with it, half the women don't. The only way you will know is in hindsight. We'll get into that in the data-driven decisions at the end of the course. But this is basically triggering that Thanksgiving effect. Did you notice how people get really tired on Thanksgiving? It is not the tryptophan in the turkey. Turkey has no more tryptophan than chicken or beef. It's just that you're eating a physically bigger volume of food and that it's stretching your stomach and making you feel really tired. So if you can use this to your advantage, it can be a game changer. I've seen this to be the most effective if you can make your dinner intentionally really big and then also go for a walk right after. Like just a short walk, 5-15 minutes, like right after it. Like for me, I'll eat and then I'll go for a walk with my wife and kids. That works really well for me because it's gonna help you pull that stuff through your digestion. You don't want to have all of that in the first chamber of your stomach. You don't want it in your stomach. You want to make it to your intestines so when you lay down, it's impossible to burp it up. You want to go down to the next stage. Once it's there, you're good. You can lay down, you're going to go to sleep, you're going to be knocked out. It also avoids you feeling uncomfortably full because once you're very full, you actually want some help. You want like a gentle jiggle. Or you can hop up and down and rebound for a little bit as long as you're not jumping super high. What's really nice about walking is it's going to help reduce inflammation, but more importantly, it's very gently pulling that food down so that it's easier to digest. But you still get that Thanksgiving effect that puts you into the coma to get better sleep. If you are in perimenopause, I want you to make your bedroom colder. This is different than menopause. For perimenopause specifically, that's when I want you to have a colder bedroom. This is because we are conditioned to sleep with blankets. So if you can make your bedroom between 65 and 68 degrees Fahrenheit or between 18 and 20 degrees Celsius, that seems to be the sweet spot. Really, the colder the better. Like if you can actually handle it, if you can have a cold room. So either if it's cold outside, just crack your window open, crank the AC. But if you're gonna do a fan, what I don't want you to do is have a fan blowing in your face. That can really irritate a lot of things inside of your nasal cavity. And you basically wake up with a whole bunch of allergies and that can actually ruin your sleep. So don't sleep with a fan on your face, just make your room colder. If you are gonna turn on a fan, like a ceiling fan, just flip the switch on the fan. Every fan will have two options. One, it'll spin one way and it'll blow air down. If you flip that fan switch, it'll be above the fan. It'll make it go the other way. It'll actually pull air up and then it goes around your walls. That's how you want to set up your ceiling fan. So if your ceiling fans are shooting air down, just switch the direction so it pulls air up and circulates it around your room. And you already know that you get better sleep when this happens because, like, have you ever been bundled up on like a chilly day and you wake up and your alarm clock goes off, but it's like, oh wait, I don't have to go to school, or like, I don't have to go to work today. I can go back to sleep. You shut off that alarm, you're already warm and cozy, you're like, this is great. And then you go back to sleep. So it's gonna help you get better sleep. So make your room colder if you're in perimenopause. If you are in menopause or postmenopause, I would not recommend making your bedroom colder. I want you to make your bedroom warmer, but you are going to be using a cooling mattress pad. There's a million different brands. Just look it up online. What you're looking for is something where you can set the temperature of either the blanket or the mattress pad itself. And you want to be able to set it exactly. So you want one that both heats and cools. That's the key. The reason why you want a cool bed, but you want a warm bedroom is that as you get older, naturally, there are many more reasons why you will have to get up in the middle of the night to pee. For instance, if you are someone that is dealing with a lot of inflammation, you will have inflammation during the day and you are walking around. When you walk around, you activate the muscle pump that moves that inflammation in and out of your body and you pee it out. When you lay down though, you stop using your legs. And what happens is all that inflammation that's building up in your lower body will just naturally, because there's no more gravity, will make its way towards your kidney. And as soon as your body realizes that interstitial fluid is building up, your kidneys will say, it's time to pee. That's why you can pee right before bed, but still you wake up in the middle of the night to pee. It's because you got inflammation in your lower body. Or another thing that can make you wake up is your cortisol levels are just all jacked up. You know, like it just spikes at night. You're a light sleeper. There's a million reasons. But if that is you, and you're someone that is in menopause or postmenopause, then if you have to get up in the middle of the night and your bedroom is freezing, that is going to spike your cortisol so much higher. Just think about how you feel when you open the door into a place that's freezing. Like as soon as you go in, you go, ooh, like it just sends that cortisol spike right through your spine. And like, are you awake? Of course. Nobody's ever been like, wow, I'm really tired. Let me become freezing. No, what makes you tired is being warm. But think about the opposite. Have you ever opened the door and then it was really hot? Like as soon as you step out in the heat, you go like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. Like you're just like, you feel like everything feels harder. We want that at night. So if you can make your bedroom warmer, but your bed cold, what will happen is you get up in the middle of the night and then you step out into a nice warm room. It's kind of knocking the wind out of you. You go pee, but then you go back to bed into the nice cool blanket that's set at the perfect temperature. And then you get that deep restorative sleep, but you fall into it without spiking your cortisol. So if you're in menopause, postmenopause, get a cooling mattress pad, but make your bedroom warm. Light is one of the most impactful things when it comes to getting high quality sleep. So if at all possible, you want to get some blackout curtain and make it as dark as possible. I mean, I literally want it to be pitch black if you can. And I'm talking about any bright lights, whether that is street lights, that could be an alarm clock, that could be a night light on the floor, whatever it might be. You want to turn off all the lights. You want it to be so dark in your room that you cannot see across your room. That's how dark you want it. So blackout curtains are one of the best investments you can make. Just a one-time purchase can help you produce more melatonin every single night. But if you can't control how dark your room is, like maybe there are street lights that you can't control, or maybe like your partner likes to sleep and they have their phone screen on and super bright, all you have to do then is just get one of those sleep masks. The mask will block your eyes completely. It'll be pitch black to you. It doesn't matter if the room is bright, as long as your eyes can't see it. And you really don't feel these. They're extremely soft. Just make sure you get the right one. I don't want you to get one that has any forever chemicals in it. I don't want to risk any endocrine disruption while you're trying to improve your hormones. So which one should you get? Any of these. And if you want that list, it is inside of your workbook. Have you downloaded the workbook yet? Here's the QR code. Get it for free or go to this website. All right, and what's really cool about having a sleep mask is since it makes it pitch black, it is the perfect thing to end at the end of your closing doors bedtime routine. You know that feeling when someone gives you a really good hug and you just feel better instantly? Well, you could use that to get better sleep if you get a weighted blanket or you use the burrito method, because both of these will just gently smush you into a better mood and give you better sleep. Because these will help your serotonin go up, which is where your melatonin comes from. And if your melatonin goes up, your cortisol goes down. So not only are we bringing down cortisol, we're also increasing melatonin. On top of that, your body even starts to release oxytocin, which is that same feeling you get when you're hugging someone that you love, or like you're cuddling with your pet, and it feels so good, and they don't try to run away from you. You know, like they chose you and they actually want to be next to you. Like, you actually get that feeling with a weighted blanket or the burrito method. You can actually feel your heart rate drop, your blood pressure goes down, and your brain actually gets the signal, all right, everything is safe now, and we can go to sleep. This is called deep pressure stimulation, and it's why these methods are so effective, is because they have this hormonal cascade that works on so many different angles. So this is really effective if you're someone that will lay down at night and you're just staring at the ceiling, you're just like tired but wired, like, why am I awake? This can really help calm that nervous system. And I really like this for women that have restless leg syndrome, because this gets a lot worse and is way more common for women in perimenopause and menopause because of the hormonal chaos that's going on. It's actually a neurological condition that's driven by low iron and low dopamine. So it doesn't fix the root cause issue, but since this is a neurological problem, if you can calm down your nervous system, it'll help you stay asleep longer. If you're someone that's cold at night, then the weighted blanket is probably the best option, because this will naturally make you warmer. But if you like the weighted blanket and you don't want to get too warm, then make sure you get one of those cooling mattress toppers I talked about earlier. And then the general recommendation, if you are going to go the route of the weighted blanket, is not to get any more than 10% of your body weight. Because if you smush yourself too much, it actually makes your sleep worse. So a good rule of thumb is that if you can roll over, it's not heavy enough. But if you can't move at all, then it's too heavy. Like, you should be able to move your arms, that's okay. But you shouldn't be able to roll over your whole body. The whole point is that it stops you. It kind of like gently smushes you into the position that you want to be in. Or if you don't want to be as toasty, or you don't want to do a weighted blanket, you could just opt for the burrito method. This name comes from the way that you wrap a burrito so nothing falls out. Literally all you have to do is lay in bed, you kick up your feet, and the blanket will fall underneath your heels. You put your feet down, you roll to one side, and then roll to the other. What happens is you end up all fully burritoed. You're like a cocoon of happiness here. You're literally swaddled like a baby, which helps you get much better sleep. And you can try this for free right now at home. Planning tomorrow today, or PTT, is one of the best strategies if you want to go to sleep, but you have high cortisol. So I actually learned this one because I listened to books on productivity and management and getting ahead in life, personal development, things like that. And the author just randomly said in the middle of this audiobook, and like, this is why I always do this in the courses in my audiobook. Like, if you listen to this course right now, I'm going to say different things than I say in the written book, and I'm going to say different things than I say in the audiobook. So you should listen to all three, because every single time I will think of something else that will be in addition to that one thing. What I'm saying is that when I was listening to this book on productivity, the author just randomly said, this next tip really cured my anxiety, and it helped me get way better sleep. I used to have severe insomnia. Now it's gone after planning tomorrow today, or PTT. And he explained what he was having. So he's saying he would go to bed, he'd feel his heart racing, and he didn't know why, but it always ruined his sleep. And this is coming from someone that had very severe sleep issues. So basically all of my life, like even from a kid all the way up until college, like I was always up until 3 to 5 a.m. Like, imagine like a 7-year-old just being awake. Like, I was just awake watching MASH. I don't even know what that MASH was even about. I'm a child. But you know, that's what I had to do. I was just not tired. I don't know what it was going on. I would go to bed and I'd feel my heart go, I just feel it racing. And I didn't know what's going on. So the author just said, all right, you know what? If you plan tomorrow today the right way, using the PTT method, what will happen is this will actually calm that racing heart and help you get a much more deeper restorative sleep. And this is what actually lowers cortisol so your melatonin can take over. It is super simple. All you have to do is plan tomorrow today with the action step that you will take tomorrow. Now, you don't need to plan everything you're gonna do tomorrow. You just plan the one most important thing you wanna do tomorrow, then you plan the action that goes along with it. What is that action you're gonna take that will make progress towards it? Let me use some examples. Let's say the most important thing you could do tomorrow is a project at work. You have 20 different things that you need to get done for this project. But what is that one thing that, if accomplished, would move this project forward the most? You answer that question, and then you decide that one most important thing is to set up a meeting between you and the decision makers. That's what you need to get done tomorrow. That is the most important thing. So here's what the PTT method looks like with the action. Tomorrow, I will get into work and I'm gonna ask my boss who all needs to be in the meeting. Then after he tells me, the action I'm gonna take is I will send a group email breaking down the agenda. This is very different than the goal of meet with the decision maker, because this actually has the action you will take that makes immediate progress. Or let's use another example. Let's say your most important thing tomorrow is to go for your morning walk. You would say this as, tomorrow after brushing my teeth, I will listen to my favorite song as I get ready for my walk. That way, I have an easy way to curb my hunger and a natural stimulant to stay on track. Notice how it's the action you will take that makes the goal easier. If you listen to your favorite song, it'll give you that little bump because you get your body all moving and grooving. So planning tomorrow today is not a to-do list. It is the one most important thing. And then you also say the action that you're gonna take on it. For whatever reason, when you also put that action, this really calms an anxious mind. Something about action calms anxiety, and you have such a high degree of certainty. You know how motivating it feels when you see progress. Like how defeating does it feel when you're trying to lose weight and you're not losing weight? You lose all your energy and all motivation is gone, and you're constantly worried about things. But if you're losing weight, you feel great and everything's good. So this is true with every single one of our goals in life. If you know what you're gonna do and you know the exact action you're gonna take that will help you make progress towards it, you just say, this action will lead to the result. So if I start with this action, I know with 100% certainty, I am going to work on this problem. That's what calms your mind, helps you lower cortisol, and get that deep restorative sleep. And what's really cool about it is if you're someone that is a workhorse, or if you just want to get ahead in life, this is a great way to be highly productive. I highly recommend just focusing on one thing every single day and making it the most important thing and cutting everything else out of your life and just staying focused. Because as you see progress, it creates more motivation. You don't get motivated and then do something, you see progress and that creates motivation. So start doing this today, it is freaking awesome. You need to have something to look forward to every single day if you want your hormones to be balanced. Because think of it this way, if you have nothing to look forward to during the day, why would your body predict that you need energy? Like, do you need energy to do nothing? Like, if it thinks nothing's gonna happen, it's gonna give you no energy for it. In fact, if you're dreading the day ahead, how do you feel? Like, it's hard to get out of bed. It's like, oh my gosh, I gotta go talk to that person. Or like, oh my gosh, I gotta go deal with my boss today. Or it's like, oh my gosh, you just feel the energy is being drained from your body. But the opposite is also true. You can train your hormonal system to be excited about life and actually give you energy. Just think about how a kid acts on Christmas Day. So like, they could have had no sleep at all, and they wake up and they're sprinting downstairs and they go to rip open those presents and they're so freaking excited. It doesn't matter how much sleep they had. It didn't matter what happened the night before. All that matters is they're really freaking excited. That energy is already inside of you. You just need a reason to unlock it. That's like me doing this stuff. Like, I freaking love this stuff. Like, someone asked me like, hey, Abram, how do you always have energy for your videos? Or like, what do you do in order to stay motivated? And I was like, what are you talking about? I freaking love this stuff. Like, this is not an act. Like, I was doing this before I was getting paid for it. I'll do it long after. Like, this is so freaking cool. Like, I'm excited just thinking about doing more of this. You can see why I freaking love working on it. Because now, not only am I doing this for myself, I know I'm also helping you. By helping you, it comes back to me tenfold. I cannot emphasize this enough. If you are excited about your day, you are gonna have more energy. If you wanna supercharge it, then be excited about improving someone else's day as well. Improve your life in the way that benefits others. Because this will also give you this light at the end of the tunnel effect. Like, no matter how bad your day gets, there's always something in your day that you can look forward to. So like me, for instance, it doesn't matter how much stress I have, running a business, doing everything. I mean, of course I have problems. I have problems all the time. You have problems, I have problems. The thing is that, like, it doesn't matter how stressful it gets. I always look forward to going for that walk with my wife and kids every day. That makes me excited. It doesn't matter where my energy is, what I'm working on, whether I need to do taxes, or like whether I need to like go shopping or do anything that's not working, which sounds horrible. I just want to go back to work. Like, anything that is not this, I dread doing. But I freaking love going for a walk with my wife and kids. Like that's awesome. It's the best. I'm a good example. My insulin sensitivity is better. I'm lowering inflammation. And it's like, I freaking love that time. Like I'll never look back on my life and say, you know what, I wish I gave up more of my time to my work. Instead, I would say, I'm so happy that we had that walk every day. I'm happy just thinking about it. Like that's how you actually use this to your advantage. You plan something in your day every single day that you look forward to. This is a non-negotiable if you want to have good energy levels. One of the best things you could do to drastically improve your sleep quality and balance your hormones is to just stop messing up your sleep. And beyond just binge watching your favorite show way too late, there's actually things that you could do that you can limit that will improve your sleep. Stop having caffeine 12 hours before bed. You don't want that caffeine blocking the adenosine from building up in your system. Remember, we want adenosine to build up during the day and then pass through the blood-brain barrier at night in order to help you get sleep. If you have that caffeine in your system though, that block stays up too long. Caffeine has a half-life of about 5 hours. That means after 5 hours, half the caffeine you had is still in your system. So after 10 hours, it should all be gone. But depending on your metabolism, this can still be in your system or out. Chances are if you're in this course, your metabolism isn't great. So just to play it safe and as just a general rule, make sure you stop having caffeine 12 hours before bed. So just have caffeine in the morning and that's it. If you do need an energy bump later in the day, then instead of caffeine, just do one of the natural energy boosters I talked about earlier in lowering cortisol with strategic use of stimulants. Because it's not worth giving up high quality sleep and just robbing yourself of all the energy you could have the next day. Remember, you want to sleep as good as possible, so let's just give yourself the chance to do that. Having a nightcap before bed, whether that is drinking something or smoking something or having a gummy or an edible or whatever it might be, you want to limit these 6 hours or more before bed just because of the same reason. It's just the half-life that they have. When you have alcohol in your system, it is impossible to have hormonal balance. Plus, alcohol is just the most inflammatory drink on the planet, and there is zero benefits to it. It's literally a toxin. If you're drinking a nightcap right before bed, even red wine, that is not good for you. There's no benefits at all. It'll cause a weight loss plateau while you drink it. It's going to ruin your metabolism. It's going to stop you from getting high quality sleep, so it's going to mess up your hormones. And really, this only works when you're younger because your metabolism is just so much faster. You probably already noticed that before, like in college or whatever, you could drink and then go to sleep and wake up and you felt fine the next day. Now, if you do it, you get a hangover, your head hurts, or you're just tired, or you just like stay uncomfortably bloated the rest of the day. It's because your metabolism just isn't the same. And that's also why hangovers just feel so awful, is because while you're unconscious, you're not actually getting that deep, restorative, hormone balancing sleep. Remember, we want high quality sleep, and you can't get it while this is in your system. So ideally, zero alcohol ever, but if you are gonna have it, then try to limit it to 6 hours or more before you go to bed. That way it's out of your system by the time you sleep. Then when it comes to alternatives like edibles or marijuana or any of those things that can actually help you get to sleep, those seem to be more of a short-term fix. I personally have not seen those work long-term. What my biggest risk for that is that it builds dependency. And once you build dependency and your hormones predict that you need to have that to sleep, it's like you're relying on that for the rest of your life. And I'm just not a fan on relying anything external in order to balance my hormones internally. So that's the reason why I would avoid it. Because it's just like putting a Band-Aid on versus actually healing the problem. So I would rather you take a natural approach if at all possible. But if you are going to be doing it, just know there is a risk of dependency. Not dependency like you're addicted, more like dependency like you need it psychologically in order to sleep. One of the things that will mess up your psychology is having tech in the bedroom. You should remove all visible clocks from your bedroom. This includes any watches, this could be sleep trackers, this could be your phone, anything that tells the time. If you're someone that has an anxious mind, knowing exactly what time it is does not help you sleep more. And you know this is the right solution for you if you look at the clock and you start doing math of being like, if I go to sleep now I'm gonna get this much sleep. You're the problem. Like, that is the problem. Just imagine how much better you sleep on like the weekend or when you don't need an alarm clock. You go to bed, you have no idea what time it is. You have no idea what time you wake up. What happens to your sleep? It drastically improves. So if you can remove all of the tech from your sleeping habits altogether, that is the best case scenario. So just put faith in your alarm clock that you actually set it right. So set your alarm clock and then put your phone face down and then don't look at it. Like, it's gonna work. It's worked every single time. You don't need to keep checking it. It's not gonna help anything else. It's not like you'll get better sleep by being worried about how much sleep you're getting. And it's not like you get better sleep if you're like, oh, my sleep score was like this random number. It's like, it's just telling you what you already feel. It doesn't actually help you at all. So I would just avoid it altogether if at all possible. And this is one of those things that everyone says and then like nobody does. Just do it for a week. Try it. You're gonna be so surprised at the difference that you feel when every day of sleep feels like sleeping in on the weekend. Like, you'll actually start to notice that you can go to sleep easier and stay asleep and you naturally wake up before your alarm clock. It's like the best feeling. Like, I've been doing that for years. Is I always just try to go to bed and give myself the opportunity to sleep and wake up before my alarm clock. You might go to bed at 7:30, you might go to bed at 10:30, you might go to bed at midnight, you might wake up at 4 a.m. Who cares? What matters is you let your body determine when that happens. And then you either get up, you get to work, you just start your day at whatever time. But if you set your bedtime routine, you do your closing doors bedtime routine at the same time, then you already know you're going to bed. And then you can wake up a lot better if you don't have that tech. The final step is a sleep backup plan. I would love to say you can perfectly follow your routine and you would never have anything happen in your life, but that is not realistic. Like, you have to travel, people get sick, you get called into work late, whatever it might be. There's so many reasons. Like, the dog could just be barking. Like, there's so many reasons why your sleep can get messed up. So how do you get back on track as soon as possible? First thing I want to say is that if you just messed up your sleep one night, don't worry about it. Don't change anything. It's not that big of a deal. You're gonna be fine. You're totally gonna be okay. You can literally be on no sleep for a full 24 hours. You're gonna be fine. It's not that big of a deal. What is a big deal is if you just worry about it. You're just gonna be extra tired for the next night that when you go to sleep and your hormones will be balanced again. You don't have to change anything. That being said, if you have multiple days in a row where your sleep is messed up, maybe the baby is awake, or maybe there's a sick family member, or maybe, dogs are barking, or whatever it might be. There's so many reasons. If that is happening, then you implement this sleep backup plan. All you need to do is increase what originally helped you get that sleep in the first place, just for that time period in order to get back on track. For example, if you would normally cut out caffeine 12 hours before bed, just bump that up and say, I'm gonna cut out caffeine 14 hours before bed. Or if you normally have half a cup of tart cherry juice, now you have a full cup of tart cherry juice. Or if you normally go for a 10-minute walk in the morning, go for a 20-minute walk in the morning. Like, this has not got to be complicated. You just do a little bit more of what helped you get the sleep in the first place when you need to get back on track, and you'll be extra tired for that night, and then you'll get back on track a whole lot quicker. Or maybe you just want to add more onto your routine. Like, maybe you have like a warm Epsom salt bath at night in order to really relax your body, and you start by turning off all the overhead lights. You go through your closing doors bedtime routine a little bit sooner. It doesn't have to be complicated is the point. You don't want to force yourself to go to sleep at a specific time either. So this really messes up women. You would think that you're gonna mess up your sleep, you go to bed too early. And this is not true. If you are super freaking tired and you can go to bed and you are sure you can go to sleep at like 7:30 at night and you normally go to bed at like 10:30, go to bed. Like, it's totally fine. The worst thing you could do is stay up too late. Like, maybe your bedtime is normally 9 p.m., but you're tired at 7:30. Go to bed at 7:30. Even if you wake up at 4 a.m., once again, you're gonna be fine. You'll just go through that day and then you'll be more tired, then you'll get back on track. What you don't wanna do is force yourself to stay awake up to a certain time. Because if you're forcing yourself to stay awake, there's actually a hormonal cycle for sleep, because your hormones work on prediction, like we talked about, but more importantly, they go in waves. Like, you already know this is true. You've been so busy, you forgot to eat, or you might have been so tired, you're not tired anymore. Like, what happens? What happens is your tired hormones gradually increase and then they go down. Just like your sleep quality. Like, when you're sleeping at night, you basically have these 90-minute increments where you have a 90-minute window where just 30 minutes of that is when you can actually fall asleep. So if you miss that 30 minutes, you got to wait another 90 minutes before you hit it again. So if you get tired earlier, just go to bed earlier. Your backup plan should be to play it by ear. If you get tired earlier, just go to bed earlier. Just intentionally add more things in so you sleep a little bit better. Pro tip, we just went through a crap load of things that you could add in order to improve your sleep. But do you need to do all of them tomorrow? No. Pick one. Do one thing, see if it works. If it does, keep doing it. If it doesn't work, stop doing that thing and then add something else. The goal is not to make it hard. The goal is to make the change so freaking easy, you could do it on your worst day. If you're looking for a priority list, I would start with your closing doors bedtime routine and then have something to look forward to every single day. I would make those the non-negotiables, and then everything else, pick whatever you want in order to improve your sleep. One of the best things you could do to drastically improve your sleep is to stop worrying about it. This is coming from someone that had severe insomnia for many years of my life. It wasn't until college when I was working third shift. So I actually worked at a place called American Girl Doll. If you're familiar with it, it's a doll factory. I was like working in the doll hospital, and I was like picking orders and stuff. It was literally a third shift job. And then I was also working another job on top of that, and a third job. So I was working a job in physical therapy, and I was also working a job as a respite worker for a nonverbal autistic boy. So I had 3 jobs, and I was going to school full time. So the workaholic tendencies have been all my life. The point is that I had really severe sleep issues. Remember, I learned about this book about planning tomorrow today, but one of the things that really helped is just detaching from the outcome. I just accepted. You know what? I don't even care anymore. If I sleep, whatever. I'm not going to worry about it. What happened is I got really good at taking naps. So what would happen is I would go from my third shift job at American Girl Doll. That'd be the third shift one. I would be done at 7 a.m. and I would go straight from there back to my house. I would take a nap for 15 to 30 minutes, depending on traffic. And then I would go from there and I would go to school. And then in school, I would go to my first class. Then after my first class, I would go take a nap in the library. After that, then I would go to my next classes. After those classes, I would drive to my next job. And then I would take a nap in the parking lot inside the car. And then I would go to that job. And then from that job, I would go to my last job. And I'd be working for a couple hours as a respite worker. And then after that job, I would go home and then go to sleep again. So my sleep was super broken up. But I got the total amount of sleep I needed for the day just through a series of naps. What ended up happening is I got so good at falling asleep. I got to the point where I was literally on an airplane, and during the takeoff, I put my feet up and I went to sleep. And I just fell asleep before the plane even took off. I didn't wake up for the entire plane taking off, and then they woke me up because the plane was going to land. I slept through the whole takeoff of a plane. That's how deep of a sleeper I became, because I completely detached from the outcome. You have to just stop worrying about it. The less you worry about it, the better sleep you'll get. That's why I say, if you ever mess up your sleep, you're going to be fine. It's not that big of a deal. You functioned on little sleep before, you could do it again. Just try again the next day, you're going to be fine. Phase 3, keeping the weight off forever. I am so freaking excited. First, I want to tell you about Diane. Diane was 61 years old and post-menopausal. She actually did lose 35 pounds on her own by tracking macros and by using a meal replacement service. And she was super proud of herself because she put in the hard work to see those results. But then life happened. Her husband had a serious health scare, and then she also needed to have an unexpected operation the same year. And that sent her inflammation through the roof. And unfortunately, things actually got worse for her husband, and the hormonal stress just continued on top of her physical trauma she was also trying to heal from. So she completely lost the routine that helped her lose that 35 pounds. And within 8 months, 28 pounds were already back. And she came to me absolutely devastated. Not because she didn't know how to lose weight, it's because she knew and she had proven to herself she could do this. But when she tried the exact same plan again, it didn't work this time. She said to me, "I don't get it. I did exactly what I did before, but this weight still isn't coming off." Here's what happened to Diane. She originally lost weight the hard way, by using meal replacement bars and shakes that was hard to maintain when life happened. Now, when she tried to keep up with all the protein requirements, it just caused more inflammation. Because of her new medical reality and the fact that her life stress was likely only going to get worse, her hormones were fundamentally changed. After going through hormonally stressful times, it's even harder to lose weight if you're using willpower. But when Diana stopped trying to optimize every aspect of her life, she actually started losing weight. She started to set up her environments in a way where the healthy choice is the only choice. She stopped trusting herself to use willpower and discipline to lose the weight and keep it off. Instead, by setting up her life in a way where she didn't need willpower, she had a completely new life with a new reality. She had to make it so freaking easy that she didn't have a choice but to lose the weight this time. That way, it didn't matter how much hormonal stress she had, she would still see results. That's when she identified the 3 biggest obstacles in her life. For her, it was traveling, hormonal stress, and social events with people she cares about. By focusing on lifestyle changes that still work in the real world, she was able to lose weight without restriction. So she stopped trying to be perfect and instead implemented forcing functions so she could be consistent even if she had no motivation at all. Diane has now lost 37 pounds and she's kept that weight off for 3 years. She doesn't need to track anything at all. She doesn't need to give up her social life. She can still travel because all she does is make data-driven decisions using her data to find her solution. That way, she found out what works for her, not what works for everyone else. That is what you're gonna learn in phase 3, is to find your solution that works for the rest of your life. A failure to plan is a plan to fail. So let's not let those unexpected life events hold you back, because we know life is going to get harder. So instead, let's just help you become strong enough to handle whatever life throws your way. That way, it always feels easy. When a pilot is flying an airplane, they can be off track more than 90% of the flight, but they will always get to their destination. Why? Because they course correct. And the worst thing you could do if you're trying to lose weight is change a system that is currently working. But the fact is, lots of time for women, your fat loss doesn't always show up on the scale. Have you ever been losing inches but not losing weight? You know exactly what I'm talking about. So how do you know when to course correct versus stay on track with your current plan? When you're looking for permanent results, you want to track these 3 things. Number 1, your clothes should be fitting better. Like, you notice that it's not as snug, or if you wear stretchy clothes, it doesn't feel like it's constricting you, or you get a little bit more room in your pants. You know, you just notice, you look in the mirror and you're like, you know what, I actually feel pretty small in these clothes. That's key. That means that you're actually losing body fat. Number 2 is you should see your weight trending downward overall. That means every single month, you should be seeing that you're a lower weight at the end of the month than you were at the beginning of the month. That means you have to be hitting a new lowest weight consistently as you go through, but your weight's going to fluctuate wildly. I'm not saying that you have to hit a new low every single day. I'm saying that if you looked at this month versus last month, your weight is lower, even with all the fluctuations, because that means you're losing weight and inflammation. And number 3 is you should feel your energy increasing, like stairs are getting easier or you're getting stronger in the gym, because that means that you're either just maintaining your strength or you're actually building muscle, which is the goal. When you have all 3 of these, don't change anything. So if your clothes are fitting better, you notice you have more energy, and the weight is overall trending downward every single month, don't change. Just keep doing what you're doing. I don't care if you're losing 4 pounds a month or 4 pounds a week. It does not matter. The only thing that matters is that you're losing weight the easy way. Because if it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep the weight off. The fact is, if you're setting this arbitrary deadline on when you need to lose weight by, but it's making you feel bad, you are doing that to yourself. You're basically just spiking your cortisol and making things worse. So, but if you don't have all 3 though, then you do have to course correct, because your clothes should be fitting better, your energy should be increasing, and you should see overall that weight is trending downward. If it's not, then it's time to course correct. Let's start with exercising too hard. This is very common for women when you do like those boot camp workouts or like CrossFit or like things that are really freaking hard, like you're really pushing yourself in the gym. So moving more in general is really good advice. It's super healthy, good for cardiovascular health. It improves your insulin sensitivity. I freaking love it. You should definitely be active. But if you already have hormonal stress and then you are overtraining, you are creating more hormonal stress and you're not going to be able to lose weight even in a calorie deficit. If you don't change your workout though, not only will you not lose weight, you're going to be waking up sore and achy and you're going to feel way more hungry than you should be because you're optimizing for the wrong thing. You should not be changing what you're eating in order to get a better workout because you cannot optimize for two things at the exact same time. You have got to pick either A or B. A, you are going to eat to make those workouts easier, or B, you are going to eat to make weight loss easier. What is the goal here? We're trying to lose weight the easy way. We're not trying to become some like freaking huge bodybuilder in the gym getting all jacked. I just want you to get smaller and stronger. And if you are eating in order to get better workouts, you are optimizing for getting bigger. We're not trying to make you bigger. We're trying to make you smaller. So you should change your workouts and then still focus on eating those anti-obesity foods. That way it feels easy the whole time because the workouts aren't causing needless inflammation and hormonal stress. Remember what we talked about with metabolism. If you do a really hard workout, you could increase your metabolism by up to 5%. But if you work out too hard, you're going to wreck how active you are for the rest of your day. That rest of the day energy is called your non-exercise activity thermogenesis. That makes up 15% of your metabolism. That means if you work out too hard, you will actually end up burning 10% fewer calories. Why? Because 15% minus the 5% is 10. If you are working out too hard, you are going to subtract the 10%. We don't want that. I want you to have a better metabolism, and I want to make it easier to lose weight. And a really good rule of thumb for this, to know if you're working out too hard or not, is you should always leave every single exercise with more energy than when you got there. Like, you shouldn't have to be taking like a pre-workout or a whole bunch of stimulants to work out. The workout itself should be giving you energy. When you do it this way, you can actually increase your metabolism by up to 18% naturally because you don't get the full 5% bump. You get 3%, but you keep the 15% for the rest of the day. So work out, leave the gym with more energy, and you'll have a better metabolism. And then for weight training, you want to focus on progressive overload. That is the only way for a woman to actually build muscle and get stronger. It's not protein. You need to make sure that you are consistently trying to push yourself compared to your last self, not doing these super insane boot camp style workouts that can drop your blood sugar and make you feel super freaking hungry. I don't want any of that. We want to make it easier. I'm really getting on my soapbox here because doing hard workouts feels great. Like, it really feels amazing when you push yourself and you're like, I did it. I went all out. And you're like drenched in sweat. You're collapsed on the ground like, I'm so accomplished. But we're not going for an exercise high. You're going to lose weight. Let's make losing weight easier. So save all of those super hard workouts for when you're done getting smaller and stronger. When you are completely done losing that body fat, then you can work on getting bigger muscles. Until then, just focus on getting smaller and stronger and making weight loss as easy as possible. Because think of it this way. Even if you do those super hard workouts, once you are done losing weight and those super hard workouts make you start gaining inflammation and body fat again, you will already know what to do to take that weight off. You can do it on command. What's really hard is when you're trying to get bigger and smaller at the same time. We don't want you bigger and smaller. We just want you smaller and stronger. So only optimize for one thing at a time. And that is always leaving your activities with more energy. That's why I love walking. Let's talk about course correcting an unhealthy relationship with food and hunger. I'm going to start with a story. So there are two younger fish swimming through a river. They come across an older fish. The older fish says, "Morning, boys. Beautiful water today." Then the older fish swims off. The two younger fish are confused. They look at each other and say, "What's water?" These younger fish have been in water their entire life. That water has changed how they feel about themselves. It's changed just about every aspect of their life. They have no idea Water exists though because they never questioned why things are the way they are. Imagine you're in a river and all of a sudden the water changes the speed or the temperature changes or whatever it might be. That water is going to push you in one direction or the other. But if you don't know that water exists, you never even thought to question it. That is what we have to start with. If you have not questioned your beliefs, you don't even know where to start because you don't even know that you don't know. And we believe things all the time without ever questioning them, like hunger is bad or skipping meals is unhealthy. If you don't eat protein, then you're going to lose muscle. It's hard to get all the nutrients in if I don't take supplements. It's so hard for me to lose weight. I'm just not eating enough. Or the worst one, everything in moderation. You didn't choose any of these beliefs though. These are things that you've absorbed through your parents, through multi-billion-dollar marketing industries trying to sell you things, diet culture, unrealistic expectations online, and now they just feel like facts, but they are not facts. Once you start questioning your beliefs, you're going to see the water you've been swimming in, and you're actually going to be able to course correct. Because if you never know to question your beliefs, all that's going to happen is you're going to keep gaining and losing the same weight over and over. And then you're not going to know why it's working, and then you're going to go back to some extreme diet. Like, how many times have you been told you need to eat more protein? You've tried eating more protein, and it didn't work. And what do you do again? What's the definition of insanity? All right, it didn't work this time. Let me do it again. That doesn't make any sense. So you can feel like you can only lose weight with more and more extreme diets then because you're causing so much hormonal stress that unless you do something more extreme, then you're not going to be able to lose the weight. Because if you feel like it's extremely hard to lose weight, you're going to feel like you need to do an extreme diet to lose weight. But once you start to question your beliefs, you can finally form this healthy relationship with food and hunger. And when you actually lose the weight this time, it's not going to feel hard. And if it doesn't feel hard to lose the weight, it's not going to feel hard to keep the weight off. When it comes to creating a healthy relationship with food, the best strategy actually comes from something called positive psychology. Positive means you add. Negative psychology would mean you're taking away. It is way easier if you're just focused on adding to your life instead of subtracting. Like, just think about how awful you feel when you're in a diet and you can't eat any of the foods that you enjoy. It feels terrible because that is all negative psychology. Positive psychology focuses on adding more to your life in order to see the results you want to see, which is way more enjoyable. That way you feel good about the process of losing weight. Some examples include adding more anti-obesity foods to your diet, making a dedicated trip on the weekend to go for a hiking trail somewhere it's really beautiful, or even just spending more time with people that don't sit around eating nachos and drinking alcohol and doing nothing. Like, if you were to eat more anti-obesity foods that you enjoy, that will naturally take up more room in your stomach for the crap that makes you fat. So, like, you physically can't eat as much pizza if you eat the anti-obesity foods first, but that doesn't mean you have to cut out pizza completely. Or, like, if you make a dedicated trip on the weekend to go to a nature trail and actually be active, you are going to be lowering your cortisol all week because you're looking forward to something at the end of the week. But that doesn't mean you have to be hiking every single day. Or, like, if you are spending time with people that have hobbies outside of just eating and sitting around and doing nothing, like, what will happen is you're not going to feel awkward about sitting around and not eating the same food as everyone. If you can get around people that actually can have a good time without drinking or without eating, then you're going to feel a lot better about the process of losing weight because you're adding more to your life. What I'm saying here is that the most important thing you can do if you want to create a healthy relationship with food and hunger is to focus all of your attention on adding to your life and not subtraction. Because as you add more good stuff, that will naturally limit the bad stuff, but that doesn't mean you need to cut out everything completely. And that makes you feel good the whole time you're losing weight. This is how you create a healthy relationship with hunger. So let me tell you about a man named Angus Babarati, who went 382 days in a row without eating anything at all. Literally, over a year with zero food. And he was medically supervised. He took his electrolytes, he had a multivitamin, he drank tea and coffee, things that had 0 calories, but that was it. That was literally it. No food, nothing with calories. He went from 456 pounds all the way down to 180 pounds. But here is the crazy part, and I want you to zoom in on this. He never experienced starvation mode. How crazy is that? We have been conditioned to constantly think that we need to eat all the time. Let that sink in for a second. Angus went over a year and his body never reached starvation mode despite not eating anything. Now, I'm not saying that you should go a year without eating. That's not the point. The point is that if you say, I'm starving, if you didn't eat, you're fine. Like if you didn't have breakfast, you're fine. If you missed lunch, you're fine. If you didn't eat all day, you're also fine. The fact is, you have plenty of fuel stored in your body in the form of fat. I do too, and I'm not even super big. Everyone already has fat. The fact is that if you don't eat, your liver will regulate your blood sugar, and it will make it perfect. If your blood sugar is perfect, your insulin is perfect. And if your insulin is perfect, you are melting body fat. That means that if you skip meals, it is not going to send you into starvation mode. You are not starving, and it is not a medical emergency. Because true starvation mode is when your body eats up all of your stored fat, and it has no choice but to start breaking down your muscle for energy. And that is not what's happening if you're late to having a meal. I'm not even that big, and I can tell you, I have weeks worth of body fat on my body. If you're bigger than me, or just the average woman, you will have more body fat, which means you can go days, weeks, or even months without eating, and you are going to be fine. So have you ever actually questioned your beliefs around hunger? Because this is a really, really common one that needs to be broken. When your stomach growls, your brain immediately starts thinking, oh my gosh, I need to eat something. When you hear your stomach rumbling and it's growling, that is borborygmi. That is not hunger. So your intestines are just constantly moving. It's like having a tube that is undulating and pushing all that poop through. But if there's nothing in the tube, that's like having a tuba. You blow into the tuba and it makes a bazooka. Or what? I don't know how a tuba sounds, but you get it. But if you were to take that same tuba and then you fill it up, you just stuff a bunch of crap inside that tuba and you try to blow again, it's not going to make any noise. That's exactly what's going on inside of your intestines. So if the intestines have something, if they don't have a space when that's undulating, as in there's food or something in there, then you're going to hear it. That does not mean hunger, though. That just means there's a space in between what you're eating, which is totally fine. But if you believe that when you hear your stomach growling, it means hunger, you are going to create a hormonal cascade that absolutely wrecks you. This is exactly what happens when you have insulin resistance in your brain. That food noise kicks in because of your beliefs around hunger, not because you actually need to eat something. But if you actually had real hunger is when you would be willing to eat anything. And I don't mean you'd be willing to eat something that has been engineered in a lab to be addictive. Oh, I got cravings, I really got to eat something. That is not hunger. Real hunger means that you'd be willing to eat a food that looks exactly the way it does in nature, and you would freaking love to have it. But if you're not willing to chomp down on some plain cucumbers, then you aren't actually hungry. This is just a belief that needs to be broken. Because the fact is, hunger hormones go in waves, just like every other hormonal system in your body. All you need to do is outlast that wave. And if you've ever been so busy you forgot to eat, you already know exactly what I'm talking about. Hunger is not this constant thing that grows over time. If you don't obsessively think about it, you get busy doing something, all of a sudden you forget about it. What really matters here is your perception around food and hunger. And this is the part that absolutely blows women's minds. You already know that someone can go a year without reaching starvation mode, but this one is even more crazy because women will have insulin resistance, they'll have this food noise, they have these crazy cravings, and you think that something's wrong with you, when in reality, it's just your thoughts. There is a real published study where researchers gave people the exact same milkshake twice. So, same number of calories, but one time they told the participants that this was an indulgent, high-calorie shake. And the other time, they told them it was a low-calorie shake. When the people drinking it believed they were drinking the high-calorie version, they measured their hunger hormones. And they actually had fewer hunger hormones than the people that believed they were having the low-calorie shake. Do you realize what I'm saying here? They were still hungry because they believed they should still be hungry. Doesn't this sound familiar? Like, how many times have you gone on a diet and all of a sudden you start thinking, just out of nowhere, even though calories have nothing to do with hunger, you start thinking like, man, I really got to add this protein to my diet, otherwise I'm not going to feel full. What is going on? Protein does not make you feel full. You know that. You know that nothing makes you feel full because of this perception that you have. The fact is, calories have no impact on how full you feel because nobody is feeling full eating a whole bunch of candy. So your perception of what you just ate literally changes how your body's hormonal system responds. That is why eating a crapload of anti-obesity foods makes it so easy. There's no need to count calories because you can stuff your face. But if you get hungry again, you just eat again. You can't overeat anti-obesity foods. You never have to worry about calories. You constantly eat. You eat as much as you want. And what happens? You don't worry about calories. You're not stressed out. Am I going over my calorie limit? Do I need to add something or whatever? No, you don't have to worry about any of that. You just keep eating more and keep losing weight. But by far, the most damaging one that women face is that you need more protein to lose weight. What do you think everyone was eating when we were way skinnier? Do you think we were having more protein shakes? Of course not. The reason why everyone is getting so fat is because we're having this hyper-processed, hyper-palatable garbage in our diets that is making us eat way too many calories, causing way too much inflammation. But, I get it. I'm a professional nutritionist and I bought into this protein lie too for way too long. I had no idea. This was just marketing. Think about how much money these companies are making because they get you hooked on supplements forever. They got you brainwashed to think that it is impossible to get nutrition through your food. Think about that for 2 seconds. Of course you can get it through your food. We're getting too much of everything. We think we're getting big on, not getting food? No, we're having too much. Drinking your calories is a terrible way of trying to lose weight anyway. So my mind used to tell me that if I don't have protein with my meal, then I'm going to be more hungry. And that is why I am so serious about getting it right this time. If you believe that not having protein, or if you believe that skipping a meal is going to tank your metabolism, then your body will actually respond because it thinks that is true. If you believe that your hunger is dangerous, then your body's hormonal system is going to create symptoms to prove that's true. It's going to make you feel nauseous, you're going to feel all shaky, you're also, oh my gosh, I'm getting lightheaded now, when in reality, your blood sugar is perfectly fine. Your brain is incredibly powerful. There's something called the placebo effect, which is way more effective than the vast majority of medications. Just the fact that you think something is going to happen makes that thing more likely to happen. That's why at the beginning of this course we talk about starting with the belief that it's possible to lose weight the easy way. Of course it is, because if you don't believe that it's true, then you're not going to take the actions necessary to make it happen. Just like this. If you believe that being hungry is bad, or you believe that you can't skip meals, or if you don't even know you have these hidden beliefs, then your next step is to follow my 4-step hunger reset protocol, because we need to break those beliefs right now. This 4-step hunger reset protocol will help you change your relationship with food and hunger. That way, you can consistently lose weight and feel a lot better about the process. Step 1 is to become conscious of what you're eating. There are 2 kinds of eating. There is conscious and unconscious. So conscious eating is when you look at something and then you decide that you want it and then you eat it, which means you are in control. Unconscious eating is when you walk past like a bag of chips on the counter and all of a sudden you're just finding yourself reaching into it and you're eating it before your brain even registered what's happening. Like that is unconscious eating. Happens all the time. And that means that you're not in control. A really good example of this is my kids love fish sticks because they're an awesome way for kids to get omega-3 fatty acids in their diet versus having to supplement. So what happens is if my kids leave their fish sticks out on the counter, it is so easy for me to just walk by and then just like swallow those things whole like I'm a duck. Like I freaking love those fish sticks. The problem is that I'm not even thinking about it though. It's just like, it's so unconscious. You're just walking past and you're like, I don't know how people eat fish sticks. That's how I eat fish sticks. But the point is that zero thought went into it. I never thought, ooh, do my kids have extra fish sticks? Let me just go over there and then let me have a couple. No, I'm not thinking about it at all. It's just there. And I'm eat. All of a sudden I found out I eat an extra like 6 fish sticks and without even thinking like, oh no, we don't want those to go to waste, right? So in order to change this, the fastest way to become conscious of what you're eating is to simply just take a picture before you eat anything. It literally takes 2 seconds. Anytime you're going to eat or drink something, just spend literally a few seconds and take a picture. That is it. It sounds easy because it is. But what will happen is you are going to put yourself back into control. And right now, if you're thinking, all right, I don't think that I want to take a picture, of everything I'm eating and drinking. That is just your psychological immune system kicking in again and telling you, all right, here's all the reasons why you shouldn't do this and why it's hard to lose weight. This is not hard. It takes 2 seconds. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares if you're taking pictures. Like, all that happens is you take 2 seconds to take a picture and then you put your phone back away. But what ends up happening is you are now in control of every single thing that's going into your body. So if I see the fish sticks and I actually want them, I'll just take a picture and I'll eat the fish sticks. But what this does stop is like, I'm now going to say, do I actually want it? Most of the time, I'm like, I actually don't even want it. Like, it's just a habit. By taking a picture, you will switch from unconscious eating to only conscious eating and put yourself back in control. So everything you eat and drink needs a picture. Step number 2 is to skip one meal. So it could just be once. That's enough. You don't need to skip a meal every single day. Just pick a meal and then just skip it entirely. So not because you're trying to fast or like you're trying to lose weight faster, it's just to prove to yourself that you can do it and you're gonna be fine. Like, you will get to the other side of hunger and realize it's really not that bad. Like, there's been plenty of times in your life when you've been so busy you forgot to eat. You're still here. Like, it's really not that bad. You start to see yourself as someone who's in control about whether or not you eat something. And if you're in a situation where you're like, I really don't want to eat that because it makes me feel like crap about myself before, during, and after eating. All of a sudden, you're back into control, and it's like if you skip a meal, who cares? It's totally fine. But the point is you just do this once. Once is plenty, or if you want to do it more, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you do it consciously at least once. Like, I would normally eat here. I'm going to choose that I don't want to. That's the point. It's not unhealthy to skip meals. So just pick one and skip it. Step 3 is when it gets really good. So never finish everything on your plate. So this one is going to feel so wrong. And you don't even realize how brainwashed we have been. Especially if you grew up with parents like mine who always said, like, you got to finish everything on your plate because there's starving kids somewhere. But, like, those starving kids aren't going to benefit from me being fat. Like, oh, wow, like those starving kids are like, well, I feel so much better now that Abram is, bloated and overweight and has tons of inflammation. Of course not. It's not helping them at all. It's not like I'm really doing anyone a benefit by getting bigger. So what you're going to do is you are never going to finish 100% of your meal, at least until we finish this hunger reset protocol. Every single time you eat a meal, you have to leave at least one bite of food on your plate, and then you have to take that food and you have to put it in the garbage. Right now, if you're saying, I'm not going to waste food, you are the one that needs to do this. You have an unhealthy relationship with food and hunger. Like, what benefit is there to you getting bigger? What benefit does it have? Either you're going to take that food and you're going to take that body fat and throw it in the garbage, or you're going to take that body fat and save it for later. Like, what are you doing? Don't let that psychological immune system take over. You are in control. Take back control. All you need to do is take that one little bite of food and toss it in the trash. You're going to realize first of all, that your portion sizes can actually be smaller than what you think, and that hunger has nothing to do with how much we eat. But more importantly, you're going to realize that, hey, if I don't finish everything, it's totally fine. I don't always need to stuff my face. And number 4 is the classic. This is when you get busy. So hunger grows the more you focus on it. If you are going to skip a meal, then you have to add something that you enjoy during that time. You can't just create a void. Remember, we're not using negative psychology. We're using positive psychology. So this is the perfect time to work on your hobbies or just focus on yourself. Because if you were to do crafts or like play video games or some artistic things like paint by the numbers or go for walks or listening to like this course are like all great alternatives. Plus, I'd like you to listen to this more than once because I really want this to sink in. You don't have to white knuckle your way through hunger, especially since you already know you've been so busy you forgot to eat before. Now just get so busy you forget to eat this time. Like, that's the point. As long as you have a backup plan that you're going to say, all right, I would normally be hungry during this time, you'll realize that you can actually just go for a walk at the time when you would normally be eating, and the hunger is just gone. It feels super weird because you think that if you're like moving or you're being active, that the hunger would eventually grow more and more as the day goes on, and that is not true at all. If you look at every study around fasting, if you look at every peer-reviewed article, if you go longer without eating and then finally eat, the only difference in how much you eat is your perception of your hunger. You can eat the exact same meal. Do you think your stomach somehow got like more and more big as you didn't eat? No, your stomach is the same size. The same size meal will fill you up either way. It has nothing to do with hunger. And besides, you're going to stuff your face with anti-obesity foods anyway. So if you feel like you're suffering while you're losing weight, you're doing it wrong. The whole point of changing your relationship with food and hunger is that it should feel easy. So the goal here is to not panic anytime that you don't have something. That food noise is just going to get worse and worse. It's like you're trying to think about, all right, what should I not do? Versus like, how do I add more things and actually look forward to my day? That's what changing your relationship with food and hunger is all about. When you realize that you don't use food to manage your emotions, but instead you realize that that food that you were eating was never actually helping you, all of a sudden you gain that control, you feel way better about the process of losing weight, and once you get there, you never have to go back again because this will shift your mental viewpoint. After you've done this 4-step hunger reset protocol, you feel good forever. Like it literally changes how you think about food hunger for the rest of your life. What do you do if you're traveling on antibiotics, you're drinking, or you're just stressed out of your freaking mind? This is how you course correct. So, first of all, if you're going through any of this, you should not expect to lose weight. Like, most of the time, this is just going to lead to a lot of digestive issues, constipation, inflammation, and that cellular fire we talked about before. We will go in depth into creating regular bowel movements, but it's much better just to fix that root cause for why you have these gut issues in the first place than to try to fix them after the fact. So all of these can mess up your gut microbiome and can easily make you gain weight even in a calorie deficit. So let's fix it. If you're traveling or on vacation, you're going to be eating outside of your normal diet 100%, and your gut microbiome cannot adjust that quickly. The fact is, your gut microbiome is 100% new every 3 days. So if your vacation is more than 3 days or 3 days at all, what's going to happen is you are going to have a very different gut microbiome. This is going to jack up your gut during the vacation and jack it up when you get home because you're going to have another adjustment period. So sometimes this is actually a good thing because if your gut is already messed up and then you go and travel and you end up eating a lot more healthy food, like you go have some seafood or you have some more homegrown stuff, that can be great. Sometimes it can really fix a lot of gut issues. But most of the time, it just ends up causing a bunch of inflammation by either causing constipation or ripping through you with diarrhea. So since your routine goes out the window, that is really what's going on. So your routine will determine your hormonal balance because hormones work on prediction. If your hormones can't predict what is going to happen next, they don't know what hormones to release in the right amount at the right times. So to fix this, you want to keep your mental stimulant at the same time 7 days a week. That's because stimulants like coffee, going for a walk, or your time-bound activity, all of those things are going to teach your body when to metabolize stress hormones. The stress hormones mess things up more than anything. So if you can keep your mental stimulant at the same time while you go through your vacation, that is ideal. So like if you go for a walk, just keep going for a walk at the same time. If you have a morning coffee, have a morning coffee at the same time. Or if you are doing your time-bound activity, still do that at the same time, even during your vacation, and it'll really help your digestive health and get rid of that inflammation naturally because you fix the root cause issue. And just remember that if you are traveling or on vacation, the number one goal is to have a really good time. You're not going to lower your stress hormones by stressing out. So make sure you have a really freaking good time. Like, our lives are made up of these moments. While you're on this vacation or you're doing these things, that doesn't mean you have to not eat out. It just means that you don't have to pig out. Like, you can absolutely have a freaking awesome time without going off the rails. So what you want to do is enjoy the sights, explore, do activities. Not everything has to be surrounded around stuffing your face until you're uncomfortably full. And then for activity, just focus on getting a lot more steps in. That's going to help move that inflammation up and out of your body so it doesn't show up on the scale. If you take antibiotics, you are wrecking your gut microbiome. So this is how you course correct. So a healthy gut microbiome is filled with trillions of living organisms. These are biotics, and your hormonal system needs these in order to help clear out inflammation and achieve that hormonal balance. So if you are taking antibiotics, that's like dropping a nuke into your digestive system and just burning everything. We talked about cellular fire before. This is like a cellular nuke. Like, it is just taking rid of everything. So what really is going on is that you have good bacteria, bad bacteria. This is getting rid of everything. So what you want to do is you want to replenish what you're wiping out while you wipe it out and after. Think about prebiotics like the soil, and then think about probiotics like a fully grown tree. We want to have trees, but in order to have healthy trees, we need to have the soil. So when you're thinking about replenishing your gut microbiome, you want both. Ideally, you have a lot more soil than you have trees, though, because the trees need the soil in order to thrive. So the way that you do this is you want to have 7 different colors and shades of vegetables every single day while you're doing the antibiotics, and you want to do it for 4 days after. Why? Because your gut microbiome is 100% new after 3 days. So if you are on antibiotics, what's going to happen is each time you take that antibiotic, that's like dropping a nuke into your system and everything's getting wiped out. Then when you eat the prebiotics and a probiotic, what will happen is you'll start to reproduce and repopulate, and by the end of the day, you have replenished a crap load of it. But what happens the next day? You take the antibiotics again, and you drop another nuke and wipe everything out. So you just have to do this over and over again while you're doing it. And that's just the nature of it, because we can't have you not take the antibiotics. We need you to get better, but we also don't want you to be gaining a crap load of inflammation in the meantime. So this is like minimizing the damage, and then afterwards you can actually start to rebuild. The key here is that you want to drink plenty of water. So think about all that crap that needs to be washed away. You are taking the antibiotics, it's nuking everything, so we have to get rid of all of that dirty soil, and then we have to replant healthy soil, replant the healthy trees, and water it. So you gotta drink more water while you're taking the antibiotics and while you're having these. So having 7 different colors and shades of fruits and vegetables in your diet every single day can sound like a lot, unless you use this one tip. So the easiest way I found to do this is just to get 7 different colors of vegetables, and what you're going to do is you are going to put it into a blender. This is extremely easy to do. Just get a stir-fry bag of vegetables, and they will already have most of the colors. It's colors and shades. So you can get multiple shades of green, you get multiple shades of yellow, orange, whatever it might be. Like, just make sure you don't get anything with corn, because corn doesn't really help, but every other vegetable can do the trick. You just have to take these vegetables and then put them in a blender, and then put enough water to let it blend. What you're going to end up with is basically a smoothie filled with this veggie. You're basically going to make a veggie smoothie. Then you're not going to drink it. What you're going to do is you're going to take that veggie smoothie and you're going to pour it into an ice cube tray. Then you are going to freeze it. What you're going to do is you are going to take one of those frozen ice cubes and you are going to melt it, and then you're going to put it on your food for every single meal. The reason you want to do this is because, remember, you're dropping a nuke in there. We want to start reproducing, repopulating as much as possible. The fastest way to do that is a high frequency of 7 different colors and shades. So unless you want to eat a crap load of food, or you just want to do it easy, what matters is that you do it often. So you want to do it breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So take one of these cubes, melt it, pour it on your food. It doesn't taste like anything. It's just going to taste like water. It literally, you don't taste it. But what's going to happen is you're going to feel a whole lot better while you're on the antibiotics, and then do it for 4 more days, and then your gut microbiome will stay reset, and you'll be able to get rid of that inflammation and keep losing weight. And then once you're off the antibiotics, you want to keep doing this for 4 days, but then add in a probiotic on top of that. So either the kimchi, the sauerkraut, the probiotic gut shot, one of those. One of the things that will have probiotics, it'll say probiotics right on it. Like, here's a list of the best ones. Just take any one of those. You can find them in the store. Just go to the refrigerated section. It'll say probiotic right on it. Just add 1 probiotic food on top of having that veggie cube, and your gut microbiome will be reset 4 days after you're off the antibiotics, and you'll keep the inflammation away and get back on track as soon as possible. Alcohol does not fit into any healthy diet. I would absolutely love it if it had any benefit at all. But nope, alcohol is literally 100% bad. It's literally a toxin. It causes inflammation while it's in your body, wrecks your metabolism while it's trying to get rid of it, and it's going to cause a weight loss plateau you cannot break that lasts multiple days. So what should you do if you are going to have the social lubricant in order to minimize the damage? That's really what you want to do. No, red wine is also really bad for you. So the key here is that if you are going out, you want to have a really good time, you want to stick to the hardest liquors possible. Why? Because you're going to get the job done as fast as possible. So think things like no mixed drinks. Stick to tequila, rum, vodka, gin, things where it's just straight up shots. That is literally the best case scenario. And what you want to avoid is trying to eat more. If you eat more, it's going to take longer to get the job done. If you have anything that has fat in it, it's going to slow your digestion. And that's why they say, if you're going to be drinking something, you really want to eat so you don't get drunk too fast. We want to do the opposite. So just have it on an empty stomach, burn the crap out of your gut. You're already wrecking yourself anyway, but this will minimize the damage because you're going to get the job done real quick. And besides, the goal of drinking is not like you're going to drink more and then have more fun. You're just going to black out. So what you want to do is you want to make sure that you avoid any of it that is tasting really good. The worst thing that you could say when you're having any of these adult beverages is, wow, that tastes delicious. Because that's how you wake up, 12 hours later with the worst hangover of your life, not remembering anything. You want to make sure that you stick to the stuff that's really disgusting, because the disgusting stuff you'll naturally drink less of, and you'll just want to get the job done quicker. So, and just remember, if you're going out and you're being social, the goal is to have a really good time. The goal is not to wreck yourself and ruin yourself for days and weeks. The goal is just to get this out of your system as fast as possible. So get it in, get the job done, have a great time, and then get back on track afterwards as fast as possible, because alcohol is just going to ruin your gut and your mental health. So I would avoid it if at all possible. If not, follow this. How do you lose weight if you're stressed out of your freaking mind? The fact is, if you are having a very stressful time, there is no perfect way of coping. Coping can be pretty ugly. This is coming from someone that grew up with 6 brothers and 3 of them have died. I know how hard it can be. The fact is that whether you're going through these super hard times because it's self-inflicted, like you did this to yourself, you took on too much, or whether it's just life just being thrown on you like a boulder, either way, you've got to give yourself grace. I want you to imagine yourself giving advice and talking to a friend that you love. What would you say to them? Would you say, you know what? I know you're going through this super hard time. You lost your job, your husband left you, you're going through these really medical scares, and, life is really freaking hard right now, but you really should be losing weight. No, of course not. That'd make you a horrible person. Do not talk to yourself like that. That's the problem. You're putting these unrealistic expectations on what you should be doing when life is really freaking hard. You've got to give yourself grace. So you have to talk to yourself the right way, and you have to remember that this course is teaching ABRAM'S Kaizen method. My program teaches you how to make an improvement compared to your previous self in the exact same situation. You never compare yourself to yesterday. Never compare yourself to yesterday. You compare yourself to your previous self in the exact same situation. So last time you lost your husband, what'd you do? Last time you went through a horribly stressful time. What did you do? Last time, you went through like a death in the family or whatever it might be. What did you do? Last time, you had a job change. What did you do? Last time. Like, you have to think about that last time in the exact same situation. If you've never been through it before, give yourself grace. Or if you have been through something similar, then compare yourself compared to that time. And then just make an improvement compared to that time, and you're 100% on track. And the easiest way to stay on track while you're going through the ringer is to make sure that you're keeping your hormones balanced. So the very first question that I ask women that are going through an extremely stressful time is, how is your sleep? Because if you don't get high quality sleep, it is impossible to have hormonal balance. If your hormones aren't balanced, it's really freaking hard to lose weight. So you already know this is true, because if you've ever gone through a day and it was super exhausting, and then the next night you did not sleep enough, and then you wake up the next day, you're already exhausted, that next day is even harder. But if you sleep the 7 to 9 hours and you feel great when you wake up, even if you went through a lot, you feel a little bit better, because that sleep is bringing that cortisol and that stress down. So this might sound funny, but the number one thing you can do when you have too much to do is to take a nap. And you probably have done this already. If you've ever had so much to do, you felt like taking a nap, then this is why. It's because the number one way to bring down cortisol is to sleep. So if you want to get your cortisol under control and balance your hormones, you just need to sleep more often. So power naps can be a phenomenal tool while you're going through this. Try to sleep a lot more often. And this sounds really funny, because you'd think that if you sleep more often, you are going to mess up your sleep at night. But that is not the case. You will actually end up oversleeping, and that will make you more tired at night. So this probably happened to you. Have you ever slept like you accidentally slept way past your alarm clock, and you wake up like you're in a different universe, like, oh my gosh, I'm so tired, even though you slept longer? Or you might have taken a nap too long, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I'm super awake, but then you're still tired later. What's going on? If you sleep too long, like you're past the 7 to 9 hours total for the day, then you'll actually be more tired at night. But because you're going through such a hormonally stressful time, it doesn't wreck your sleep. If you take 5 naps during the day, you will still be able to sleep at night, because all that's happening is you're bringing down that cortisol. Remember, you have a cortisol or melatonin balance. It goes on that scale. So it's like a seesaw. Either cortisol is high or melatonin is high. So in order to get that sleep, what's happening is your cortisol is too freaking high. Your body wants to jack up the melatonin, bring that cortisol down. So when you take a nap, each time you're plummeting your cortisol, but that cortisol is going to go right back up, and then you're going to have that seesaw again at night. So if at all possible, try to take a lot more naps while you're going through stressful times in order to get through it easier and keep the weight off while you're going through it. So what causes diarrhea, and what is the cure? So the reason why you'll poop too much is because you're having too much of something. The way I want you to think about it is it's like an activation energy that's needed. Essentially, there is a certain amount that you could have of one thing, and as soon as you go over that amount, like let's say you're lactose intolerant, you could have a little bit of lactose, no diarrhea, it's fine. A little bit of lactose, no diarrhea. As soon as you have a little bit too much, you have a ton of diarrhea. Like there's no way around it. Like it's either all or nothing. You don't have a little bit, you have all or nothing. So if you have too much of one thing, that's what's causing the diarrhea. And this can be true with literally everything though. So like there was a guy that actually tried to steal some rubies, and the solution that they had in order to get this man to poop out all of the rubies was to force feed him bananas. But bananas are normally what cure constipation. But by eating too many bananas, it caused diarrhea. I know it's a very graphic story, but that's the point. It doesn't matter what you eat. Your specific gut microbiome will determine, I'm having too much of this one thing. And that is true with everything. So it's not your fault. It's just very common that you don't know what it is at that moment, depending on your gut microbiome. So let's dive into it. A common cause for diarrhea is just your period. So if you notice that your stools are getting a lot more watery that time of the month, especially in the first day or two of your period, you're not imagining things. And this is not because you're sick. It's just because your body releases compounds called prostaglandins that are right before and during your menstruation. Their job is contractions. So that's what's like going to help push that period out. So the problem is that that also doesn't always stay in your uterus. Sometimes it makes its way through your bloodstream and causes your intestines to have that same contraction. It's contracting down below, which means you start pooping like crazy. So your gut is cramping for the same reason where you're getting those menstrual cramps. So it's a really common one that a lot of women don't know about, but it's totally normal to have this, and we'll be able to cure it the same way as everything else. Next is experiencing hormonally stressful times, like perimenopause, menopause. So once you're in one of these, you might notice that your diarrhea gets worse or like seems to happen more often. Like you can't just seem to have full poops anymore. It's always like watery. Like why can't you just have normal poops anymore? It's because estrogen slows down digestion, which helps regulate how fast everything comes out. Now the brakes just come off. So instead of having it slowing down, all that happens is there's no brakes anymore. The estrogen that would normally be there is gone. So now it's just slipping right out. So you'll notice that it doesn't matter what you eat, everything seems to cause diarrhea. And this is why so many women start getting digestive issues once they have these hormonal issues. It's not because you've got a new food sensitivity, it's just all that hormonal stress. Having high and then low cortisol can also cause diarrhea. So just when you thought cortisol couldn't possibly be any worse for women, it actually gets worse. I know. I'm sorry. So when your cortisol spikes from actual stress or from having poor sleep, or you just have like a chronic low-grade anxiety, you're basically just stuck in fight or flight. Normally, this would cause constipation because your digestive system shuts down. But if you're having high and low cortisol, it's like you're having everything blocked up and then you're having it unblocked all at once. So I want you to imagine that you have a garden hose and then you put your thumb at the edge of that garden hose. That pressure is just building up the whole time. And then you let go of that garden hose, it sprays out like crazy. So that's what's happening. So when you have that high cortisol, low cortisol, this also causes that blowout. You might have like a series of constipation, blowout, blowout. That's high and low cortisol. Super common. And this can happen to women and it's not your fault. It's just because of that cortisol. But we already went over how to fix that in previous chapters. But if this is you, we're still going to work on fixing it. Irritable bowel syndrome is a super common cause for diarrhea. So sometimes it's not just your hormones, but really IBS. And most women who have it never have been told what it actually is. So IBS is not a disease. So it is a sign that your gut microbiome is disrupted. Did you know that? So it's the same things that cause you to gain weight, chronic hormonal stress, poor sleep, having too much processed sugar, or like even using antibiotics can just destroy your gut bacteria and really makes your digestion a whole lot worse. So when your gut microbiome is out of balance, then it is unpredictable what will happen next. Remember, your hormones work on prediction. So you can eat the exact same meal for 2 days and then have a completely different reaction the next day. So you'll notice that you can follow a diet for a little bit and then there's no problem, no blowout, and all of a sudden you just have a massive blowout. Like, what the heck just happened? That is typically IBS, and it's just a sign of an unstable microbiome. Undiagnosed food sensitivities is a super common reason for diarrhea. Like, lactose intolerance is one of the most commonly undiagnosed causes for diarrhea, cramping, and bloating in adults. Like, you can have this for like years and not even know you have it, and you might just think you have a sensitive stomach. You don't always see it immediately because the gut microbiome, remember, it can take a few days. It can take 3 days before you realize that something happened. So if you have like a sensitivity to something else, it typically means you're sensitive to something else as well. So if you have a gluten sensitivity, that means you likely also have a lactose sensitivity, and it also means you have a soy sensitivity. All of the sensitivities make you more likely to have the other sensitivities. So like the most common ones are dairy, gluten, and soy. If you have any one of those three, you typically have all three, and then you just don't know it. You just don't realize that you're going over that activation limit, so you might have a combination of gluten and soy and dairy, and then all three of them together put you over that limit. Then again, you might have a bunch of dairy and it puts you over, or a bunch of gluten puts you over, a bunch of soy. It's super common, and it seems like backwards because it's a sensitivity. You're not celiac disease. Like, you're not allergic to dairy. You might not be full-blown lactose intolerant, but you can have sensitivities, and when they accumulate, that's when they cause a problem. And a really good example of this is just the cross-contamination that happens. So, like, I use the example of oats. So oat plants will actually be carried on trucks, and they're carried on the same trucks that carry wheat plants. Wheat is where gluten comes from. So these oat plants, they have no gluten ingredients. They have one ingredient on the label, it's oats. Yet they all contain gluten. Why? Because they have to be carried on separate trucks. They have to be in totally separate fields because the oat plant is very porous. It's gonna absorb all of what's blowing off of the wheat and it gets stuck inside of it. You can't like wash off oats. So unless you get specific oats that are gluten-free, then you're gonna have cross-contamination. You don't even realize it. You're like, I'm not even eating anything that I'm sensitive to. Or you might be avoiding gluten and then you start adding soy protein because you're trying to, hit your protein targets, which don't matter. But you might be doing that and all of a sudden you're getting bloated after having a lot of soy too. And like, what's going on? It's because if you're sensitive to one, you're sensitive to another. If you want to take this very seriously and you want to find out if you have one of these sensitivities, you got to be testing for at least 2 weeks because it's very hard to have clean data. The fact is, lots of times this cross-contamination means that you don't even know that you're cross-contaminating. It really only takes 4 days, up to a week if you have professional help. But if you're doing this on your own, give yourself 2 weeks of just dedicating to figuring out, all right, if I have something, do I have a reaction 4 days later? And then do it for 2 weeks. Listen to your body. See if you're getting tired. See if you're getting bloated. And those are the most common signs that you have these food sensitivities. Your thyroid could be the reason why you have digestive issues. So an overactive thyroid, hyperthyroidism, not hyper as in too active, speeds up every system in your body. So it makes your metabolism faster, which makes you really freaking hungry, and it can speed up your digestive system like crazy. It leads to like anxiety, heart palpitations. It makes it feel like basically like doom and gloom. Like everything is faster. Like your whole brain is processing faster, but it doesn't feel good. And the thing is that chronic diarrhea is one of the most common symptoms, and and almost none of the time are these two put together. Because if you're speeding up your metabolism, it sounds like it'd be a great thing until you realize you're really freaking hungry. And like if you have like lactose intolerance, like if you have a little bit of lactose, it causes like a major blowout. So remember that activation energy you needed? Everything is just kind of sped up. So constipation gets really bad. Diarrhea gets really bad. Like all of these things get really bad really fast because all systems are sped up. So my wife actually found this out. It's a really simple blood test. It's worth getting just to rule it out. Like if your thyroid is messed up, because when my wife figured this out, she had her thyroid removed. Your thyroid controls your metabolism. So she went from having this hyperthyroidism to no thyroid. I mean, she has like a little bit of her thyroid left. And you'd think this would be a bad thing. But really what ended up happening is it helped her get her hunger under control. It had nothing to do with her. It had nothing to do with her diet. It was just a hormonal issue. So if your thyroid is out of control, get it checked. You might have to get it removed, but that's okay. At least your hunger won't be insane anymore, and you can save a lot of digestive issues. So worth getting it tested. And when it comes to curing diarrhea, the number one fix by far that I've seen is just to have a probiotic gut shot. And just make sure you get the low sugar version. So there are a million brands of this. I'm not going to recommend any because there's literally a million. Go to the refrigerated section of your supermarket and you'll see these little bottles that say probiotic right on it. Like there's a million. So all you have to make sure is that it says probiotic on the label in the refrigerated section and it's a low sugar version. So specifically, you're looking for it'll say live cultures on it, and you're looking for one of these. So I'm not going to read these, just like here it is on the screen. Take a screenshot of it. There you go. Bring that to the store and then make sure that you find one of these. These are the best ones for curing diarrhea specifically. And most of the time, this diarrhea is caused by hormonal stress. And we already went through how to balance your hormones in previous chapters. So you'll notice that if you do the hormonal balance protocol, you'll be able to fix this. And then if you're going to be doing one of these probiotic gut shots, all you need is one a day. You don't have to go crazy. And it can do the trick in order to replenish your gut microbiome and cure that diarrhea. What causes constipation and what is the cure? So before we talk about how to fix it, you have to make sure that you actually know what we're aiming for. So I want you to have a full poop where everything comes out and it looks the right way. So we want to use something called the Bristol stool chart. So there are 7 different types of poop. Like the hard little rabbit turds, that is constipation. That is not what we want. Like if your poop is coming out in like individual little pellets, or it's like not coming out as like one solid log, that is a problem. That is constipation. That's leading to chronic inflammation and that cellular fire we talked about. What you want is type 2 or type 3. So really you want it like sausage shaped. So ideally that it's a little bit rough. It's not completely smooth, so either a little bit harder or just a little bit smooth. What you don't want is type 4, 5, 6, or 7. So type 4 is when it's basically like, it is a sausage, but it's like completely liquidy on the edges. It's not like a solid thing. although it comes out as one thing, you'll see that when it's in the toilet, it's like all the edges are like floating about. Then the other one is just like blobs, or like it's coming out like raggedy edges, or it's just completely liquid. Obviously, all of that is bad. So you want type 2 or type 3 poops. You want to have at least one of these every single day. That way you know that you're getting rid of everything, including the inflammation. To create regular bowel movements, I'm going to go over the top 5 ways you can help yourself have full poops every single day naturally. So number 1 is to have more water with dietary fiber. So fiber does not work without water. It's like having a water slide and then you put a really fat kid on the top of the slide, and then the slide is dry so that kid is not moving, and then you just start putting more kids behind him, and there's no water, so now he's all backed up, and now there's a whole bunch of kids behind him that he's just sitting there like a blob that can't move. But if you take that same kid and then you put some water on that slide first, then put that big old boy down there, he's going to slide down. And then even if, like, let's say you put the little kids down first, you put the big kid in the back, he's going to help everything slide through. So you want to make sure you're drinking water with every single meal. Do not miss this. It is absolutely vitally important for women to have proper hormonal balance and get rid of inflammation, to drink water every single time you eat. Do not miss it. So soluble fiber dissolves in water and forms a gel, and this is actually going to slow digestion and feed your gut bacteria. So remember, we don't want diarrhea, we don't want constipation, we want just the right speed. So it's kind of like a slime that is building up in your digestive tract to make it slippery. So once again, that slime is mostly made of water. Insoluble fiber will actually absorb that water and add bulk to it. So that is like all of the kids, now they're going to be linking together. They're like linking arms. So that way, if one kid is sliding through, he'll help all of the kids slide through. Then, if you're not drinking enough water, though, then it'll just make that constipation worse. Like, I don't know why there was advice online saying, like, oh, don't drink water, it's going to, like, dilute your stomach acid. That's a load of crap. Doesn't even make any sense. If anything, it's like, what are you going to dry heave your food? Like, have you seen the cinnamon challenge? We don't need to have you coughing up your food, like fighting for your life. Of course you're supposed to drink water with your meals. But anyway, drink a full glass of water before you eat, anytime you eat something with dietary fiber. So this is any fruit or vegetable. So, and you already know this is really important, because if you're a vegan or vegetarian, you notice that you'll deal with digestive issues way more often. It's just because you're having more fiber than the regular person, so you've got to drink a lot more water too. And if you're going to be getting healthier, you're naturally going to be having more dietary fiber. If you are looking for the best waters, personally, what I like is mineral water, because it's impossible to drink too much of it. So normally, if you drink too much water, you might lose some minerals inside of your pee. But if you're drinking mineral water, you're always replenishing it. That's ideal for me. If you drink regular tap water or sparkling water or carbonated soda water, like all of those waters are fine. I just like mineral water personally because there's no risk of having too much. Unlike alkaline water, that really messes things up. I know we talked about it before, but I just want to harp on this again. Your acid in your stomach is supposed to be acidic. Do not put something basic in it. You are ruining your digestion and you're messing things up. Do not drink alkaline water. Do not drink alkaline water. That's how you mess up your gut. So make sure you're drinking plain old water that's gonna do a lot of good, help move all those kids down the slide, and help you have full poops. The number 2 way to go number 2 is to have a healthy gut microbiome. All right, so your gut bacteria is directly responsible for how well you digest food, because there's trillions of microbes. They're breaking down your food, reproducing, repopulate, but really breaking it down so you can absorb the nutrients. And what they're doing is they're lumping the rest of it together so you can push it out the other end. So a diverse, healthy gut microbiome really keeps things moving. So imagine that you're trying to feed it, but your gut microbiome doesn't have enough of what it needs in order to eat what you're eating. Just imagine that you're trying to feed your farm animals and you bring carrots. You're like, all right, I'm gonna start feeding them carrots. So like the goat's eating the carrot, the rabbit's eating the carrot, the horse is eating the carrots. Like, man, I got a whole bunch of carrots. Keep feeding them more and more carrots. But then the farm dog comes along and the farm dog wants to eat. So you're like, all right, eat your carrots. And the farm dog's like, I don't want to eat a carrot. I'm a dog. Like, the dog wants to eat some meat or something. So you're like, but you're still trying to feed him carrots. It's going to slow down the whole system. So, like, it's going to take longer and longer for that dog to want to, wolf down all of those carrots. So just like your digestive system, the more variety you have, like if you just don't have dogs, you have goats and you have sheep and you have bunnies and you have horses, everything that eats the carrots, then you're going to be able to eat those carrots a lot faster, even if everything doesn't eat the carrots. So the best way to build this healthy gut microbiome is through a wide variety of whole foods. So just like probiotics, we covered that in previous chapters, but fermented probiotics specifically do wonders for this because they have trillions of live beneficial bacteria that is already super healthy and can help reset things super quick. So I would say these probiotics are not optional if you have constipation because they can really help fix things right away. And the options that are much better than all the rest would be kimchi, sauerkraut, and kefir and those probiotic gut shots. Specifically, kimchi and sauerkraut are the best. Like if I have like some constipation personally, I will just eat an entire jar of kimchi or sauerkraut. It is so freaking good. Like have some wild caught salmon, put a whole jar of kimchi with it. Oh my gosh, it's so freaking good. Plus, you're gonna have some full poops too. Number 3 is to have a regular meal schedule if you want to create a regular bowel movement. So your gut runs on a hormonal clock just like everything else. It runs on prediction. So the more predictable you make it, the more predictable your bowel movements will be. So the best way to speed things up is with nature's laxative and then have it at the same time every single day. So by far, I would say dragon fruit is like head and shoulders above everything else for like the one food you could add to really speed things up. But more importantly, just something that you can add to your diet every single day. So there are 3 different types of dragon fruit you could have. So there is the white dragon fruit, which is the most mild. There's the yellow dragon fruit, which is a little bit better. Then there is the red dragon fruit, which I promise you have a full one of these, you are going to be sprinting to the bathroom. It's going to be so much better than any other form of dragon fruit. If you can't get like the fresh red dragon fruit, they also make frozen ones too. But if you really can't get those, then at least get the yellow or the white one, and then just have it at the same time every single day in order to keep those bowel movements regular. So still try to keep your meal timing normal, but you add this to your biggest meal of the day. So you want to, remember we have all those that fat kid on the slide, he's linking arms with everyone. Now what we're gonna do is we're really gonna lubricate things with that meal. So we want the biggest meal to have the dragon fruit in order to really help lubricate that slide and help push anything that's currently blocked inside of you. But if you're in an area where you can't find dragon fruit, whether fresh or frozen, then what you can do is you can get some prune juice. Just make sure it says 100% prune juice and it says not from concentrate, and then warm it up. 1 full glass of warm prune juice, specifically warm, does wonders because it'll help digest right away. It starts absorbing through your stomach, it goes in your digestive tract, starts speeding things up. Because our bodies are 98.6 degrees, we're basically warm already. Because we're warm, if we drink warm liquid, it just digests so much faster and helps speed things up. So if you can't do the dragon fruit, do the warm prune juice and that can help move things through. Woohoo! Number 4 is physical activity and stimulants to help you poop. So movement speeds up every system, including your digestion. And this is why people who exercise regularly tend to have a lot more regular bowel movements. And you probably noticed this too. Like anyone that is like using a vibration plate and they're doing calf raises on it, or you go for a walk, or like you have like your morning coffee and like all of a sudden you're like, oh my gosh, like I'm all stimulated now. All of a sudden you have to poop. That's all stimulant. So if at all possible, wake up at the same time every day, have your coffee, your tea, or whatever, jump on your rebounder at the same time. If you can stack them, it'll be even more beneficial. So if you could do like go for your morning walk and then have your coffee after, you are going to double up and you are going to be able to pull things out a lot quicker. Or if you are going to get up, hop up and down on your rebounder, then have your morning tea, that can really help move things through. And even if you don't have equipment, then you could just do some calf raises after having it, and that will still help jiggle that poop right out of you. And number 5 is releasing the stress. So a really nice hot bath can do wonders for really calming that gut down and letting it feel all relaxed so everything could just slip right out. All right, so better yet, you could just relax that one part of your body that's blocking things. So specifically, your butthole, you want to get water to spray right on it. And ideally it's warm water. If it's not, that's totally fine. If you can prop up your feet with and then use a bidet, you're basically going to like tell that exit to open up. And if you are in a warm bath, it can do the same thing. Taking a warm shower can do that because your entire body's warming up. But you could just, spray water on that one part and it also gets things to open up. It realized that there's some liquid like kind of coming out. It's like, all right, guys, we're coming out. So it starts opening up and everything starts coming out. This is one of the most underused things, especially in the US. But once you get a bidet, you are going to realize how freaking gross it's been that you've just been using dry tissue paper, just wiping things around. There's zero chance that thing is clean. Like, unless you're using like baby wipes or something, but like you've got to be using a bidet every single time. And if you want to go all out, I recommend getting the really fancy one. They make these Japanese ones that will target your hole automatically. That'd be the best ones, and they'll get things moving right away. So if you get the hot or cold one, doesn't matter. Just get a bidet, prop your feet up, and pull that poop out. And pro tip, if all three of these things are happening, your clothes are fitting better, your weight is trending downward, and you notice that your energy is increasing, or, you're just getting stronger in the gym, don't change anything. Don't change anything at all. Remember, I don't care how fast you're losing weight. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how fast you lose weight. All that matters is you keep that weight off the rest of your life, right? Imagine how skinny you'd be right now if you just did not put on the weight that you've already lost. You've gained and lost the same weight a million times. Let's focus on just keeping it off, and then it'll be easy to keep it off forever. But, if you don't have these, then the most common reason why I'd see one of these three not happening is because of constipation. If you have that constipation, it's leading to inflammation, and that inflammation means you will not be able to lose weight even in a calorie deficit. So make sure you have regular bowel movements before you start trying to lose weight. Making yourself the priority is a non-negotiable. The female psyche gives you an incredible ability to take on and handle other people's problems. This is really a superpower because it gives you an internal strength that is absolutely unmatched. But when your own physical and mental health takes a back seat and you start putting others before yourself, it becomes a real problem, because this will stop you from being able to truly help others. And I don't want you to become a burden to your loved ones because you waited too long to take care of yourself. The first thing you want to do is ask for help. The reason you've done so well in your professional life is because you're really good at finding and fixing problems. But in order to fix those problems, you have become a problem-finding machine. And all of these problems end up weighing you down physically and mentally. So let's talk about the weight of doing it alone. You, like most women, feel like you should be taking on all of your problems all of the time because you don't want to bother other people. You don't want to become a burden on others. But this makes absolutely no sense at all when you understand what you're really doing to the ones that you care about. There is no reason why you need to make your life hard and prevent yourself from being able to help the ones you care about. I'm saying that you being in horrible shape, physically and mentally, doesn't help anyone. I want you to imagine you have all of your problems like a huge boulder that you're carrying around. It feels super heavy because you have all of your problems all of the time. Your mind defaults to saying, well, I shouldn't give my problems to other people because that would make their life hard. These problems are really heavy and really hard, and I just don't want to be a burden on others. But that's not true though. Really think about this. What is easier for you, to help someone you care about or to help yourself? It always feels easier to help someone you care about because you are only taking one of their problems. You're not taking all of their problems. You're helping them with one specific thing. So remember, you have that big problem with all of your problems. You are never going to hand all of your problems to any one person. That's not possible. Instead, when you ask for help, it's like breaking up all of your problems into tiny little pieces before giving them away. It is way easier for someone to carry a pebble than it is a boulder. Now imagine carrying around that huge boulder of problems all the time, and that boulder gets bigger and bigger and heavier and is more uncomfortable, and your physical and mental health declines. Eventually, it crushes you. Now you have to look your kids in the eyes and say, Mommy's too tired to play. You have to be in a relationship where you don't feel attractive to the person that you're with, so intimacy goes out the window. You have to go up a flight of stairs with your coworkers and then try to act like you're not fighting to breathe once you get to the top. You have to give up being able to play with your grandkids because your mobility is gone. Or Do you think everyone would be better off if you were more comfortable and confident in your body? Everyone wants to be around you when you are at your best. And when you are carrying around all of your problems all of the time, it weighs on you. And that weight gets so heavy, eventually you just cannot help anyone else. But when you start breaking up all of your problems, start handing them out, it's not only easier for you, it's easy for the person that is helping you. Remember that it is easier to help someone else than it is to help yourself. This is true with all women. There is a book, a podcast, a mentor, a community, a program, or professional help where they have dedicated their lives to solving one of your problems. Do you think that if you have a clogged sink and you call a plumber, that plumber is going to get to your house and be like, "Oh my gosh, why did you give me your clogged sink? I've only solved this 1,000 times. This is going to be so hard for me." No, you're not bothering them. It's easy for them. It's easy because that's all they do. Your plumber does not have to take on all of your problems. They handle one problem. That's it. Now imagine we take this to the extreme. Let's say you are severely depressed. You start getting professional help from a top psychologist on the planet that deal with severe depression specifically, like getting electroshock therapy and on the right meds and changing your lifestyle so you can actually get out and stay out of depression. But just imagine you really unloaded all of your problems on that therapist and you said your life is really bad, you're so sad, everything is terrible. Even if that therapist was so weighed down by your problems, they would just take all of those problems and then give one of those problems to another therapist. There are therapists that will help other therapists. The point is that it is always easy for everyone when you give away your problems. It only feels like you shouldn't be asking for help because for whatever reason you feel like it will be a burden and that it could not be further from the truth. I am hammering this home right now. If you are someone that is not asking for help, you are making it so hard on yourself that eventually you are going to become a burden on others. I do not want you to become a burden on others. I want you to be happy, healthy, comfortable, and confident in your body. Nobody wants to see you at your worst. You can help others if you help yourself first. And how do you feel when you help someone you care about? Do you feel bad when you help them? Of course not. People care about you and they feel great when they help. Like, I'm excited just having you go through this course. It makes me all jazzed up just thinking about it. Like, you are hearing this and it is sinking in right now. You need to ask for help. There's not a person on the planet that is self-made. Think about every major accomplishment you've ever had in your life, whether that is getting a job promotion, graduating from college, raising your kids, whatever it might be. You had help in some way. If you are thinking that you did it alone without learning anything, you are insane. Even people that feel like they're self-made learned what to do from someone else. Everyone that is successful in life has help. Why? Because you feel freaking awesome because it's easier and they feel freaking awesome because they want to help you. It will only feel hard if you are trying to do all of this yourself. Ask for help because when you let others help, it's best for everyone. This is how you make yourself the priority. It is time right now for you to get in the body that you want before it's too late. And you literally cannot see results that last unless you make yourself the priority. This is non-negotiable. Starting right now, you are the priority. I'm not going to let you become a burden on others. By putting anyone else before yourself, you're making their life worse. Just think of it this way. What version of you do you want raising your kids? The version of you that's overwhelmed, irritable, can't be present, constantly distracted, you're out of shape, and you have self-image issues? Or do you want a version of yourself that wakes up happy, healthy, and excited for the day? Who do you want raising your kids? Who do you want showing up to work? The version of you that has no boundaries, takes on too much, burns out, eats her feelings, then everyone's work suffers because they become too dependent on you? Or the version of yourself that can actually get all of her work done without being stressed? Who do you want married to your spouse? The version of you that feels uncomfortably large, unattractive, like you're never good enough? Or do you want a version of you that loves yourself so much you could go above and beyond, when your spouse needs you. Sacrificing your physical and mental health in the name of anyone else makes absolutely no sense, because it's not good for you and it's not good for them, because nobody's life gets worse when your life gets better. This means you have got to protect your time. You need to feed your body what it needs for hormonal balance. You need to consistently get high quality sleep so you actually get your energy back. You have to get your physical health in a place where you can actually keep up with your kids and grandkids. You have to focus on yourself so you can actually enjoy your time off and use that time to make memories with the ones that you care about. Your time on this planet is more important than anything. You will never look back on your life and think, wow, I really wish I had more body fat. You'll never say, you know what? Looking back on it, I really wish I had more inflammation. You will never say, man, I sure am glad I lost my mobility. But you will regret not being there for the ones that you care about, because you decided that you are going to sacrifice yourself in the name of others, even though it helps nobody. They deserve a better version of you. You deserve better. So if you are having a hard time making yourself a priority right now, I walk through how to do it step by step in the workbook. It is free. How many times do I have to yell at you for this? Please download the workbook. Here's the QR code, or go to this website and you can download it there. It consists of 3 steps. Number 1, write out the actions that you're proud of. This will help make you feel good about the process of losing weight. Number 2 is put time in your calendar to do that every single day. Schedule it like it is the most important meeting you can get to. And number 3, adjust based on making data-driven decisions, because this is how we can guarantee you lose weight the easy way and keep it off for the rest of your life. And remember, nobody's life gets worse when your life gets better. You need to make yourself the priority if you truly want to help others. For each truly supportive woman that you add to your life, you can increase your chances of success by up to 50%. That means even if you just get one really solid accountability partner, that can make all the difference in your ability to lose the weight and keep it off. Just think about how much better you perform when you are on a team where they have high standards and you're one of them. Or it's like being in that group project where someone is not pulling their weight. That is super hard. You want to be around winners if you want to win more. The key here is that you want to be around the right type of woman. You do not want to be around enablers that say, you know, let's just go out on the weekend and live a little. And then they tell you to drink a bunch of crap that makes you feel like crap before, during, and after. You know it's not good for you. You don't really want it, but you feel socially pressured to do it. Ask me how I know. Or all they do is eat. It's like you go out, you eat. You go to this place, you eat. You're at their house, you eat. It's all around food. No, you have to be around women that are actually losing weight and are taking this seriously. Or at the very least, they are making themselves a priority and are actually making positive changes to get to their goal. You want to be around someone that is on the same journey as you. You want to have teammates that are working towards a common goal versus just working with a one-on-one coach. And don't get me wrong, I do one-on-one coaching, but I never recommend it. I actively try to get women to not do one-on-one coaching with me. And I personally freaking love coaching. I have spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year on getting coaching from me. But I never get one-on-one coaching anymore. It is always group coaching with a community. Because think about it this way. If you are successful because you are working one-on-one with a coach, that means the only way you could stay successful is if you keep working one-on-one with a coach. Why would you have the wrong solution? I want a permanent solution. A much better solution is to join a group program where everyone has a common goal. You can find your teammates that are on the same journey, and you can get professional help along the way. Because how you get your results is how you keep your results. It's just like if you want to lose weight, you would not start out by counting calories unless you want to count calories the rest of your life. You wouldn't try to lose weight the hard way, because then it would be hard to keep the weight off the rest of your life. So you want to start out by finding your right people that can be on the journey with you long term. Because if you can have teammates, you can learn to be successful without the coach the rest of your life. So if you are looking for a very solid accountability partner or group coaching program, these are the 4 things you want to look for. Number 1, pay to join an exclusive group where you can't just pay to join. There's actually some type of interview process. When you pay to join and you need to be allowed in, this shows a level of commitment and really keeps the community very healthy. But more importantly, this gets rid of all of the women that are not serious about losing weight. Being around the wrong people is more damaging than trying to find the right people. Remember, it's so much easier to lose weight if someone's not bringing home pizza. Just like it's so much easier to lose weight if your accountability partner is freaking crushing it. Personally, I found my best accountability partners in masterminds and online courses that have nothing to do with weight loss. My best friends are a man in his 60s that lives in Florida and then another kid in his 20s that's just starting his career. But we all have this growth mindset dedicated to getting better, and I freaking love it. And the only reason I found really solid people is because I paid a crap load to join that group, and I had to be interviewed in order to get in. So many influencers and authors have paid communities now where you can find other people that actually want to go after more in life. But more importantly, this is how you find winners, because winners help winners win more. You do not want to be around someone that is floundering in life. You want to be around successful people if you want to have success too. Number 2, for accountability partners, make sure you ghost them early. I know that sounds super funny, but it is just the easiest way to go about it. The fact is, there are millions of people on the planet. The odds of you finding the very best one, day one, is like 0. You gotta try a whole bunch of other ones, and then you have to see which one you vibe with. The worst thing you could do is get around the wrong person and just hang out with them way too long. And think about it this way. Nobody cares about you. And I don't mean to be cynical. I mean that in the best way possible. Like, if you meet someone in an online community and then you say, hey, let's be accountability partners, you get all excited, you're texting them, and then they say something weird. They're like, I really like to put pickles on my pizza. And you're like, oh, that's weird. I don't want to talk to that person. Just stop talking to them. Imagine someone did that to you. Imagine you're talking to someone and then they just stop talking to you. What would you do? Would you stalk them and message them every day for months saying oh no, what happened? I thought we were great. No, of course not. You're not an insane person, but who cares? The point is that nobody does that. They don't really care that much about you. It's in your head if you feel like you are obligated to be this person's accountability partner forever. You just have to be their accountability partner if both of you win by being together. Otherwise, ghost them. Just completely stop talking to them, find another one. They will move on, you will move on is the single best way not to waste anyone's time. Number 3 is don't become their coach. You do not want to step into a coaching role. This is the worst position that an accountability partner can end up with. Because if you are trying to make them successful by becoming their one-on-one coach, what does that mean? That means that they will only stay successful if you are there. That is not what you're doing. You're just enabling them in order to lean on you for whether or not they're successful. Remember, you want to be around winners. You are not a coach. Being a coach involves having tough conversations, putting people on the spot, diagnosing problems, and doing things that are easy for professionals. If you are not the professional in the group, then don't do it. You're an accountability partner. You're on the same journey. Remember, you're teammates. You're not their coach. So let the professionals do what they do best because it's easy for them. And then make sure you're not saying, I'm going to wake up at 5 a.m. and text you every day. You should not change anything about your life at all in order to be their accountability partner. You have to say something that you would do anyway. All right, I'm getting up at 5 a.m. to go for a walk. I will text you when I go. Is very different than I'm going to set an alarm and then I am going to wake up and then text you at 5 a.m. so you go for the walk. That's not an accountability partner. That is a coach. Remember, you do not want a one-on-one coach. You want a teammate. So make sure you're focusing on your success because when you win, that's how you help others win too. And number 4, say what you'll do and not what you will do for them. Because accountability does not mean that they step into a coaching role either. You don't want to learn how to be successful with them. Remember, they should be living their own life. They should be doing their own goals. They should be crushing it in their life. And you're just along with the journey. You're helping winners win more. You are not going to let them coach you on what you should do. Say they're freaking crushing it. You should not be sitting there going well, what do you think I should do? No, leave that to the professionals. Don't make it hard for them. Do you want to keep this person in your life? Do you want to be around winners so you can win more? You cannot give them the problems that would be hard for them to solve. You know what's easy? When professionals take your problem, when you are giving your problems to your accountability partner, they're the wrong problems to solve. Instead, what you want to do is you want to hold yourself accountable to what you will do. And then you just report that to them. And a really good way of doing this is just to set your accountability meeting for whatever time of the day, do it daily, and then you're gonna say, this is what went well for me today, and this is what I plan for tomorrow. Or if you do it in the morning, you say, this is what happened yesterday, and this is what I plan for today. That is the easiest way to do it, and it is super effective. The key is that at no point are you saying, I will only do this if you do this. And they're not saying, I will only do this if you do this. No coaching, no enablement, just accountability partners of winners winning more, and you vibe with them. Personal pro tip. All right, so I used to have this pride and ego about doing everything myself. Like, I want to be like that self-made person. Like, I have the willpower, I have the grit, I can do this myself, no one's gonna help me. And I'm just like, that was so stupid. It was so incredibly dumb. Like, I don't know why I just got ingrained in my psyche that, all right, I need to do this myself. I need to use so much willpower. I just need to take it serious this time. Because when I finally dropped my ego and stopped taking pride in doing things the hard way, that's when I actually started seeing results. Like, my entire life got so much easier and so much better. And that all started when I started investing very heavily into group programs. Like, I invest hundreds of thousands of dollars every single year into getting coaching for myself and my team. And the crazy thing is that this has not stopped me from making more money or getting in better shape. The thing is that because it's so easy for other people to solve my problems, I can just pay them and then have the solution. It sounds easy because it is. The key is just to find the right person. And now I've gotten to the point of saying, instead of like, how can I solve this problem and really thinking about it, I start thinking, who can help me solve this problem? Who would this be easy for? And then when they help me, they feel amazing. I feel great because it's easier. It's a win-win-win because nobody's life gets worse when your life gets better. Invest heavily into yourself and getting the right people around you. Let's dive into how you can see results that last forever. This is where it all comes together, where you can put everything you've learned into action, one step at a time, like a scientist developing the perfect formula. At this point, you know exactly what you need to do, but that doesn't mean that you're actually going to do it. So we need to make sure that we guarantee with 100% certainty that you see the results that you want to see. And not only that, we have to make sure you lose weight the easy way so it's easy to keep that weight off. Let's start making data-driven decisions. When you start making data-driven decisions, you are going to be able to melt your body fat guaranteed. No counting calories, no taking supplements, no willpower needed. All you need to do is make data-driven decisions using your data. And I only learned this after 18 years of being a nutritionist and after paying over $200,000 of my own money to learn from the best and brightest around permanent behavior change, the gut microbiome, and women's hormonal health. And much like you, I have been looking for the secret to actually losing body fat in a way that works and lasts forever. I have done a metric crap load of research just like you. And after helping over 6,419 women melt their body fat since 2008, I can tell you definitively that I have figured it out. The key is to make data-driven decisions using your data because nobody will have your solution. I've had thousands of clients, but I have never had 2 clients with the exact same solution. The only way to find your solution is for you to collect your data to find your solution. That is the only way to guarantee it actually works and it lasts forever. Here's the data you want to track. Let's start with inflammation. You want to weigh yourself in the morning after you use the bathroom wearing the same clothes or no clothes at all. This is how much you weigh when you are dehydrated, and it's also tracking inflammation. Next, you want to track energy because how you feel is a great indicator of hormonal balance. So we want to track how you feel when you wake up, after meals, and if you are getting stronger. The last piece to track is your food. By taking pictures of everything you eat and drink, you'll have data tracked in the easiest way possible. This lets you see the nutrient profile of your diet so you can find your anti-obesity food. Let's go over analyzing your data. Let's start with inflammation. Remember, the vast majority of your weight fluctuations are going to be inflammation and cellular fire. That's what makes up those big swings that you have on a day-to-day basis. Because most of it is water weight, and water has no calories. When you go to sleep, you will naturally sweat. Your body is going to take all the inflammation that's built up in your lower body and then start to process it, so you pee it out in the morning. And this is when you normally would get rid of all the puffiness that you've built up. But if you're a woman with inflammation and cellular fire, you are gonna see this on your weight in the morning because you're basically puffed up like a big old water balloon. It's gonna look like a flat line on your weight chart, only moving up or down a few ounces, nearly the exact same all week. But this is not normal. Your weight should be fluctuating. It should not be almost exactly the same the entire week. Because what are the odds? You would drink the exact same amount of water. You would sweat the same amount. You'd have the same water content in your food. You'd have the exact same amount of sodium. You would breathe the same amount. You would poop the same amount. You would pee the same amount every single day for a whole week. It's not possible for your weight to flatline like that unless you have this inflammation and cellular fire. Normally when you're losing weight, you should see your weight fluctuating every day, but over time, it's trending downwards. A really easy way to know if you have inflammation other than seeing it on the scale is you get bloated after eating, or when you take off your socks, you got those deep indents. That's all a sign of poor circulation and inflammation building up in your lower body. Bloating is inflammation in the gut in the form of cellular fire, and you will not be able to lose weight even in a calorie deficit because this inflammation has no calories. But the reason you'd be achy when you get up is because the whole time you're laying down, your body is no longer processing the inflammation. That means you're essentially getting more and more puffy as the night goes on. Like you can go to bed feeling fine, but you wake up injured. You're puffed up with inflammation in your joints. Or the most common one is you have poor circulation and inflammation pooling in your lower body. Because when you take off your socks, you're getting those deep indents in your skin. That's how you know not only do you have inflammation in your gut, your joints, you are also getting it pooling in your lower body. You will also have to get up to pee in the middle of the night. What's happening? So you're laying flat, and then all of that inflammation is making its way from your lower body, in your calf, in your feet, and it's slowly making its way towards your kidneys. As soon as your kidneys sense that interstitial fluid, it tells you, all right, I gotta get up and pee. But if you wear bamboo compression socks a couple hours before bed, that can really help push out that inflammation so you don't have to get up in the middle of the night to pee. Let's analyze energy. Hormonal balance starts with high quality sleep. And the best rule of thumb for this is that you should wake up feeling ready to start your day. You shouldn't feel like you need to drag yourself out of bed or exhausted. You just slept. You should not be waking up tired. Then you should have predictable energy during the day. You shouldn't be going through your day and then suddenly feel your energy crash. It should be predictable. Because remember, all of your hormones work on prediction. If you're having random energy levels, that means that your hormones are releasing randomly, which by default means your hormones are not balanced. So what's likely happening is your cortisol is spiking and crashing, versus just increasing in the morning and slowly decreasing as the day goes on. This also messes up your hunger cues. Like you feel like you can go all day without eating, then once you start eating, you feel like you cannot stop, or you just have intense cravings for processed carbs. So for energy specifically, I want you to track how you feel immediately after eating, because you are eating food. Food has calories. Calories is literally energy. If you are eating energy, it should give you energy. If you are eating and it's making you tired, that is not normal. Either your meal is too big or your hormones are out of whack. This is super common for women that have very high protein diets. Every single time you eat, you feel uncomfortably full. And not only that, you feel your energy decrease after eating. Basically, all your energy is being sucked out to try to digest that food, and it's robbing you of energy. Instead of your metabolism being used to eat up body fat, it's being used to try to break down that food, but it's robbing you of the rest of your energy you need in the day. Another common sign for this is everyday activities start feeling really hard, because when your energy levels drop, your hormones are out of balance, your body will start pulling sugar from your muscles for energy. Because you remember, if your cortisol is too high, it wants to get more blood sugar to your brain, but if you have insulin resistance in your brain, it doesn't work. So it keeps trying to get more and more sugar. So your muscles run on sugar. It's called muscle glycogen. If you lose that sugar in the muscle, then it's like you just went through a workout all the time. Like going up and down the stairs feels hard. playing with the kids knocks the wind out of you. Or you just feel like you need carbs just to function. I see this all the time with women that feel like they need to eat carbs before they go to bed. That is not normal. So after you eat specifically, you should feel your energy levels increasing, or at the very least, just staying the same. Because that means that you're maintaining your muscle, you're giving it the energy you need, and you are gonna get smaller and stronger. This is how you analyze your food. When you take a picture of everything you eat, you start to see a correlation between your energy levels, your inflammation, and your diet. That means you'll be able to identify which foods help you get rid of inflammation, balance your hormones, and help you melt body fat easier. Because the most important thing you'll learn by analyzing your food is which one is your anti-obesity food. And remember, no two women are the same. I've had women that have lost over 100 pounds because she found out that grapes and quesadillas was her anti-obesity food. She ate grapes and quesadillas literally every day. She lost over 100 pounds. Does that sound easy? It is. I had another one of my clients who worked at a bar, or her husband worked at a bar, I should say. When she would eat, she would put an entire green bell pepper. She would chop it up and then put it on one slice of pizza. She ate that every day and she lost weight like crazy. She lost over 50 pounds. Like, there's not a diet on the planet where they would say the solution to your weight loss is grapes and quesadillas or eating a big piece of pizza. The only way to know what will work for you is to test it. Because just think about how diverse a gut microbiome is. Your environment changes it, your hormones change it, your dietary restrictions change it. I have clients that have hypothyroidism, gluten-free, dairy-free, SIBO, vegetarian, vegan, and everything in between. The only diet I've seen that has never worked is the carnivore diet. That diet is absolute garbage. So is keto. What will happen is that you'll end up with a weight loss plateau you cannot break because you're eliminating carbs that actually get rid of inflammation. So other than those two, the rest of the diets I've seen work. I've seen 6 meals a day work, 1 meal a day work, fasting, not fasting, eating more food, eating less of this food, literally everything. The only way to know is to test it. You have to test and find out which food for you specifically is your anti-obesity food. I have never seen two women with the same solution. You have got to test it. That is how you guarantee you find what works for you specifically. So collect your data and start analyzing it. Now that we've collected data and we know how to analyze it, let's actually start making some data-driven decisions. Oh, this is so freaking exciting. This is literally the coolest thing. This is like me giving away the good stuff. This is how you guarantee with 100% certainty you melt your body fat the easy way and keep it off the rest of your life. Oh, all right, let's dive in. First, you're gonna look at the days where you've gained the most weight, and then you're also gonna look at the days where you've lost the most weight. Remember that your weight is the next morning, so it'll be whatever you ate the night before. So the day before will determine the next morning's weigh-in. That makes sense, right? On weight gain days, you wanna look at things like number of color and shades in your diet, life events like work stress, taking a nice bath, going for walks, hanging out with friends, constipation, antibiotics, travel, or drinking. Did you go outside at all, or did you get sunlight? Did you follow your hormone balancing routine that day? Then on the weight loss days, you want to look for things like, which can possibly be my anti-obesity fruit? Do I have more energy after eating these foods? How do you feel when you wake up on those days? Was there any social interaction at all? And was it easy for me to lose weight that day? And that last one is the most important. Remember, it has to be easy to lose the weight, because if it's easy to lose the weight, it's easy to keep that weight off forever. When you start seeing your weight as data, you are finally gonna break that emotional tie that you have when you step on the scale. There should be no emotional reaction. You have to become a scientist that looks at it and says, oh, this is just data. I wonder what this means. Not, oh no, I gained 2 pounds. Oh, what's gonna happen? Like, we've already been over this. If you gain or lose a lot of weight, that's inflammation. You are not wildly fluctuating your calorie intake, right? There's 3,500 calories in 1 pound of fat. That means there's 7,000 calories in 2 pounds. If you have ever gained or lost 2 pounds in a day, did you burn an extra 7,000 calories, or did you accidentally eat an extra 7,000 calories? Of course not. That is inflammation. So that means this is just data. It can help you identify which foods will work for you specifically. Then when you identified what helps you lose weight, you simply take what you've done on your weight gain days and then you swap it for what you've done on your weight loss days. That way you see your weight consistently trending downward every single month. And once you find what's working, you just keep doing that. You do not stop doing it. You literally do it the entire time until you're done losing weight. Remember, I've had clients all across the board that have found all these different solutions. Like my wife, for instance. Look at her. She lost 60 pounds. You know how she did that? She ate pot pie filling with gravy and rice. But she found the French green beans that she added to it was her anti-obesity food. So what does she do? She eats more pot pie filling with French green beans, and she loses all the body fat. That is the key. You have to make it easy to lose the weight because then it's easy to keep the weight off. Typically, you will find anywhere from 1 to 7 anti-obesity foods for you, and you just add them to your diet. So the more you eat, the more body fat you lose. Because remember, it's not about restriction. If you add more good stuff, that will naturally limit the room in your stomach for crap that makes you gain weight. You never do restriction, ever. You only do addition to your diet because that's how you form a healthy relationship with food and hunger and actually see results that last forever. So what I'm saying is that if you find yourself at any point using willpower to lose weight, you are doing it wrong. It should feel easy the whole time because if it's not easy, it's not going to be easy to keep the weight off. Literally. Every single thing you do has to be so freaking easy, you can do it on your worst day. Pro tip, if all of this sounds like a lot of work and you don't want to do all this, you can literally just plug your information in to my digital mind called ABRAM AI. I have a custom app that goes along with it and it will completely take out the guesswork for you so it can help you identify what your anti-obesity food is. This is not free, but it has been trained on all of the coaching calls I've done. It has all of the notes I have learning from the experts. It has all of the diets that I've helped my clients with throughout the years. It has access to all 500 plus in-depth guides I've made for my paying clients on the gut microbiome, women's hormonal health, creating regular bowel movements, losing inflammation, and melting that body fat in the easiest possible way. And on top of that, it is really freaking easy to use. You can learn all about it in your workbook. Have you scanned that QR code and got the workbook yet? Or just go to this website, or just go to abramskmtp.com/AI, and you can learn about it there. I highly recommend it because it is without question the biggest upgrade I have ever made to my program. Even if you don't join my full program, ABRAM AI can really help you out. Tell me if this sounds familiar. You're at the store and you see food that you know will not help you lose weight. You know that you shouldn't buy it, but you buy it anyway like some crackhead trying to get your fix. This compulsion to eat garbage food is sent into overdrive when your stress hormones like cortisol spike. Now, you got that food, you ate it, and you're up 2 pounds of inflammation overnight. Does that sound familiar? It is all too common. You have just got to accept the reality that we live in a world today where the food we eat has been engineered in a lab to be addictive. And once you are hooked, you've got to have a reality check. When you are going out of your way to self-sabotage yourself, like you're ordering the food at night, you're intentionally driving to go get some garbage food even if you don't have it in the house, or you're just doing something that you know with 100% certainty does not set you up for success, then you have got to change your environment. This is true with people, places, situations you put yourself in, or even just keeping the garbage food in the house. And look, I was right there with you. Like every other smart overweight person, I believed the lie, everything in moderation. Did that work for me? No, clearly not. I can't do things in moderation. I was addicted to that crap. I binge eat. But still, I would find myself doing mental gymnastics like, I did really good on my diet. I should eat this crap. Or, one bite won't hurt, or just a little bit, is okay. No, it wasn't okay. And yet, I continued to lie to myself, and I would eventually get to a point with every diet I followed where I just say, you know what, I don't even care. I'm gonna eat what I want. But the fact was, I didn't want to be out of control with my food. I didn't want to feel like crap before, during, and after eating. I didn't want to have that inflammation robbing me of energy. I didn't want to be in that body that I wasn't proud of. I didn't want that 40 pounds of belly fat and inflammation that was absolutely destroying my self-esteem. When you are in the wrong environment, it's like trying to drive uphill with the emergency brakes on. You can only drive yourself so long before you're burning out. When you say you're giving in and indulging in junk food, that is not self-care. That is self-harm. The sooner you can accept the fact that you cannot trust yourself, the sooner you're actually going to start seeing results. Women who don't have hormonal stress don't stress eat. So if you are living with this hormonal stress right now, you cannot rely on willpower or discipline. You're fighting your hormones, and your hormones always win. These hyper-processed, hyper-palatable foods will light up your brain, and they make it so you can't physically feel the symptoms of that hormonal stress. But as soon as you swallow it, that feeling comes right back, and you end up binge eating. That's why one bite does hurt. So if this resonates with you and eating in moderation has never worked for you, there are certain foods that you should just not put in your life. And I'm speaking from personal experience. If there are Cheetos in the house, it's just a matter of time before my smart mental gymnastics brain comes up with a reason for why I should eat an entire bag of Cheetos. It's crazy. I'm admitting it right now. I'm literally a professional nutritionist. I feel like I'm a pretty disciplined person. I can't do it. Eventually I lose. I just lose to it. And I don't know what it is. Eventually I always lose. If you always lose that battle with food too, there's certain foods that you should not keep. They're just not good for you before, during, or after. You should just not have them at all. Instead, there are foods that you don't have to restrict and foods that you can keep inside your diet. Remember, you can lose weight without restricting. What I'm talking about specifically are those foods that cause bloating. If you are eating a food that makes you bloated, that food is not good for you. If I were to eat a bag of Cheetos, I look like I'm 9 months pregnant and I'm a dude. These cravings that you're facing are not your fault, but it is your responsibility to not make it hard for you to lose weight. So either you have to have enough willpower and discipline to never binge eat again, or you have to remove those foods that cause bloating. And sometimes it's not just the foods that are causing the hormonal stress. It can be family, friends, or coworkers. So if that's what's causing the problems, I want to teach you how to properly set boundaries to make losing weight easy this time, because all of your success might just be on the other end of an uncomfortable conversation. Let's talk about setting boundaries. This is cool. This is so cool. When you start finally setting boundaries properly, it's like your whole world opens up. It's like you were living in black and white and now you see color, because it is way easier than you think it is. The amount of women that I've sent through this and they're like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be so hard. And then they do it and they're like, wow, that was really freaking easy, is all of them. It is so easy to set boundaries if you do it the right way. So let me teach you how. Boundaries are not what other people need to do for you. Boundaries are what you will do if they don't change. That means if someone makes a comment about your diet you don't like, you don't need to blow up on them and be all dramatic. Save all that for reality TV. That's not the real world. All you need to do is become bland and vanilla when someone starts to push your buttons. For example, if you have a family member that just keeps taking an interest in your weight loss journey and you don't want them to, they keep asking about your weight loss, they keep asking about your diet, and you're like, oh my gosh, I just don't want to hear about it. It's not helping me lose weight, feeling pressured about how fast I'm losing weight. Instead of really explaining it, when they ask about how your diet's going, how the weight loss is going, you just say, it's okay. Notice how short that was. That was extremely short. It doesn't give them anything. It's very bland and vanilla. Or let's say you have a friend that likes to razz you. You're just really buddy-buddy with them. And you're trying to lose weight and you lost 2 pounds this week and they say, you only lost 2 pounds? I lost 5 pounds when I started my diet. Your response should just be, yeah. Notice how easy that was? It was so short, so simple, so bland, but more importantly, it doesn't give them anything to go off of. It's like a conversation ender. Or if they're doing this digitally, like they're sending you a text, just wait as long as possible before replying. Or if they're giving you a call, then always let it go to voicemail. This is the easiest way to deal with these type of people, because all you're doing is training them that they're not going to get a response from you. If they're not getting a response, they get bored. They don't want to do that either. The only reason it feels good to bully someone or to give them a hard time or take an interest is either because you care about them and you want them to be successful and you're just too nosy, or you actually want to give them a hard time because it makes you feel insecure about yourself. Either way, if there's no conversation, there's nothing to go off of. So they really can't keep going with it. This will have you slowly start pushing those people away so you never actually have to set any boundaries with them. So start there first. But if you have someone that is actively trying to sabotage your success and they're persistent, you've got to set boundaries to make yourself a priority so you don't have to deal with that crap anymore. For example, let's say that you're finally ready to make yourself a priority and fix this relationship with food and hunger, where you are 100% serious about seeing a result this time. So what do? You start taking a picture of everything you eat and drink. It takes 2 seconds to take a picture. You understand you're not going to let the psychological immune system kick in, but you also don't want people's comments on it. So if each time you take a picture, your friend says, "Why are you taking a picture? You're always taking pictures of your food." You just respond with, "Yeah." And they say, "Why are you doing that? Like, why are you taking pictures of your food? Like, what? They're just so freaking nosy. They want to dig. They really need to know what's going on in your life." If that is happening, you just give them nothing to go off of. Instead of "yeah," they say, like, "Why do you want to do that?" You say, "I just want to take a picture." "Why do you want to take a picture?" "I just want to." "Why do you want to?" "I want to." Do you see how it will still end? But if they are still persistent, this is how you properly set a boundary. They keep asking, "Why are you taking pictures? What's going on with those pictures?" What you say is, if you ask about the pictures again, I'm just going to repeat myself that it's just something I want to do. Do you see what I just did there? That is how you set a boundary. Do you even realize how easy that was? I didn't say, if you don't stop asking me questions, I'm going to scream at you. I'm going to blow up. I'm going to leave the room. You don't need any of that crap. You just need to set a boundary. How do you do that? A boundary is not what other people need to do. A boundary is what you will do if they do not change. If they keep asking about the picture, your boundary is, I'm just going to keep repeating what I just said. They keep asking, you say, "I just want to take a picture." I know it sounds really easy because it is. Like the first time that you go through this, just trust me on this one. It can sound like someone really cares about you and they really want to dig in and it's really important. But honestly, nobody cares about you. They're not thinking about your life. Let me really hammer this home, because the key is that you have to follow through with this every single time. If they ever ask again, you still just need to say, "I just want to take a picture." That's how you properly set the boundary and keep it. But really, you have to realize that they don't really care that much. I have a perfect story to illustrate this. But first, let me ask you, what was the most embarrassing thing that happened to one of your classmates in high school? Like, I know high school is a while for me, or maybe longer for you, but high school is however long ago. What was the most embarrassing thing that happened to someone else in high school? Not you, someone else. I know what it was for me. There was a kid who didn't know how to cook a noodle cup. A noodle cup is a styrofoam cup with ramen noodles in it. He didn't know you have to put water in it first before you cook it. So this kid put a ramen noodle cup that has styrofoam and dry noodles in the microwave for 20 minutes. This noodle cup started on fire. Styrofoam has toxic smoke. It smelled so bad, we had to evacuate the school. This kid was in tears. He was so embarrassed. But here's the crazy part. I don't even know what that kid looks like anymore. Like, I don't even know his name. And the thing is, I haven't thought about it until just now. Like, I had to go deep in the recesses of my mind to even think about someone else. The thing is that you're with your mind all the time. So you think people think about you. People don't think about you. Everyone's thinking about themselves. So if you're giving them something to think about, they will think about themselves. That makes sense, right? And even when it happened, and even when it happened and he was crying, by the end of the next week, nobody cared. We never even brought it up again. Like, the thing is that, like, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was horribly traumatic for a little bit and then not at all. Why? Because I was worried about my life and everyone else is worried about their own life. I wasn't constantly thinking, what about burnt noodle cup kid? It really only takes 2 minutes to have this uncomfortable conversation. The very first time you do it, you realize, wow, that was really freaking easy. And then it just gets easier for the rest of your life. The goal of this program is not to make your life easier. It's to make you strong enough to handle whatever life throws your way. A 2-minute conversation can be the difference between you losing weight and staying overweight and unhappy. So let's make sure you see results. Have the conversation. So that works if you're setting boundaries with other people. But what if you are your own worst enemy? This is where forcing functions comes in. When you implement forcing functions, you don't need willpower to lose weight because you want to function based on your goals instead of how you're feeling. That is why they're called forcing functions. They force you to take action even if you don't feel like it. That way you don't need willpower because the situation demands that you function. And this is by far the most effective strategy I've seen for women that have immediate change that lasts the rest of their life, is that you start taking actions based on your goals instead of how you're feeling. There are two main forcing functions that will make this happen. Number one is doing it for someone else. Number two is spending a crap load of money. Both of them work because they remove choice. You basically just cannot back out. You're forced to make progress on your goals even if you don't feel like it. This is how you actually see results even if you are your own worst enemy. Because this is how you stop self-sabotaging behavior and prevent it from coming back. Let's start with the forcing function, doing it for someone else. Because you already know that you will go above and beyond for someone else, but when it comes to you, it's hard to make yourself the priority, right? So let me give you an example. Do you want to go walk on a beach in 100-degree weather where the sand will burn your feet? The answer is no. Of course not. You don't want to do that. Now, let's use that exact same example, but with a forcing function where you do it for someone else. To go walk on that sand that is going to burn your feet, if it means you can walk out onto the beach and save a loved one from drowning. Of course you would. You wouldn't even care if you got third-degree burn. You would run a mile in that sand because you are forced to do it for someone else. Nothing would stop you. It doesn't matter how much willpower you have. You will take action based on your goals instead of how you're feeling because you go above and beyond for other people. We talked about how to get the right accountability partner, but this also works if you can do this for a loved one. Like even telling your dog at the same time every day, want to go for a walk? You know, like they get all so freaking excited. They start doing like those circles and they're like all hyped up. Then you'd feel so bad if you don't actually take them for a walk. Like even if you don't feel like it, if you start hyping them up and say, want to go for a walk? Want to go for a walk? You're like, all right, I'm gonna go for a walk. Because you're forced to. So rope in your loved ones and use this to your advantage to force yourself to take action. Tell your kids that if you all eat a fruit with dinner every single night, you get to go mini golfing on the weekend. Tell your spouse that if you go for your evening walk with them, it is impossible for you to yell at them. I think that one would work great. The point is, you shouldn't be trying to make other people's life worse while you're trying to make yours better. Just state your goals in a way that includes them and benefits them. Because remember, they want to see you happy and healthy and feeling comfortable and confident in your body. They deserve that best version of you. They don't want an irritable mom. They don't want a spouse that feels unattractive. So rope them into your goals because they will force you to get your butt up even if you don't feel like it. The next forcing function is paying a crap load of money. Let's use an example. If you needed to lose 10 pounds this month, or you would have to pay $5, would you lose the weight? Nobody cares about $5. But what if you needed to lose 10 pounds this month, or you would lose your house, your car, your job, and all the money in your savings? It would be so freaking easy to lose 10 pounds. You would change your whole life around to make sure that you did it. Why? Because it's so freaking expensive for you to not do it. This is because you have a sunk cost. And this happens all the time. Like you will see people that get whole college degrees with majors that they know they will never use. Why? Because they already spent a crap load of money on the college degree. They might as well get it. Or you probably experienced this yourself. In college, it was probably insanely stressful, but you still got your butt up, you studied what you need to, you passed the test and got the degree. Or maybe this happened to you at work and you had a lot of work stress to deal with, and did you still go into work? Yep, every single day. Why? Because the work is paying you. It doesn't matter how bad the situation gets. You are forced to function based on your goals instead of how you're feeling day to day. And you can use this to your advantage if you spend a crap load of money into the right solution. I myself spent a crap load of money to get my university degree, but I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars every year since then in order to make sure I'm constantly leveling up and learning from the best experts. The key here is that you don't want to get the most expensive option. You want to go for the best investment. We all have that super expensive exercise equipment we don't use. The price tag isn't what matters. What really does matter is investing heavily into the future that you want. For food, buy the healthiest stuff you can get. Having an unlimited budget for organic raspberries can help you rapidly lose weight. I'm speaking from experience. They're freaking delicious and crazy expensive. It's like $15 for a tiny little container of it. Do I eat those? You better believe it. Or for your vacations, book the one that's freaking expensive and involves you being active in order to get the most out of it. You're gonna get your butt in shape if it means you're gonna be sightseeing or you're gonna be island hopping or whatever it might be. The point is that you spend a crap load of money and make it a vacation where you have to be active. Or a really common one is just to hire a really good photographer for you and your family at the end of the year. Go to a destination for the photo shoot. These are freaking awesome. I highly recommend doing this because not only do you get in way better shape, but you also end up with memories and pictures of you and your family when you're showing up with your best that you are going to cherish for the rest of your life. The goal here is to invest heavily when the incentives are aligned. You do not want to just keep spending more and more money and it'll just keep going down the drain. For example, right now you could pick from one of 3 coaches to help you lose weight. Coach number 1, pay for information to get the solution. This coach has no incentive for your success. This is basically all personal trainers and online coaches. Coach number 2, pay a large investment for both information and implementation with results guaranteed, because they only make money if you lose weight. Or coach number 3, you pay for information, implementation with results guaranteed, but if you follow their guidance and it doesn't work, they will have to give you a full refund plus pay you an additional $2,000 cash back on top of giving you the full refund. This coach would be more incentivized for your success than you are. They literally would lose more money than you if you don't lose the weight. That means they need you to be successful just to stay in business. I am coach number 3. That is why I know such an insane amount. That is why I spend hundreds of thousands of dollars every year to stay at the cutting edge in order to make sure my clients can lose weight the easy way. If you were to join my easy, natural weight loss program for women and following my guidance doesn't work, I will give you all of your money back plus pay you an additional $2,000 cash back on top of getting a full refund. This is my forcing function. I am forced to take actions based on my environment instead of how I'm feeling. Luckily, I freaking love this stuff. I'm telling you this because everything you've learned inside of this course has been tested and proven to work, not for days, weeks, months, but for years, over and over and over again. But now it is your turn to actually take what I've just taught you and put it into action. If for whatever reason you have not downloaded the free workbook that goes along with it, scan this QR code, go to this website and download it now. The link is in the description. It will walk you through this whole thing step by step. And all that I ask is that if you found this free course to be valuable in any way, please leave a comment saying how much you liked it and then share this video. Every time someone shares it, that's what supports me in being able to give away this information for free. So if you would share it, that would mean the world to me. Thank you so much for watching, and I really hope this helped. And P.S., if you found this free stuff to be helpful, my paid stuff where you get professional help is even better. So whether you just go with the minimum option like ABRAM AI, or you end up qualifying for my full program, you can apply by scanning this QR code or going to abramskmtp.com/book. I would love to help you out and take out the guesswork and guarantee you see results. But either way, thank you so much for spending your time with me. And I want to remind you, you've got to make yourself the priority. Nobody's life gets worse when your life gets better. But you cannot help others unless you help yourself first. Have a great rest of your day. I love you so much.